Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side managed shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. Ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps. Ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show. Homie, I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you hollering and cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
Jai.
I've been getting paid $1,000.
Jai. What's going on, everybody, man? Glad to have y'all back in the building, man. This was an impromptu. You guys know I don't usually do Saturday, but this one, man, oh my gosh, man. I think it needed to be addressed. Holy smokes, man. Holy smokes. Man. First of all, man, let's say what's up to everybody in the house. Shout out to my Taurus sister, Sister Innie. Shout out to her, man. We are Tauruses, man. We are Tauruses, and you know, Sister Innie tell them we are loving people, but man, just don't push us, man. Don't push us. Don't push too close to the edge, because we're gonna be like, woo. We're going to be rough to deal with. Who else we got in the building? Shout out to Sister Innie, by the way. Who else we got in the building? We got Brother Vagoda all the way from Tel Aviv in the building. Shout out to you, Brother Vagoda. Brother Vagoda, don't trip. I got your email. Just haven't had time to sit down, stop, and respond. I am going to respond to you, brother. I am going to put it together so that we can have a discussion over the things that you brought up, brother. So don't. I'm not. I'm not. Who is running from Muhammad Ali? Sonny Liston. I'm not Sonny Liston, right? Not running from you, man. I just got some other things I got on the front burner, and that I'm gonna deal with that. All right. Today we're gonna talk about Brother Anton Daniels, Brother Jesse Lee Peterson, the good Reverend Dr. Jesse Lee Peterson, and the Dr. Phil Show, right? Okay. A lot of us have heard of the Dr. Phil Show. We may not watch it on a regular basis. I certainly don't. But, you know, it's just not my cup of tea. You know what I mean? I got enough drama in my own family to watch people go on, in particular, white folks go on Dr. Phil and try to work out everything in 45 minutes or an hour or whatever, right? Good luck to them. Knock yourself out. But you know what I'm saying, doesn't interest me a lot, right? Anyway, so our brother Anton Daniels, who I disagree with on a regular basis on many different things. Well, Clarence, you don't like him. That's what his supporters will probably say, right? You just don't like Anton. That's not even the case, man. Not at all, man. Not at all. I think Anton's very, he's kind of he's an intelligent guy, just misguided sometimes. You know what I mean? He has a value system that's different than mine. But you know what I'm saying, I can't put a guy down because he's trying to feed his family. You know what I mean? The only thing I just don't like when one black person will step on other black people and just say pull yourself up by your bootstraps and not even take into account that we're different people, right? That's like me. I say, hey, everybody should be a Muslim. We all should be a Muslim, but I'm not taking into account the way you were raised, the comfort level you got. I don't have, or we all should be a Jew, or we all should be a Christian, right? I'm not taking into account. You know what I mean? We have to be willing to take into account how somebody was raised, and then try to help them up from that point. To just say, well, you at this stage, because see, that's what we're gonna get into, y'all. That's what we're gonna get into. Shout out to my sister OG Patrice in the building. Shout out to my sister OG Patrice. And shout out to Brother Marcus in the building. Brother Marcus is in the building. And you're right, we'll go to real counseling is done behind closed doors, in an intimate setting, right? But hey, you can't make millions of dollars like Dr. Phil if you're doing it that way, right? You know what I mean? Plus, Dr. Phil, man, he got a bad rap from what's that rapper name? Bad Barbie. Bad Barbie, man. She spilled the beans on Dr. Phil a couple years ago, and yikes, what was going on in those little camps that they send the people to after they do their intervention on the show. do you agree to take the help that we have for you right here? Okay, please, Bobby, just go to the camp they got there for you, please. We're going to send you to camp down there in Texas. We're going to send you out here in Malibu, California. We got a camp for you. We got a place for you. We paid for the ticket. You hear about that, Sister Annie? I might play that, man. Let me look that up, man. I might play that, man, because she spilled the beans on that situation, man. Holy smokes! I think she was in court with them for a minute. I don't know if they settled that. Probably did. Let's see, Dr. Phil, Bad Barbie. Okay. Yeah, let's see what, yeah. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Before we look at Brother Anton, let's deal with Dr. Phil. Let's talk about Dr. Phil, right? Thank you, Cindy. Shout out to you, girl. All right, let's look at Dr. Phil, man. Dr. Phil took your favorite Caucasian rapper, Bad Barbie, and sent her to one of his little, fix-it farms, right? He sent it to one of the little fix-it farms, and this is what Bad Bobby had to say about the fix-it farm they sent her to. Let's see. Are we good? Are we good? We good. We is good, y'all. We is good.
I was 13 years old when I went to Turnabout Ranch. I feel like it's very important for me to speak on this because I kept my mouth shut for so long. I did tell it a couple times in different situations, but I really want to get my whole story out there and let everything just be out, because that's the thing with these places is you have no evidence. You don't have a phone there. They don't have cameras there. Like, there's no evidence of none of this. And obviously all the staff is in on it, so they're not going to snitch on each other. All you really have is the kids that are there. So a young lady, her name is Hannah, she recently spoke out because while she was there, she was sexually assaulted, and then when she reported that she was assaulted, she was punished by staff. Now, when I seen the punishment she was given, I knew, like, okay, I really have to say something. Like, I really have to have her back on this, because I truly believe that they did that. So, Dr. Phil, I'm going to give you from now till April 5th to issue an apology, not only to me, but to Hannah and any other child that you sent to Turnabout or any other program like this. And if you don't, I'm going to handle things my way.
Yikes! You know things are bad when you get threatened by a rapper. Holy smokes! She said she's going to handle things her way, right? This video was done a year ago. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. So, what's the long and short of it? They were sending people, Dr. Phil, right? They have they bring all the kids out there, the unruly kids out there. I hate my mom. I hate my dad. I hate everything. I hate my life. We live in the suburbs and we have money and food and everything and clothes, and then they won't let me play Xbox all day. Yeah, right? This is a lot of real spoiled kids, right? So they bring them on, right? And they say, Dr. Phil, fix them, right? Dr. Phil bring them on, right? Talk about them. Did you really say that you hate your mama? Yes, I do. I hate my mom. I hate my dad. They never gave me a hug, and they don't love me. When, right? That's the order of the day in the hood, right? But these suburban kids, man, they're like, my mom and my dad, he gave me a bike, he gave me a motorcycle, gave me a car, I have to walk to school, I got a refrigerator full of food, I got clothes, I got a bed, I'm warm in my house, but they don't love me, right? Right? And Dr. Dr. Phil, shout out to Don GQ in the building. Right? And Dr. Phil goes, you mean you don't love your mama? How can you not love your mama? This is your mama. I'm just a country boy from Asswipe, Texas, but I can love you know I love my mama, right? Right? You got all these doctorate degrees and everything, but when it comes down to it, I'm just a country boy from Asswipe, Texas, but I love my mama. Don GQ, you know what? I understand, man. You upset at him, man, but don't be, brother. Don't be upset, because you know what? Anton is Anton, right? So he's gonna say things to, you know, get people to be like, woo. And I'm not even, you know what I'm saying? I let him know that I'm doing a show about him. He could come over. I didn't advertise this. I went up last minute. Oh, you doing this for likes, Clarence? Oh, really? Really? Only my people really gonna tune in, right? Who's gonna tune in, right? Either only my people and Anton really know that I'm even doing this stream. Nobody knows. Yeah, I hear you, Don Q, but I'm saying don't be upset at him, man, because he ain't worth all your energy, bro. Yeah, okay, you say you're not upset. Okay, cool. Because he ain't worth it, man. He ain't worth it, dude. Trust me. Man, you know what I'm saying? He's going to say what he's going to say. He's going to do what he's going to do. Man, come on now. We just, you know what I'm saying? He's just one of the, we just got to be out here putting out other information. That's what I'm here for. He said a bunch of things that need to be straightened out. Jesse Lee Peterson, holy smokes. You think Anton said some crazy stuff. Holy smokes. Wait till we get to Jesse Lee Peterson. Ay. Holy smokes. But hey, y'all, let's continue with Bad Barbie. Let's continue with Bad Barbie. This is Bad Barbie talking about one of the little fix-it camps that Dr. Phil sent her to.
Somewhere in the middle of August, I went on the Dr. Phil show, and my mom and my grandma knew they were sending me here. I didn't know I was going. I went school shopping right before, because the school was supposed to start when I got home from LA from doing the show. So part of the whole Dr. Phil show is they send these kids to either Turnabout or these other programs that are also in Utah, but they're all wilderness programs and they're all fucked up. Okay, so Turnabout is in the middle of Escalante, Utah. It's a very, 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 very small town. It's got one gas station, one grocery store. Everybody knows everybody there. You see you're in the middle of nowhere. You know there's nowhere to run. If you try to run out there, they're going to find you, you're going to get in more trouble, or if you do get away, you're going to get eaten by a coyote or something. Because took in there against my will. They give you transporters. Transporters are two people, a male and a female, that come in the middle of the night. They don't tell them where they're going. They just take them. They handcuff them. They put them in the car. It's basically like kidnapping. We got there. I got out of the car and I just seen it looked like nothing. It was just super dark. I seen like all the circles and stuff. And
anybody know, is that legal? Can you just go in and get a kid, kidnap the kid, throw the kid in the car? Shout out to my brother Big Rig Slabs. Shout out to. Is that legal? Can you go kidnap? Can you take a kid out of their home, handcuff them to a van, and just transport them someplace just because the parents said it's okay? Is that legal? I don't know, bro. I don't know. I think that might be touching a gray area, man. Maybe at some point, maybe we can get an attorney, maybe like the lead attorney if I ever get on his good side again. I'm not gonna. I guess I'm not on his good side, because he used to respond to my emails. He haven't responded to none of my emails in a while. So you know what I'm saying? but I understand, man. Brother Clarence is not somebody. If you trying to go up the ladder and you trying to be make a ton of money, in a certain way, Brother Clarence is gonna be bad for business, man. So I understand. But I just was curious, y'all. Any of y'all out there? I wish Rico was here because Rico works with a lot of lawyers, so I don't know. Maybe he would know whether this was something, whether it was legal or not to do that. But I guess they're out there doing it. So anyway, I guess I know what happens. The parent has to sign a bunch of stuff and basically transfer custody over to the. Okay, maybe they got some kind of stuff that they draw up like that. Okay, that makes more sense. All right, y'all. Let's finish up with Bad Barbie.
I seen the little cabin and I was like, oh shit, I'm not built for this. Like, I'm this little bougie ass. So for the first 3 days you're there, there's no showering. They put you in a circle, which is it's a teepee. It's a little teepee, but it's open. And you have to sit there for 3 days. They wouldn't let me lay down for nothing. Like, I was falling asleep and they were like, get up. So I'm just sitting here like, this is gonna be really bad. When I seen these people have no sympathy, I was like, oh, I'm really doomed. They strip you from your whole personality. You have to act like just whoever they want you to act like. They told me, okay, these are what your chores are gonna be. I don't remember what they were, but they were like, these are what your chores are gonna be. This is what you're gonna be doing. Here's your level 1 binder. You do the same thing every day. Chop wood, take care of the animals. This place is all about taking away privileges. Like, okay, yeah, the phone is a privilege, TV, like all that. But they take away like necessity privileges, like sleeping on a bed, eating good food, not being cold.
Ouch. That was hard charges right there. Ouch. And the Dr. Phil show they never shot back. As far as I know, they never shot back. But yeah, man, this is not look good. But now I'm starting to think, yeah, man, maybe they got some type of NDA or something that they got to sign, and a bunch of stuff they got to sign to transfer custody of the child to the group there, and then they can do whatever they want to do. Shout out to Jill's Chocolate Boutique. Shout out to Jill. Jill Pills in the house. Had to have an emergency session out here, Jill. But they're gonna get into it. Let's get into it, because I think one of these kids murked themselves on this thing. If I remember right.
I remember the first time I got in trouble. Now, this is my first time being here. Like, I don't really, like, yeah, y'all explain to me the rules, but I'm 13. Like, I don't really know, like, exactly what I'm supposed to be doing. There's been times where I reported another student acting inappropriate or just anything like that. Didn't even have to do with me, and I would get in trouble for just witnessing it. If you reported another kid, like, getting bullied by, like, their peers or something, they would just say, well, maybe that's what they need, or, like, something like that. Even though there was written rules, if a staff was angry at the moment, or if you just did something that they felt was bad, you would get your own punishment. Like, they would make up their own punishment for you. So it's really frustrating, because even if you don't know the rules, if you fuck up, you're still in trouble. There's not no I didn't know. You're still in deep shit. Shit that's minor is major to them. So if you do something like the tiniest thing, you get a check. If not, you have to be on reflection. Reflection is punishment. When you do something so bad, or if you do anything that ticks them off, you have to go in reflection. You walk in the arena for hours on end. You sit outside in the cold on the floor. You have to pick up piles in a wheelbarrow of horse shit, and they want big piles. So if you have to do 25 piles, you're really doing like 50 wheelbarrows. So while I was there, just
Yikes! So far, not so good. Holy smokes. Dr. Phil, what are you doing? What are you doing, Dr. Phil? Making the kids pick up the horse manure. Holy smokes. That'll learn them. I guess when you, from Texas or something, you figure like, hey, work for me, should work for you, right? But you got a different generation today, man. They don't look at hard work like as a character builder in most cases, man. Not at this young of an age, man. They get everything so easy. They just have an aversion for hard work, right? But yeah, man, yikes. Yeah, Patrice, I feel the same way. But I just think that it's more positive ways to try and turn the kids around. But I guess they kind of do like the army or whatever and break them down first, and then build them back. By the way, shout out to you, Don GQ. But I guess they try to break them down and then build them back up. I don't know. Okay, let's hurry up and get done with this, because, like I said, I think one of the kids murked themselves, and so that was really a bad situation. But let's see.
A lot of crazy things happening. I seen a kid get held down for trying to leave. Just honestly, I don't think he was trying to run away. I think he was just trying to like walk out the door and just like get some time to himself, and they restrained him. They held him down. They had no problem holding kids down, which is against the law. You're not supposed to touch the kids, but they had no problem doing that. It's just our word against the staff's word when you're there, because there's no witnesses, there's no cameras, you don't have a phone, there's none of that. That's why I was always so scared to speak out, because it's like no one's gonna believe me. A lot of things that like happened to me there, it hurt me so bad, because I was genuinely like confused. I'm writing letters to my mom like, Mom, I will do anything. Like, you don't understand what this place is like. Like, you can't do this to me. Like, I will do anything. I will do therapy every day. Like, I will go through an outpatient program, all that. Like, just please let me come home. The staff when I got there was this dude, Jimmy, and this dude, Ted. These are the night staff. 2 of the night staffs around me. They were really, really sweet. One morning I was cleaning up for breakfast, and
Wait. Did they just say the Merc? The Merc? Ay. The Merc. I never heard about this one on Dr. Phil. I think they kind of swept this one under the rug. All right, let's get back to Bad Barbie. She's talking about how on Dr. Phil, one of Dr. Phil's fixer camps for these kids, somebody got murked over there. Holy smokes! Yikes! Yeah, man. I mean, you can do this with an adult, but really, you shouldn't even do it with an adult. But it's more effective, I would say, on adults than children. Man, children just don't have the mental development to handle the emotional terrorism that you're gonna put on them. But anyway, that's a whole nother conversation, man. But I'm just a country boy. Okay. All right, let's continue with Bad Barbie talking about the turnabout camp ranch that Dr. Phil sends the kids to get fixed.
One of the staff members was sitting right next to me, and she had her walkie on her, so I heard everything. One of the kids, he had tried to steal a car or something. Everyone was screaming on the walkies like it was really crazy, and he ended up killing one of the staff members. They made all the kids that were at Roundy come down, and then they told us not to tell us anything. A day later, they have us all, every kid that's at Turnabout, they have us all sit in a circle, and they're like, listen, there was an incident. I know some of y'all heard it over the walkies. Jimmy died. And so we're all freaking out, because Jimmy was, like I said, he was one of them that was there the first day I got there. He was really sweet. Not only did Jimmy die, but one of the other staff members that was there.
Okay, so I was looking at the date. It says 2016. So this happened in 2016. Holy smokes. You heard about it, Patrice, but most of us didn't, right? Dr. Phil didn't bring all these people on hey, tell us about how you felt when, the staff member got murked, right? Never saw that video, did we? Ay. All right. Holy smokes. All right, let's finish this up, because we got to get to Anton, man. And we got to get to Jesse Lee. Holy smokes.
There's this time, Alicia, who was the daughter of the nurse. Alicia, she was also injured, and 2 years later, she died. And she was also left disabled after being attacked by Clay. So the mother of the kid Clay who killed the staff, she was married to the brother of the president of the program, which I also believe is a conflict of interest. I don't know why they would do that. So it was really sad. Like, they wouldn't tell us what happened and all that. And any of the kids that were there, like, they couldn't talk about it, but they were like really traumatized by it. Even the ones that weren't there were traumatized by it. Like, I heard it over the walkie. Like, that's scary. Like, so you got kids here that are killing people. And like I said earlier, my mom had always threatened me as like, oh, I'm sending you away, but she never did it. This was the first time she really did it. Like, I never thought my mom would do this. So what parents need to understand is, if your child is acting out because of trauma, like sexual abuse, or maybe like the kid's parents got divorced, or just anything like that, you don't send your kid to a program like this. You need to send your kid to a program where they're not being punished, and it's not about, everything's not about you're in trouble, and it's just really fucked up. You're just using children to keep your ranch going, and you're not even feeding them or letting them sleep in decent conditions. Just doing things that no one would ever want done to their child, and not even that, and doing it to kids who are so helpless. And when you know that you're watching their letters, you know that they don't have any contact with their parents. So I'm not really sure why Dr. Phil still sends kids here. It really doesn't make sense. Like, are you trying to help them, or are you trying to hurt them even more? Because
oh man, she's got a couple of them, Jill. She got a couple of them busting Dr. Phil, man. She got a couple of them. I think this is the first one, but holy smokes, man, holy smokes. But I don't think Dr. Phil and them ever came back on. Maybe they threw some chips her way and she just kind of left it alone. But holy smokes, holy smokes. All right, that's Dr. Phil, y'all. That's bad Barbie on Dr. Phil. What y'all think? Still think he's A1 fix it man? I'm just a country boy from Aswan, Texas. All right. Oh yeah, Jill. This is the nice one. She got a couple of other ones, man, and she really went in on Dr. Phil, man. This was a nice one. But I'm setting the stage that none of us are perfect out here, man. Trust me, if you guys go back in my history somewhere, you can find 2 or 3 people that say same kind of stuff about me. Not with the children, but at least how I was not a good person. we all have somebody in our past that would say, man, you need to leave him alone. Shout out to April Carter, by the way. Shout out to April Carter. Hey, I was fortunate enough that God got rid of these demons that I had on me, man, to help me see, first of all, that I had them, and second of all, gave me a path to get them off of me, man, because they was on me tough, man. Whenever you got that internal struggle, that means that the demons got you, man, because you know right and you want to do right, but they put that temptation on you so bad, and you keep sliding over and sliding over and sliding over, and then you feel worse about yourself and worse about yourself and worse about yourself, right? Nah, man, you know what I'm saying? We gotta do better, y'all. We gotta do better, y'all. And if you gotta look for another human being or look for somebody, yeah, John GQ, the world is a vampire, man. Especially this what's the word I want to use? This culture of America. It's really the culture of America is really no bueno, man, as far as building you up as a person of God. No, definitely not. It teaches you you got to feed off your brethren, man. Feed off your people, man, while they alive. You know what I mean? Yeah, eat their flesh. But anyway, that's a whole nother story. Let's get to the men of the hour, who is really Mr. Anton Daniels and the good Reverend Dr. Jesse Lee Peterson. We're gonna get to him in a minute. All right. This is Anton Daniels. Of course, y'all recognize him from the Morning Millionaire Morning Show, and obviously the Mothership. You guys recognize him from those 2 locations, and then he has another show called The Fight Club. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Evie. Glad to have you in the building. All right, so this is Anton, and we're gonna go through, and here's what he says. So it's pretty long, y'all. So it might take us a couple of hours. So sit down, buckle up, and we're gonna go through it. All right, this is Anton.
The mastermind sessions, the interviews. I literally have an interview with the former mayor of Detroit. We talk about everything political, as well as how he got arrested, how he got imprisoned, him having failure for 17 hours while he was locked up, Trump eventually commuting his sentence.
I believe he's talking about Kwame Kilpatrick, because I think I was in Detroit when Kwame Kilpatrick was alive. I went to Detroit a couple of times while Kwame Kilpatrick was in office. Yeah, I believe he's talking about Kwame Kilpatrick.
Corruption within a political system, the money behind it is deep. Is deep. It was so deep that he has literally become a monthly correspondent with me. So, anyways, that is being released today. But the Bag Chasers link to Patreon, patreon.com. It's in the description as well as pinned to the top of the chat. Let's just get right into the clip. No need in giving a monologue. Let's just get right into it. Thank you, Patty Jackson, for holding me down. Thank you for all of the super chats, the cash apps, everybody that continues to contribute to the platform. We don't ask for anything but except for a like and a subscription, as well as turning on your notifications and sharing this with friends. That's your tuition. We appreciate it. Let's get right into it, ladies and gentlemen.
Today on an all-new Dr. Phil, a declining birth rate. More and more people are deciding not to have children.
We're not taking care of the people who are already here.
The procreation debate.
People that have the majority of the kids are the ones that shouldn't be
Woo!
having kids.
Look how gorgeous that man is. I got my Sashi shades on. I was gorgeous.
Okay, let's move
Beard
along,
is
man.
looking.
Let's move along,
Teach Hanley is popping. Shout out to Teach Hanley.
Good,
30% off
good.
your first order.
Not
Beautiful
having
disaster.
children.
You know I'm feeling myself.
Well, that's a fair amount of you. Well, we're going to talk about that today. From the beginning of the 20th century onwards, the global birth rate increased sharply. Unfortunately, today, that trend, well, it has
Hey, I'm Joey, and I'm the 3 AI voices from SpeechLab. You listen.
stopped. A 2021 survey from Pew Research Center says about 44% of people ages 18 to 49 say it's not too likely or not at all likely that they'll have children.
44% of people are saying it's not too likely or they're not really interested in having children at all.
I got to tell y'all, they're definitely not talking to black people, right? Definitely not. Definitely not talking to black people. Definitely not talking to the Latino people. Definitely not talking to us. Definitely not talking to us. They're not sensing this. Not horridly, right? The black people and Latino people are having babies left and right, right? But let's see what they're talking about, y'all.
I largely considered not having children prior to having the one daughter and then getting a vasectomy right after, because I wanted to pour everything I had into that particular, into my daughter if I decided to have a kid. But this world is just so trash and so fucked up, to be honest with you, that me and Rita was just like, yo, we just gonna have a kid, live life, and then just let it be whatever it's gonna be. But let's continue.
And 74% of parents say they are not likely to add another child to their lives. Now, fears about declining fertility rates have come from sources as diverse as Pope Francis, Nick Cannon, and Tesla CEO Elon Musk. Now, Musk repeatedly tweets that underpopulation is the biggest threat to civilization. But is that really true? Around the world, those who resist procreation are leading birth striker movements, and all across social media, people are celebrating child-free living.
Shout out to Enzo with the 100 ball. I appreciate you for holding us down. Hey, can we get a round of applause for Enzo? Dang, where's my laugh tracks at? I'm gonna need some laugh tracks up in this mug. Can we get a round of applause, Bag Chasers, for Enzo for holding down the platform and giving us the 100?
I got to give it to him, man. This dude knows how to get money, man. I got to give it to these dudes, man. These dudes know how to get money. They get money. You go on a Dr. Phil show, they probably give you about, I would say they probably give you about $4,500 just to walk on the stage and sit down, right? Then this dude is going to give him $100 just for talking about the $4,500 that he got when he went on stage. Holy smokes. Holy smokes, man. You know, man, we just in love with some people, man. We just in love with them, man. And you know what I mean? I'm not knocking nobody. I'm just saying You know, you got to watch what people are saying and watch what they stand behind. And if they stand behind something that's not right, just because they can get on the Dr. Phil show doesn't mean that, you know, they're all good, right? 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 I mean, I don't know. That's just me. But hey, like I said, I invited Anton to come up here. He's welcome to come up here. All you got to do is jump in the chat. I'll send him a link, and we can talk about it. All right, so anyway, let's move on, y'all. Let's move on because we got a lot to get to.
And sponsoring the show. Thank you, Enzo. I appreciate you. I love you. Thank you for truly, truly supporting the show and putting your money up so that I can give it back to the people. You are awesome. I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you so much.
Now, some think the human population should just become extinct altogether.
Yep.
Threats of economic, environmental, and even racial changes have many people asking, is it smart to have children? Now, I'll be introducing my guest today gradually in order to have a more open discussion. So I'd like to first introduce Dr. Britt Ray. Now, Dr. Ray is author of Generation Dread.
So me and Dr. Ray actually rode over chauffeured. So they came and picked us up from our hotel, rolled over with Dr. Ray, had some conversations with her. She said, "Oh, what do you do?" I said, "What do you do?" and all of that. Dr. Ray didn't know what we was gonna be talking about when it got this deep, though. Shout out to the Sony Experience, says Enzo for the win. Support. He put $2 on top of it. Shout out to the Sony Experience. I appreciate you. Also, and Consumer Appliance Report with the 20 ball. Thank you. That's basically what his position was. Him explain it.
Hey, we're not taking care of the people who are already here. My plan is for everyone to think before they procreate. And if people really think about it, think it all the way through, and have the wherewithal not to procreate, which is a really big problem all over the planet. And if people think about it, as you mentioned, 44% of young people are saying, no, I don't think we want to do that. That's because they've thought about it. And if we all stop procreating, we'll go extinct slowly. We can clean up our messes as we go. And the biosphere, what's left of it, will have a chance to recover.
I asked you guys in the beginning, how many of you thought we should continue to breed?
They actually cut him off. He said a whole lot more. He said basically humans is on here fucking up the earth and we killing each other anyway. And so we should just live our lives out, stop having kids, and then let the earth repair itself. That's basically what his position was.
Most of you said yes. Anton here, who's joining us, says,
"Look at me." I said, "Look, I did like this." I said, "Huh." I gave him my GQ pose. I got on the rollie. I made sure I was looking good. I was smelling good. My breaths smell good. The ladies love me. Ladies love Cool A. LL Cool A is in the building. Ladies love Cool A. Patty Jackson says, someone asked me why I don't.
You know what this dude needs? Yeah, man, he needs to come out of his shell, right? Shout out to Anton Daniels. Hey, Clarence, you must got a problem with Anton, because why are you talking about him? You trying to get views, really? Only my people know I'm talking about Anton. I didn't announce this days ago. I just came on right now. Only my people know, and you know, that's it. And Anton, I let Anton know. You know, that I was going on. But other than that, what views, right? Patricia Narc. Well, I mean, you know, the brother has a healthy self-image of himself, man. You know what I'm saying? Which is easy when your health is good, your wallet's fat, and, you know, everybody's acting right around you. That's easy. That's easy. John QQ, can you come out of the closet? Yeah. I don't know about that. He has a couple, but I will give you this, Don GQ. He has a couple different suspect. I did on my other channel. I did a video about spotting suspect dudes. He's got a couple of suspect little behaviors there. Very suspect. Very, very suspect. So I don't know, but I mean, I can't call it like that. I think they're just That's just his way. I don't take him as a dude that's like Jesse Lee. Like Jesse Lee is definitely in the closet. Definitely, he needs to come out. He needs to just come out and admit it. But I don't take Anton for that. I just take Anton for a guy that's just, he just, man, he's on his own tip. You know what I mean? And he just like, and unfortunately, he hasn't thought out to the nth degree. He hasn't thought out to the nth, stage some of his ideologies. Like some of his ideologies sound good until you multiply them out. When you multiply out some of the things that he's saying, then it's like, wait a minute. How's that going to work? But we'll get there. Evie says, hate to say this, but he is almost the next Trump. I wouldn't call him the next Trump, but I would definitely say that he is, because Trump is a wicked dude, man. I wouldn't say Anton is wicked. I would definitely say he's misguided. You know what I'm saying? I definitely think he's definitely beside it. So he's on his own tip for sure. And he just needs to think out some of the things a little bit more. Donald Trump is a wicked man. And I have no, I'm not judging the man. I'm just going off of some of the stuff that people have said that he has done to them. I'm saying he's a wicked man. Behind that, not because I feel like he's a wicked man just because he's white or just because he's in the Republican Party. Or that has nothing to do with it. I think he's just a wicked person based on the things that people said he did and some of the things he admitted himself that he's done. But that's a whole nother story. Y'all. Jesse Lee, she said Jesse Lee has already been exposed by men ex-lover. I know. I don't know. I think Patrice, I think Jesse Lee dug in his pocket because I can't find hardly any of those videos from those guys still on the internet, right? I got a video that they can't delete everything, but I got a video where somebody was interviewing him. Satan Center was interviewing some of the guys that was up there, and they couldn't erase that one. But the guys that actually uploaded those videos, that stuff I was trying to look for just a few minutes ago, it was gone. Think Jesse Lee dug in his pocket. Man, early Christmas for some of those guys, right? Here, take this money and go away, right? And some of them dudes, unfortunately, some of them guys are on drugs. They have drug issues, and they just took the money, right? They have hard times, right? All right, y'all. Let's get back to our brother Anton and the good, not so good Reverend, the not so good Reverend Jesse Lee Peterson, and they're on the Dr. Phil Show.
Want kids, don't you worried about your legacy? Don't you want to be worried about your legacy? I asked them, do you think a dead person is worried about their legacy? Facts, Patty Jackson. Yo, we can do what we want to do. And just because we don't want to continue to create a slave culture, don't worry, I'll get there. Anton said, I had the makeup person taking, makeup was perfect. I said, listen, I don't need no makeup. I already look like I got on makeup. I use Teach Henley. 30% off your first order plus a free gift. Aaron is in the building, says this old dude is Thanos in disguise.
Oh, man.
Facts.
Oh, man. Okay.
He really had the same sentiment as Thanos, except for a little bit more extreme.
Stream 85 plus live channels.
Sorry, y'all. I do not have premium
YouTube TV.
YouTube.
Try
I
free.
do not have premium YouTube.
We're giving away our $60 tactical backpack.
Okay.
No hidden charge.
That's all right. Look at money everywhere.
Okay.
Shirt cost a grip. Glasses, beer, watch.
A certain group of people shouldn't have children at all.
Pampan is strong.
I don't believe that poor people should be having children. Having children when...
Hey, hold on. Y'all see the green boxes in the background though? Look at all of the green. If you know, you know. Ain't nothing but rollies in my collection. Green boxes everywhere. And that ain't...
Shout out to the Harris Tribe Family Media Group. Shout out to y'all, man. Shout out to y'all. Okay. Are we listening? Are you listening, family? Are you listening? Right? The man is not saying Do you see my argument? My argument is good. My argument is solid. My position is solid. Is that what he's saying? No. He's saying, I got all the trinkets. I got all the trinkets. So trust me, because I got all the trinkets. Follow me. Follow me. Because I got all the trinkets. Not because my argument is right, not because my position is solid. It's because I got the trinkets. Right? So follow me. So he's a band leader. Da, 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 da. Come on back, chasers. Da, 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 right? So the bag chasers are chasing them down there, right? Follow them down the path. The path to where? Well, we don't know, right? Or we do know, but it's covered, right? The thorns at the end of this path are covered with dollar bills. What you mean, Clarence? I mean, yes, just dollar bills, but there's thorns and thickets under the dollar bills. That means every dollar you pick up, you got to get stuck. But hey, follow me down here. Follow me down this road. The green boxes mean there's rollies in them. So what? So what? But you're leading people off the cliff where their soul falls off the cliff. Their soul fall off the cliff. I got a rollie, but I left my soul back here. That's good that you got a rollie. I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with having a rollie, but keep your soul with you. Keep your soul with you. If you got to give up your soul to get some rollies, you can keep those rollies. I guess that's why ain't no rollies back here, right? Only hats you can buy at gas station gas stations at the hood in the hood, right? Yikes! Big Rig Slap said, my son got green boxes, Xbox games. Nah, Big Rig, we ain't talking about Xbox, man. He ain't talking about Xbox, bro. I'm sure he probably got one, but he ain't talking about that, man. He's talking. See, this is what I'm telling you, man. I tell y'all about savages. This is a savage move. A savage will always try to let other savages know that they're in the building. And so sometimes it's a tattoo that a savage will show other he'll make sure that tattoo is being seen so another savage can see the tattoo, right? We all been there. We all had our mind crazy. One of my best friends in the nation, he all tatted up. He said, man, I wish I could go back and take all this off, but it'll hurt me too much. I said, I understand, brother. We all been there. We all lost our minds and did something like that. But at one point, we were savages. We trying to get out to being a savage, right? Hopefully, the people that's over here, we trying to get out of being a savage, right? That's why ain't nobody over here. 85% is you right, Harris Tribe. Okay, so we trying to get out of being a savage over here. Let them other people be savages, right? That's why they got to talk about the same shit over and over again. Submission, submission. My woman will submit. My woman will submit. Why won't my woman submit? How come I can't get my woman to submit? Women will submit. Submission, submission. I mean, they got to talk about the same shit over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. This is why women won't submit. This is why women won't submit. Women, 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 women. Submit, 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 submission. Submission, submission, submission. I mean, constantly. They got to constantly keep talking about the same stuff. Why? Because the people are not, they're not on the wavelength. They want to constant have this constant conflict going. Come on, talk to me. Talk black to me. They want this constant conflict going. Because with this constant conflict going, they can make money. They can say, hey, I'm the solution. See, these are your problems. Your woman won't submit to you. You ain't making enough money. Your kids are acting bad. These are all the problems you got. If you come over here and chase this money with me, you at least have you some money. But I'm only gonna tell you I can't tell you how to get money, cause see, everybody's different, man. Sister Eddie, don't make me play it, Sister Eddie. Sister Eddie, don't make me play it, cause I will play it. I will play it, Sister Eddie. I'm not gay no more. I like men. I like women's. Women. I might get to him later. We already got Jesse Lee Peterson up here, who is a known closeted homosexual, right? No doubt, at least 4 or 5 men have come out and said they was getting down with Jesse Lee Peterson, right? One of them said he told Jesse Lee. One of them said, man, hopefully your kids ain't in the room. One of the guys that was dealing with Jesse Lee Peterson said he was sitting on the bed in the hotel room, and Jesse Lee Peterson told him to take his pants off, underwear and all, right? He said Jesse Lee Peterson told him to close his eyes. And I kid you not. This was on the internet. I was trying to find it, but I can't find it now. I mean, I ain't must have gave them guys some money. But he told Jesse Lee Peterson told this guy, "Hey, I'm going to do a test with you." So guy goes, "Okay, right." But I mean, think about it, man. Let me tell you something. And me as a man, let me tell you something. Any man that comes into a room with me and says, "Okay, take your pants off and close your eyes," those are 2 red flags that I'm going to be like, "What? No." Not even, maybe not. Not. I just remember I'm in the wrong room. Listen, gentlemen, you heterosexual fellas, you homosexual fellas, that's a decision you got to make. But the heterosexual fellas, you go sit in the room, a guy tells you sit on the bed and take your pants off and close your eyes. That is what we call a bad sign. That is a bad sign. Holy smokes. So Jesse Lee Peterson tells the guy, "Hey, take your pants off. Close your eyes. I'm going to test on you." "You going to do a test on me?" "Yeah, I'm going to do a test on you." "Oh, thank you, critically drinking. Thank you, Rashawn. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you, man." Oh, man. But you know, Rashawn, that we reached our goal, brother, but I appreciate the cash app. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you, man. Shout out to Rashawn. Appreciate you, man. Well, we reached our goal last week, brother, so I appreciate you, man. Just letting you know, I don't want to be taking y'all money, y'all thinking we still trying to hustle for the money. No, we reached that goal, brother, but I appreciate your donation, man. Shout out to you for that generous donation. Let me finish the Jesse Lee Peterson story. So Jesse Lee tells the guy, "Hey, I'm going to do a test on you." So the guy has his pants and his underwear around his ankles, and he's sitting on the bed with his eyes closed. And all of a sudden, Jesse Lee Peterson starts meandering. Oh, thank you, Rashawn. Appreciate you, man. Jesse Lee Peterson starts meandering and fondling his Johnson. And the guy goes, "What are you doing?" He goes, "I'm trying to see if you have homosexual tendencies. I'm testing you. See, I'm touching you here to see if you got homosexual tendencies." Ay, ay, ay. Holy smokes. I got to test you. Can you send a nurse in to test me, please? Not you. The female nurse, rather. Can you send a female nurse in to test me? I do not need you, Jesse Lee Peterson, to make sure I don't have homosexual tendencies. Thanks, but no thanks. Can I pull my pants up at this point, right? But we're going to get to Jesse Lee Peterson. I want to point out now is that our brother Anton, man, is way out, man. And I guess that is the persona that he's got to put out there, is that I got all these watches, I got all these cars, I got all this stuff. So therefore, because I got all this stuff, he said, Big Rick said, test is 357. Man, I'm telling you, man, if Jesse Lee Peterson ever did something like that to me, man, he'd have woke up 2 weeks later in the hospital, man. There ain't no way. I would never. Well, first of all, man, I would never. I got an eye for suspect dudes, man. I would never. There's no way I would be in a hotel room with a dude like that, man. Never, ever. So that's what, see, you know what I'm saying? If you ain't listening to what's going on, man, and you ain't paying attention, man, some of these dudes, man, that follow these people, man, they had the low points in their life. They normally wouldn't go for this gang, but they go for the gang because they so far at a low point in their life, right? That's what happened to the guys that was running around with Jesse Lee Peterson. And Jesse Lee Peterson made sure that he only dealt with dudes like that, man. So he had their past, he could hold their past against them, right? Just like this brother here, he can hold your non-millionaire status against you. I'm a millionaire. You ain't a millionaire. What do you know? You need to be listening to me. You want to be a millionaire? Then listen to me. Well, how was you a millionaire? Because you did all these. No, I'm a millionaire because you keep giving me money every month. You in my Patreon, you making me a millionaire. And with the money you give me, I can take it and invest it. I can take it and do all these other different things. And that's how I built up my empire. Right? Yeah. All right, so let's get back to Anton and all the stuff he's got.
Ain't even all of them. That's just all that was going to fit on that particular shelf at the moment. Green boxes is every fucking where. All right, let's get back into actually what I'm saying. I don't want to big myself up too much right here.
You don't have money creates more problems for the kids and society at large. And let's be honest, it's the middle class and, more importantly, rich people that are now responsible for paying for poor people's children. I know it's an unpopular truth, but I believe that every person should pass a test proving that they're income worthy prior to having kids.
No, I will give them the middle class. I would say that the middle class definitely is paying. Their taxes are going to help the poor, most of their taxes. But the rich are the ones that know how to bend the tax laws for themselves so that they don't pay that much in taxes. Their money's not going to pay their money's not doing that. Shout out to Wealth Talk Productions. Shout out to Brother Wally. Glad to have you in the building, man. They're not doing that. See, man, you gotta see what you gotta do, brothers and sisters. What we gotta do is listen. We gotta listen. And we gotta listen with the intent to learn, right? Not the intent to fight, not the intent to argue, but the intent to learn. And when you learn something, then you say, wait a minute, this conflicts with what you just said here. You can spot conflicts better, right? When you listen to argue, yeah, you're gonna spot conflicts, but you're not gonna spot them as fast and be able to develop an alternative argument. But when you listening to learn, I'm just trying to learn. You telling me that the rich are taking care of the poor? Are they really? Because all the rich people I know, they're able to wiggle their way out of a lot of taxes, right? There's some people that didn't pay no taxes and they worth billions. Come on, y'all. Come on. But these rich people, they smart, man. They ain't gonna be out here saying, I ain't paying no taxes. You know, some of us stupid enough to say, oh, taxes are for poor people to pay. They will say it out loud. But really, it's the middle class that's paying all the taxes. And they paying for almost everybody, subsidies for the rich and the poor. Come on, man. All right, come on, let's go. We got a lot to get to, y'all.
It's a false narrative that's being sold to people that you're entitled to have children and you don't need the resources or the money to be able to pay for them or support them. Having kids is way too easy, and the people that's having the most kids tend to be the worst people in society. I think it's irresponsible. And just because you don't like it, don't mean that it's not the truth. And you're not entitled to have kids just because you can.
Hold on, wait a minute. They not used to a man being able to articulate himself this way. And he a black man? Being able to communicate, take a strong position. They used to these beta males. They used to dudes just telling them what they want to hear. Happy wife, happy life. Wait a minute. You got a black man that is not liberal. He stand on what he stand on. He came from the mud. He's able to articulate himself effectively, and he's educated, not even highlighting his education in order to stand up to these people. Can't be.
Standing up? Standing up? What's standing up? What do you mean you standing up? You saying what most of them think in their head already. You just a mouthpiece that's cassette. You just the Candace Owens of the group today. You saying what they wish they could say, right? Most of them, right? I wouldn't say every white person feels that way, but most of them, right? But you standing up? Come on, brother Anton. I wouldn't call it standing up. I would definitely say you speaking out, but standing up to who? Who's resisting you? None of these people are resisting you. Shout out to Dead Change. Glad to have you in the building, man. If you get to stand up to somebody got to be trying to get you to sit down. Ain't nobody doing nothing to go against what you're saying yet, that I see yet so far. Maybe they are. So let's get back into it and let's see.
Can't be.
Well, okay. What do you feel is an appropriate income for families wanting to have children?
Well, now, see, they tried to trick me up. But Anton has been doing this for a while. You can't ask me for a number. It's more context that needs to be added into that, Doc. You can't just ask me for a number. What if you live in New York? What if you live in Los Angeles? I didn't know what Doc was going to ask me. What if you live in Louisiana? Huh? That income level varies depending on where it is that you are. Let's let Anton answer this. Somebody put me on a stand so that I can go ahead and get somebody free out of jail.
It depends on where you live in the United States, right? First. But more importantly, I think that it is important to acknowledge that the people that have the majority of the kids are the ones that shouldn't be having kids. And then that becomes a burden on the people that actually have resources, which we then.
Remember, there's a white man in World War II running Germany, pretty much said the same. Pretty much said the same thing. Pretty much said the same thing, right? Pretty much said the same thing. Pretty much said the same thing about the Jewish people. Pretty much. Pretty much. So what is the solution? What is the solution? If we have too many people having babies, what is the solution? Well, we know what the rich white people's solution is. We know what rich, the rich white people, most of them, because I don't ever want to say all white people do this and all black people do that. So I never want to do that. So I'm saying most of them, their solution, we see what their solution is. Private prisons, right? Private prisons. Why? Why? Because we can use these black children and black and Latino people that's being born exponentially. We need a place to put them. We need a place to put them. And it's like the Matrix. We can use it for biofuel. We can take them in, we give them longer sentences for lesser crimes, and we can have them working for Microsoft for 50 cents an hour while they paying us $18 an hour. Plus the state's paying us $60,000 a year to house this inmate Private prisons. That's the answer. But what's his answer? What's his answer? Let's see what his answer is.
Start to take resources from people that have, and then we become a socialist society where we start to pass out more resources, and then we babysit. We make our teachers become overglorified babysitters.
Let's stop there. I'm over here cooking. I done turned on the frying pan. I went straight to 9 instead of having it heat up to 2. Shout out to Purple Haze. Says, shout out to you in the Bag Chasers. I'm excited to be aligned with you on the things to come in 2023.
Oh, man. Big Recep say, well, Ash Tribe say, well, John GQ say, Mr. Potato Head, no, man, don't do that. Don't do that, man. It's too much like, right? Hey, I think even Anton would say this. I think even Anton would give it up for that one. Ash Tribe said, join my tribe. He sells his Patreon. Obviously, you know what I'm saying? Now, on that tip, Harris Tribe, I got to give it to him. He is very consistent on pushing the program. I got to give it to him on that one. He's definitely gonna keep pushing the program. So I can't fault him for that one. Big Recep said can't knock his confidence though, cause he think he owns some like shit, man. Man, shout out to the Bay, man. I see, man, but you know, man. Doc, he said straight to 9. I skipped 2. Man, you know, I just feel like, man, we gotta. What are you trying to create? If you're saying that people, because of their poverty level, shouldn't be having children, okay, how are you going to accomplish that? Or are we going to be realistic and say these people are going to be having sex because that's probably the last thing that they can freely control in a society where they got so many things stacked against them, right? They got systematic racism and also self-loathing, inferiority, self-imposed inferiority complex. One of the last things they have control of is when and where they're gonna have sex, right? Some of them, that's all they got. Some men out here, man, the greatest thing they got is the children, the fact that they had all these children. They look at that as an accomplishment. Guys like Nick Cannon, I had all these kids, man, I did something. Yeah, but you're not there to raise them. So what you doing? Right? If you can get them all under one roof, cool. But unless you can get them all under one roof, man, it's gonna be difficult. Okay, you got 1, maybe 2, maybe 3. Okay, maybe you could shoot your, divide your time. Once you get past 3 children in 3 different situations, that's gonna be rough. It's gonna be rough to try to be a father, a full-time father to all them different kids, man. Just difficult. And you working a full-time job, gonna be tough, man. Gonna be tough. Doc, you say I built 4 companies from the ground up. Anton is the only black man with money. I get it. And you know, nothing's wrong with money. Nothing wrong with having money. But if in a wicked world that will use you and your thirst for acceptance and tell you only thing you gotta do is separate yourself from some money to get whatever you want, then it might be a problem. It might be a problem. Who cares about the money, really? It's the kind of life you live in, right? Kind of life you live. Who cares? You got all this money and your wife is out there bejoinking the pool boy. While you out there at work, hard work, building up your internet business or whatever else this dude got, right? Or maybe secretly your wife ain't happy, right? This dude only been married 17 years. 17 years, that's it. Man, the do or die times don't even come to after 20. 20 years, that's when the do or die times come. Right? that's when everybody's going to look around and say, okay, should we go any further, right? is this working for me? I'm that's usually when you get hit with somebody, either the man or the woman, hit you with a "I'm not happy," right? OGP said, let's talk about it like men like Future and Nick Cannon are communities. These slangs, yeah, they are. But you know what, Patrice? There's always a girl that's gonna say, "Yeah, come on over, right?" Who's gonna tell Nick Cannon no? Who's gonna tell Future no? Don Q said, "What has he built besides a YouTube channel?" I don't know, Don Q. That's the thing. I don't know. I don't know. I certainly wouldn't dox the guy. I've taken what he say as, on a what do you call that? With a grain of salt. He says he's a millionaire. Okay, I believe you until something comes out to say you're not. I'm gonna just take your word for it. I got too much on my plate to be running around investigating these dudes. I mean, some of these dudes, their whole channel is built on exposing people, right? That's not me. I ain't got time. I'm 54, man. I ain't got time to expose people, man. I'm trying to live life, enjoy life. Got granddaughter, wife, family. Man, I'm trying to enjoy life, man. Got good friends. I ain't got time to be chasing no dude around and say, he says I'm a millionaire. I got sense enough to realize anybody can say they're a millionaire. I can say I'm a millionaire. I show you a bunch of green boxes, but I don't open the boxes up and show you what's in them, right? I just tell you there's Rolexes in there. Okay, I gotta get the boxes on Amazon, right? I drive out here in a big Mercedes, right? I could have rented this car just to take pictures in it, just to ride around in it, so y'all could see, right? It's easy to fool people on the internet, man, because 99.9% of these people you never gonna meet, you never gonna run into them. So, what difference does it make, right? You can say whatever you want. Oh yeah, I knocked down right fresh and fit. Oh, I knocked down 2 or 3 women every day. Okay, that's savage talk. You're a savage. Wow, what do you mean, man? That's the gold standard, man. I'm knocking them down. Yeah, but when you see that you're wasting your life doing everything you can to just knock chicks down, then what? What comes after that? You going to a barbershop telling everybody about it? I knocked this chick down. I knocked that chick down. Dude like me wouldn't even listen to you, man. You wouldn't even get in a conversation with me. I'm on such a whole nother level, man. Yeah, sex is cool, man. But man, who can't knock a whole bunch of chicks down? If you want to invest all your time into knocking chicks down, we all could be doing that. But it's a fleeting advice. It's better for you to knock down a chick that's on your team, man. A chick that's gonna be down for you, right? A chick that's gonna tell you when you're wrong, help you when you're right, follow your guidance, make you prove that you the man that you said you was, help you when you hurting. That's the kind of chick you need to be putting your time in, as opposed to smashing a bunch of chicks that don't care nothing about you, man, that go through your wallet in a minute if you fall asleep before she do. What do I know? I just been married 32 years. What do I know? Gotta listen to these other guys that out here saying they experts in marriage, and they ain't got no girlfriend, they ain't got no woman, they ain't got nothing but a bunch of a trail of babies. They got a trail of babies and divorces, but they know something about marriage. Okay, all right. Oh man, Don keeps saying, I'm just asking. He said, if you made it, you wouldn't. Wouldn't it be charitable of you to reach down and help those like Jesus? If you were a Christian, it would be nice if he did that. He says he does it. I don't know if he does or not, man. I don't know, because I never see that. I see him showing this side, which is cool. Man, I have no problem with him going on Dr. Phil and all that. I don't have no problem. The problem I have is so many people follow the guy. The guy, in my opinion, should give them good advice. If they're going to follow you, you should give them good advice, in my opinion. That's where I have a difference of opinion. But hey, them people ain't following me. They're following him. He's the one with 100,000 subscribers, not me. Obviously, he knows how to get subscribers, and I don't. I just tell the truth. I just tell the truth. I don't go around chasing nobody. I don't go around doxing nobody. I ain't trying to get on nobody's television show. I ain't trying to do none of that stuff. I ain't trying to have interviews with all these different topical people. I'm not trying to do any of that. I mean, I will talk to them if they come to me, but I ain't trying to do. I'm not trying to do none of that. I'm trying to be a source for people to have an alternative way of thinking. When you get past having all the cars, when you get past having all the girls, when you get past having all the men, when you get past having, all the stuff, when you get past having, influence and fake friends and all this stuff, when you get past all that, and you say, what more is life? Here we are. Here we are. Me and Brother Bolo TV. Here we are. We're going to be the ones that be able to talk to you. Because life is more than money, bags, watches, shoes, clothes. Life is way more than that. What about your soul? What about your family? What about your relationships? I just think as some of us, we got a big platform, we should be giving out good advice. I know a lot of different people. I was watching a YouTuber just earlier today giving out horrible advice. And I've always seen this YouTuber always gives out horrible advice. Being very disrespectful. They're being disrespectful. Why? Because they can't be told nothing. See, at least, Brother Clarence, I understand that, hey, I might be wrong. That's always a thing in my head. Hey, bro, maybe you the one that's off. At least hear this person out. But some of these YouTubers out there, man, they like, nah, I know it all. I know it all. Can't tell me nothing. And I know it's so good that I could just be disrespectful to everybody on the panel. Some of y'all down with that. Okay, go ahead. Not Brother Clarence, man. I'm never going to be disrespectful to someone. I may not agree with them, but I definitely ain't going to disrespect them unless they disrespect me. And then I'm going to have to decide what I'm going to do at that point. Can't tell you exactly. It depends on how I'm feeling at the time. But I definitely ain't going to sit there and let somebody disrespect me. I'm not going to do that. For sure. Wealth Talk Next said he sold an app or tech while having real estate, he say. Yeah. Hey, Wally, me too. I sold the app. How about that? Where's your receipt? How do you know? I sold the app because you paid for it because you was in my Patreon, and I had enough of you guys in my Patreon paying me enough money every month to watch videos that I'm making anyway. I'm making you pay me. I'm gonna go watch CNBC, and then I'm gonna tell you my version of what they said on CNBC, and I'm gonna make you pay me in a Patreon. Basically, the Jim Cramer of the Black YouTube space, right? Right? I don't have no problem with Anton, man. He's been on my show several times. You know what I mean? I've been over to the mothership a couple times, right? I have nothing against the guy. I have something against the information that he's putting out. But let's get back to Anton, man. Let's get back to Anton. We wasting time.
I will be a better version of myself, big dog. Thank you. Isaac Tay is in the building. Shout out to Louisiana. Louisiana. WE to run in the Victim Olympics so that we can train them up to go ahead and shout out to Louisiana. Louisiana. WEEZY. That's Wheezy's hometown. Shout out to Kevin Robinson says, DJ K Slave Voice. Damn. Where'd you find that, son? Let's break it down. All of our teachers are underpaid and overglorified babysitters because the majority of the time they're not teaching. They're spending their time chasing around your munchkins that we are then subsidizing with our tax dollars and helping them to run in the Victim Olympics so that we can train them up to go ahead and steal from us and break into our houses later.
That sounds very much like a guy from 1940, from World War I, that was running Germany. That sounds very much like what he was saying. And you know what his solution was? My thing is, okay, if you feel that way, you feel that strongly, what's your solution? Because I don't hear any solutions about, hey, let's retrain people. Let's instead of spending all this money on social media, let's devote 2 to 3 years. Let's get every social media company has to have a free porthole where people can just go there and learn, and they have to have, and you get a government subsidy for watching these videos. You get tax break for watching these videos that train you in finance, that train you in mutual respect, that train you in all of the things that we need in a society to do better, right? All the social media platforms, to be even a social media platform, you have to sign up for it. You have to do it, right? We could do something like that, right? The government could come in and say, hey, look, we're in a national emergency. If they could shut the whole goddamn country down, then they can do this, right? They could say, hey, all these social media companies, hey, if you don't follow this stipulation for the next 3 years or the next 5 years, we shutting you down. You shut down. That's it. You must have this program where the people can watch these videos that teach them how to invest, teach them about credit, and teach them about mutual respect. You have to have it, and us as the public, we gotta watch those videos. We gotta clock those hours in watching those videos to receive tax breaks. You got the unearned income credit. You can get another credit. They just gave you all this money for the pandemic. They got it. They got that money. Could we do something like that? Yes or no? Of course we could. Of course we could. But why don't we do that? Why? Because the main issue, and this man don't even realize, the main issue is private prisons. That's their solution to this problem, is private prisons. If they was to educate the public, there would be a need for private prisons. The demand for private prisons would go down. These people that's investing in private prisons, which are all people that have, you ain't, man, let me tell you something. You in your 401k, you ain't investing in no private prisons. That ain't in your, you can't even touch something like that in your 401k. You got to be what do you call that? A verified investor. Got to have $1 million or more to get involved in something like that, right? Shout out to Brother Be Easy, by the way. Brother Be Easy in the building. Brother Be Easy. You know, y'all, I don't know if y'all know, but Brother Be Easy and Big Rick Slaps are part of Easily Rigged, the program over there on Knowledge and Relationships. Shout out to Knowledge and Relationships, by the way. We're going over to Knowledge and Relationships, so you can check out Be Easy, that dude, plus Big Rick Slaps on Easily Rigged. Man, it's a hot show. I don't know who's hotter, Easily Rigged or Patrice. OG, Straight Talk with OG Patrice, No Chaser. I don't know which one is a hotter show, but they running neck and neck, man. They running neck and neck, man. Knowledge and Relationships, man. Them dudes are building the powerhouse over there, man. Keep your eye on Knowledge and Relationships. Keep your eye on Knowledge and Relationships, man. In the Intellectual Soapbox, by the way. All right. Okay, so let's get to Anton, who's explaining why that poor people should not have children. What happened?
Your munchkins are being babysat, not taught, because the people that are having the majority of the children, and we must acknowledge that. I said, Dr. Phil, let's not overlook acknowledging the idea or the truth that the people that are having the majority of the children are the ones that are the worst for us. See, nobody wants to have that uncomfortable conversation, and nobody wants to acknowledge that before we even start to deep dive. They just say anybody can have anything that they want whenever they want it. Well, go down to Kensington and Philadelphia and see what that looked like. Shout out to Regal Sylvester. Says, look at that brother Anton.
Man, be easy. I didn't know you had your own channel. Okay, you got your own channel, brother. Right on, man. Okay. Let's see. All you guys out there, man. First of all, you go hit up Wealth Talk Productions, man. Go sign up for Wealth Talk Productions. Then go over to Be Easy That Dude, man. Go on over there and sign up for his channel. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to you. Be Easy. You gotta come over here, dip real quick, man. Drop your channel more often, man, because I know you had your own channel, man. All right, let's get back to Anton. Let's get back to Anton.
Go clean. Listen, I keep telling y'all got, when you show up, in order for you to be respected, you can't look like a piece of shit. When you show up on these platforms, you have to remove every excuse as to why they can't acknowledge what it is that you're communicating to them by communicating effectively, looking good, smelling good, meeting every expectation, and looking better than everybody there. I did. And then I emphasize my point. The people that are having the majority of the kids are the ones that are the worst for us. Now tell me that I'm off, because we just want to skip over that part.
You off. You off. Tell me you off. You off. You off. It's not that they having the children, but it's the other people who don't want to have children, and that's on you. That is your choice. That's your decision, right? You making that decision, right? You're making that decision, right? If both of us are rowing across the river, we in a rowboat, we rowing across the river, and then we keep rowing, and then we row back, and then we row back, and then you decide, hey, I don't want to row no more, and I keep rowing. You can't say, hey, he rowing more than me. You know, you got to context and say, hey, oh, I stopped rowing. That's why he's rowing more than me. Normally we would be neck and neck. Yeah. All right, y'all, this is Anton Daniels, and he is saying that poor people should not have children. But wait, y'all, wait. Jesse Lee Peterson says that only white people should have babies because they're the only ones that create and build anything is white people. Yikes. We're going to get there, y'all. We're going to get there.
Actually teach. Because growing up in the environments that I've grown up in, even though we had resources, you realize that most of these environments and teachers and these kids become latchkey kids and they don't have the resources. And then you take into consideration that inflation is at an all-time high and it's becoming more and more expensive every single year in order to give a kid the resources that they need in order to be able to thrive.
Reproductive freedom.
Woo. And I kept cooking. I was cooking. They chopping and screw it like they DJ Screw from Houston. They chop. I was cooking.
I don't know about cooking. I would say he was definitely making his point, presenting his issue. But cooking, I wouldn't call it cooking. That's the Republican line. They've been pushing that line for who knows how long, right? At least as long as Reagan's been in office, at least as long as when Reagan got in office, they've been pushing that line. So, so I can't say you cooking, but let's continue, man, because we got a lot to get to, y'all.
It's becoming more and more expensive. People can't even find a place to live themselves. We have a homelessness problem all across the country. If you go to any major city, DC, Los Angeles, New York, Miami, there are homeless camps everywhere. And you want to continue to breed a slave culture?
You think this?
I don't know where he's getting the slave culture thing from. I don't know where he would get the slave culture from, right? Don GQ said he was cooking with his he was baking with his robe on. Man, I don't know. Man, I don't know, man. Hey, man, it's gonna get so ugly in a minute, man. But then Anton is gonna separate himself from Jesse Lee Peterson, because when Jesse Lee Peterson goes way off the rails, that's when he's gonna go. Oop! I gotta bow out on this one. All right, so me easy said, why didn't Anton check JLP? You know why, man. He had, because he got subscribers, even though he's a enormous hypocrite. Jesse Lee Peterson, enormous hypocrite. He is a closeted gay man, that has been proven, and but he is an enormous hypocrite, and therefore Anton has respect for him. Why? Because he got subscribers. Because he got subscribers, that means that now he should respect him as a human being. I get that. But at the same time, if you're checking everybody else, Jesse Lee Peterson is a humongous hypocrite. But you know what they say, brothers, birds of a feather flock together. So I don't know. I don't know why Anton. Maybe Anton will check in with us, and we'll find out why he didn't check Jesse Lee Peterson. He definitely distanced himself at some point, but checking him, I didn't see him check him on the show, rather. So let's get to it. Let's get to it. Let's see.
Have you ever walked in a grocery store and seen a lady with a bonnet on her head with 8 kids behind her? No, he ain't seen it. I have. I see it every day. I was in Kroger the other day. I was going in there to get a money order that I can send to somebody, and I didn't necessarily want them in bank information. You don't need all of that for just a little $150 money order. And I seen her, and she had a bonnet on her head, had to have 10 kids behind her, no man, no ring on her finger. I look for those type of things because I'm having these conversations on a regular basis. All kind of munchkins tearing up the aisles, fucking up the lettuce, and then going straight over there to the fruit snacks with all of the sugar. Just fucked up the lettuce. I can't even get no organic lettuce anymore because yo munchkins is over there tearing up the grocery store, and you just gonna keep. And guess what? This is Anton from AntonDaniels.com. Don't ask me to judge. Don't ask me to judge because I ain't judging. I am just observing. I made sure that I checked. I patiently waited and checked out after her. You know what she paid with? I'm going to let y'all guess what she paid with. Shout out to Lil Light says, the more the world is disconnected from God, the more the world looks like hell. We're just not burning in a lake of fire. I'm going to add yet on that. Look at how shocked the crowd was when you were speaking the truth. You was dancing with the devil, good sir, and I did do the waltz. And then I went straight into the hustle.
Okay. Now, here's the issue that I'm having with this type of mentality, right? Okay, so let's say you say, hey, this woman is running around with all these different children, but you don't qualify why that's happened. How did we get like that? We wasn't never really like that, right? How did we get like that? And what's being done to help us? Clarence, ain't nothing could happen. Ain't nothing. I just gave y'all the solution right here. The government could shut all these social media companies down. Hey, you got to do 3 years. You got to do 3 years of strictly just training the people. That's all you can have. You can't upload. Nobody can upload nothing unless it's part of this curriculum of retraining the American people. Clarence, they can't do that. Shit, they shut the whole system. They shut the whole country down. Don't tell me what they can't do. Then they gave everybody a bunch of money on top of it. Don't tell me what they can't do. They can do it. You got money to give Elon Musk to go to the moon on a joyride to the moon. Shit. You got the money to retrain the American people. The American people are dying in the streets. Pick a color. Pick a color. Especially black and brown people. They're dying in the streets of America. And we got people that's running around saying, hey, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Well, we never say that to white people, right? White people, there's always an excuse. Oh, these farmers need a subsidy. Oh, this business needs a subsidy. Oh, the airlines need a subsidy. Oh, the church needs a subsidy. For black people, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, nigga. What's wrong with you? We got all kind of good niggas like Oprah and Michael Jordan and LeBron James. See, if them niggas made it, you can make it too. You just lazy. That's what it is, you lazy. I mean, that's what this man is implying, right? Our people are hurt. Our people are hurt. Our people are damaged. They went for a ride. They went for a ride, and they was going to take care of some business. On the way to where they was going, they fell among thieves. Our people fell among thieves who took their raiment. Huh? What's your raiment? Your culture, your history, your religion, your way of life. They took your raiment away from you. Took their raiment. They took our raiment and left you on the side of the road for dead. What's a slave? A slave only moves when the master tells him to move. He's dead inside. He can't be alive inside. Why? Because if he's alive, then he's gonna be wanting to make a decision. You can't make decisions as a slave. That's very dangerous for you and dangerous for people around you. Our people had to learn how to live like devils. They had to learn how to live like devils. Slave master tell them to do something. They ain't no, well, boss, let me talk about it. Let me talk to you about that. They had to learn how to live like devils for hundreds of years. They had to learn how to live like devils. That's the only way they could survive, is to become a devil, to live like devils. Just like they say in the Willie Lynch paper, you take a people and you make them live like devils long enough, they ain't even gonna want to walk out of that situation. They're gonna be so used to that situation, they're gonna want to stay in that situation. That's all they know. Shout out to Southern Troll. Be easy. You're right, be easy. When white folks had their hand out, it's a subsidy. When black people had their hand out, It's welfare. Oh man, wordplay, right? White farmer go out there and say, hey, I need subsidize. You got to subsidize me, U.S. government. I made all this food and you ain't buying. You supposed to buy X amount of food for me. You ain't buy that food. You got to give me the rest of the money, right? Black farmer go out there, same thing. Hey, you got to pay me because you supposed to do. Oh, you want welfare? You want a handout, don't you? It's a handout. When the black farmer go there, it's a handout, right? White student go, it's a white student go to the college, it's a grant. Black student go, it's a handout, right? I remember, man, when I was in college, man, I remember one time, man, dude came through and said, hey, man, you lucky, man. You go into the EOP office, man, and you black, you can just go in, man, they just give you all kind of money. I said, no, bro, it don't work that way. Very competitive process. Very competitive, man. Very competitive process to get any amount of government money. It's very competitive, man, at least for black people. It's very competitive, man. A lot of black people that's eligible. So you gotta compete with a lot of eligible black people, right? But I mean, just talking to the dude, man, his idea was you just black, you walk in there and say, I'm black. They just start throwing checks over the counter, right? I told him, no, man, it don't work that way. It don't work that way at all. Not for us, at least, right? Yeah, man, don't fall for the okie doke, man. Don't fall for the okie doke. All right, man, so let's get back to Anton because we got to get to Jesse Lee Peterson, man. Oh, man, he is really, man, if you're a black, he is really going to put one, he's going to put a couple of them in your dome, man. So let's Anton.
Listen, we got like 7 different hustles. Devil can't touch me. Devil can't touch me. Shout out for the 50 ball, little light. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine. Articulate.
You have gotta take the will.
Teaching our young ones that come after us and before us. The ones that came before us need to be taught too how to carry themselves as women and not hyenas. Not hyenas. My baby Crimson is in the building. Love y'all too, beloved. The Millionaire Morning Show, Anton Daniels. Oh, listen, Crimson, we gonna treat you like candy. We gotta take care of our Crimson.
Wow.
We gotta take care of our Crimson.
Wow. The Crimson Cure supports Anton Daniels and this line of thinking. Wow. That's nice to know, man. That's nice to know because Crimson was one of my favorites, but holy smokes. I guess I gotta go over that list, man. Because I mean, and I don't. You can like who you want to like, but when you drop in, when you drop the major cash on a dude and encouraging this kind of thinking, man, I gotta say, nah. Ay. Beasley said they demonized affirmative action because they painted blacks as dumb people who need government assistance, but studies have shown white women have benefited from the program when it wasn't for them. You know what? Everybody benefited from the program. You know what it is? It's just that, yeah, man, she just gave this dude $50, be easy. Anyway, everybody benefited. I think all women benefited from, especially in the Vietnam War, through the Vietnam War and the Korean War. When the men were gone, they was able to benefit from the government trying to take care of it. And that was really the plan, was to get them past the Vietnam War and the Korean War, actually Vietnam quote unquote war. But for some reason, I think the white church was spent more time encouraging white women to get a husband instead of staying on the government assistance, while the black church didn't really do that. I don't think they encouraged Black women to get off of the assistance as quickly. Even though statistically there's more white people getting government assistance than Black people, obviously, right? Obviously, just from the numbers, right? But population numbers. But I think that they encouraged, especially the Bible Belt part of the country, even though you poor, they was like, don't be like them Negroes. They just taking everything from the government. They don't give nothing back. Even though we gave everything we had to this government, right? Built the buildings, built their trains, built their roads, built their buildings, built everything, man, cleared their land. Made them the richest country in the world, right? At one point. Okay, let's see what else we got going on here. All right, let's do this, man. Let's do this. Let's continue because I gotta get to Jesse Lee Peterson because Jesse Peterson says white people. He didn't even say Asians. He said white people are we need more white children because white people are the only people that are creative. Everybody else is destructive, according to Jesse Lee Peterson. All right, let's get to it.
Gotta take care of our baby doll. Our baby doll. We gotta take care of her. I love me some Crimson. If I wasn't married, I'd be flying Crimson out to make sure I get her a ring. Rita, no, that ain't no slight. That's a compliment to her. If I wasn't married, I said, let me get me a Crimson.
That ain't no slight, right?
Out here. You know what I'm saying? Royalty, queen. Let's continue. But we got to replay this part, though. Hold on.
To not breathe.
I'm coming back to the super chats, y'all. I promise.
You can put an IUD in. A copper IUD is effective for 10 years. It's inert.
Have you ever walked in a grocery store and seen a lady with a bonnet on her head with 8 kids walking behind her? You think that she's being responsible? You think that she's
look at him? Wait. Did y'all see his face? Why he act like he's seen a ghost? Why he act like he's seen a
10
ghost?
10 years. It's inert.
Have you ever walked in a grocery store and seen a?
Look at Jesse Lee looking at me like, Anton, don't you do it to him. Jesse hit me up in the email too, but we ain't gonna talk about that. We're gonna get there later. Jesse looking at me like, Jesse and his producers.
Lady with a bonnet on her head with 8 kids walking behind her. You think that she's being?
Look at that man. He looked like he's seen it go. Don't you, sir, stare at me in my eyes and stop looking down. Stop looking down at the gold rolly on. Don't look at my watch. You look at me. I'm talking to you in your face.
Responsible? You think that she's really taking into consideration what she's supposed to do responsibly? You think that she's not on Section 8 housing? You don't think that we paying for her to house her kids who's probably going to grow up and steal my wheels off my car?
Did you hear that? He said that basically, woman that has multiple children, those children are going to grow up to take the wheels off his car. This is him. This out his own mouth, right? This him saying this on national TV. So this is a man on national TV talking about women in the hood. Not even in the hood. I think he said he went to a grocery store, a Kroger, right? But I thought he only goes to rich stores, but he said he went to Kroger. You got all this money and you going to Kroger? Well, okay. All right. All right. You heard him out of his own mouth. Let's continue, y'all. Let's continue.
Yeah, I mean, it's reality. I'm not here to tell people what they want to hear. I'm here to tell the truth.
How did we get to the wheels on you?
Because the people that are having kids are some of the worst in society. And when you put them in an environment and they have to be raised without the resources in order for them to be able to thrive, often at times they become the ones that we have to take care of.
And I talked to Doc. I said, and I gave him, often at times it becomes the one we got to take care of. Who you talking to, Doc?
This is African culture. African culture, our culture, where we come from, we in particular, where we come from, we take care of the tribe. We take care of everybody. We just take care of people that's not doing as well as us, right? Old woman in the hut. Her hut is at the end of at the edge of the village. We just take her food. Everybody just takes her some food every day, right? That's what we did. We didn't learn how to be a savage till we got here. This is where you picked up that knowledge of being a savage here. What is a savage? A savage is a person that has lost the knowledge of himself and is living a beast life. What? It's a person that lost the knowledge. Did you lose the knowledge of yourself? You lost the knowledge of yourself. You don't even know who you are. I call you Anton Daniels. That ain't your name. That's your slave name. Right? That's the name you got out through slavery. But you don't know who you are. You've been hit over the head. You've been hit on the head. You got amnesia. You don't know who you are. You forgot. We used to take care of people. Poor people. People that wasn't doing so good. The elderly. Where we come from, that's natural. It's only this place in Europe that you don't take care of poor people. We always took care of poor people. Always. But now we gotta live like the one who kidnapped us. We gotta live like the one who abducted us. He taught us his way. And so now we got not only his way, but his mentality. And we put on his raiment. And we say, I am exactly like him. I'm like my master. I'm like my master. I'm just as good as my master. I got clothes just like my master. And I can walk into any one of my master's big banks. And I can put my money with my master. I can wear the shoes my master wears. I can wear the watches that my master wears. I can wear the robes my master wears. How you know you can wear them? Because I make sure my master's name is on all my stuff. That's how you know I'm legit, because my master's name is on this robe. My master's name is on these shoes. My master's name is on these watches. My master's name is on these colognes. My master's name is on these clothes I got. So you left on the side of the road. You've been left on the side of the road. Who can help you? Right? The priest see you, but he walk on by. Why? 'Cause, man, helping you ain't expedient. You ain't gonna have no mega church helping black men. You got to support black women and not and wiggle around telling them what they want to hear. Because if you do, you find out like TD Jakes, man. You tell them what they need to hear, and they will bolt from you. So business-wise, you can't do it. Business-wise, you can't do it. Shout out to my brother Bolo. So the priest got to walk by you. Black man got to walk by you. The Levite, that's the rich person. The rich person got to walk by you. Why? Because you're just a bother. Right? Shouldn't be having no kids because you ain't making enough money like me. See? I wear my master's clothes. See? You respect me like my master. I'm going to tell you how to get your master to respect you. You do like me, and your master will respect you. You mean I don't have to be a good person? I don't have to be a person? Do I need a wicked person to respect me? Do I need them to look up to me? All I need them to do is respect me in my presence. You don't respect me in my presence, then we're going to have a problem. I don't need his respect. I got to put on all this cologne and all these clothes and these shoes so that they can look at me and say, ooh, he's a good one. He's a good one. Right? Cat like Dr. Phil. Right? I'm just an old country boy, but boy, Anton, you a good one. You sure are a good one. I can smell your cologne from here. Hey man, ain't no sight on Anton, man. But I mean, I just say the thinking process of why we got to get this approval from these people. We need to get our approval from God. That's what we gonna get our. That's what we gonna get our approval from. That's what we need to get our approval from. But we working for their approval, right? We working for their approval. As long as you fit into what they're saying, come right in. Come on, come right in, right? Just like Kyrie Irving found Kanye West, come right in, come right in. But when God gets behind you, God gets in your backbone. You say, no, nigga, I ain't doing that. I'm a grown-ass man. I'm the black man. I'm the Asiatic black man. I've been here since here was here. You just got here. How you telling me where I'm going to go and what I'm going to do? When you start doing that, oh, man. Oh, man. They say, hey, you not from among our party. You from among that other party, right? You from among that party. You got to go. Wait, man, but hey, when y'all get done with me, when I get done, everything I said, go to Bolo, because Bolo's gonna correct everything I said when I the scripturally. He's gonna fix it for me, right? Because I'm not as smooth as him, right? I'm the great paraphraser, right? But if you really want to know how these scriptures really go to Bolo TV. Shout out to Bolo TV. If you haven't already subscribed, go on over and subscribe to Bolo TV. Huh? So they told Jesus, they said, hey, Jesus said, you of your father the devil. Once he recognized what they were talking about, he said, hey, you of your father the devil. You of your father the devil. They said, no. We love God. We love God. We love God. That's what we love. He said, why you got a problem with me? You say you love God, and God sent me. How you going to have a problem with me and say you love God when God sent me? Does not compute. Does not compute, right? They had him come back for that one, right? Paraphrasing, right? But go get the real from Bolo. Bolo, what did Clarence say? Yeah, give us the real context. Give us the real scripture. Give us the real. Oh man. No, brothers and sisters, we gotta check these people out, man. Do I think Anton Daniels is a bad guy? No, I don't. I actually think he's a very intelligent guy, man. Very smart guy. So I have nothing against him personally or nothing like that. He's been on my show a couple of different times. I've been over there on the mothership a couple of different times. That had nothing to do with him personally. This has nothing to do with him personally. It's his position, right? We're two black men. We have differences of opinion on how to handle this situation that he's talking about. That's all. Anton, they're over there saying they hate you, and you gotta go over there, Anton, right now, because they say they hate you right now. No, you don't. And he'll catch this on the replay. Or he might come in and chop it up for a minute. Who knows? Who knows? All right, but anyway, we got to get to Jesse Lee Peterson, y'all. We 2 hours in already, man, and we still haven't gotten to Jesse Peterson yet. Just called him and talk about it. Intellectual soapbox. I let him know that I was doing it, but I don't have his number like that. I got his email, but I don't have his number like that. But so I don't, you know what I'm saying? I'm not that, I'm connected, but not that connected. But, hey, he can come in. I'll let him know, hey, I'm doing the show. I invite you to come on over, man. If you want to come over and talk about it, come on. So it's on him, brother. He might be spending the evening with his family. Say, man, you know what? I know Clarence ain't going to attack me personally. So I just watch it on the replay. Because, I would never attack him personally. He knows that. At least I would imagine he knows that. Shout out to GQ Buys, by the way. He said salute from his side. All right, y'all. So let's get back into Anton because we got to get to Jesse Peterson. Holy smokes.
I articulated my point, and I looked him in the eyes to help him to understand that I'm serious about this. I'm serious about this, Doc. Often at times they become the ones that we have to take care of. And I'm tired of taking care of these kids. That ain't mine. You asking me to be Boyce Watkins every single day of my life because I have to donate my tax dollars and my resources and continue to have these conversations every single day because we're breeding monsters? And I looked him in his eye like, you understand what I'm saying, Doc? I tried to spare him. I'm gonna be honest.
All right, y'all. Let's do a quick mathematics. Let's do it by the numbers. If we were to go by race and say who is doing the most killing, who is doing the most crime, who's doing the most crime? By race. Absolutely. Now, here's where things are going to get sticky. Because you can't get arrest numbers. What you can get is conviction numbers. White people are going to get arrested more because they do more crime because they're a major portion of the population. They're over half of the population. So their crime numbers are going to be higher. However, the reason why their conviction rates are lower is because of the systematic racism that is inherent in the current justice system. The biases that are in there, right? Because see, they take these black dudes from the streets, right? It might be a white person. They might be come from, Okie-doke, Kentucky, right? But they'll look out for him more than they'll look out for a dude from the streets of Harlem, St. Louis, Detroit, Atlanta, Phoenix, Milwaukee, right? New Jersey, Miami, LA, Compton, Sacktown, right? Modesto. So black people get convicted more because they get pled into these situations. They plead them into it. Well, we got to get some wins. Here you go. Here's a black dude. He ain't got no lawyer. His mama ain't even here with him today. He got nobody. He got nobody. He ain't even got enough sense to call on God to help him. And if he do, he call on God in a way to try to manipulate God. Because he just don't know how. He just don't know no better. Here you go. You're running in the Victim Olympics. You're running in the Victim Olympics. Gold medal. We need white babies, David. Shout out to David Williams in the house. Oh, hold on. Oh, hold on. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. We got to get to Jesse Lee. Jesse Lee. Anton is the appetizer, bro. We got to get to Jesse Lee Peterson. How long we go? Okay, here we go. We're not that far away from Jesse Lee. Let's get to it.
Let's bring the magic back to gifting.
Bring the magic back to gifting with Groupon.
Introducing the first ever Sierra EV Denali. It is the Denali of EVs.
We both getting money, Doc, but let me help you to understand something. I'm a black man from Detroit. I got to give you the reality. Don't throw him a lifeline, Doc.
Get to the wheels on you.
Because the people that are having kids are some of the worst in society. And when you put them in an environment.
Don't raise your hand, Jesse. I'm cooking over here.
And they have to be raised without the resources in order for them to be able to thrive. Often at times, they become the ones that we have to take care of.
Look how I looked at him.
What am I missing, man? What am I missing? Did he do something? I mean, he looking at the dude. He made his point and he looked at him. When did you become a tough guy just looking at a white dude? Am I missing something? Anton, if you're out there, man, I'm confused, man. Can you come and help us? We're trying to figure this thing out, man. We're really trying to figure these things out. Give you your props for getting your behind onto what's his name, Dr. Phil. Shout out to you for doing that, man. That's a great accomplishment. Much respect for that. But your position, man, holy smokes. But you're right what you said up here, Patrice. They are black people, 13% of the population, yet we are in 50% of the prison. And why? Why? Because, man, we are more likely to be just run over by this system, man, right? Because of biases, personal biases that the people that actually work in the system have. I got to get some W's today. Okay, well, the white cases, maybe I could work those, right? Maybe the judge will have some mercy on them. But the black ones, these niggas ain't going to be nothing no way. Hey, let's just run them through here, right? You're going to plead guilty, but you're going home today. I am? Yeah. But I'm going to have a felony on my record. But that's okay. That's okay. But you're going home. See, you're going home today. They don't tell them, man, hey, the ramifications of having that felony. We should fight it. But do you think what some of these public defenders that got hundreds of cases, you think they want to just take the time? If they can just plead a dude out and then it helps their own personal career? Yeah, I'm going to throw you this out of you, but I'm going to plead this dude out. So remember me. Remember me when you become a judge. Remember me. I'll remember you. I'm going to help you pad your numbers right now. Okay. They work together, man. What do you think they're doing when they go in those everybody meet me in my quarters? They go in there and decide who's going to win and who's going to lose. The judge come out and say, okay, this is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to do it. And you're going to plead that dude out, and then you're going to do this. And that's how it's going to go. You're going to get the W, you're going to get the L, but we'll see each other later down the road. And you remember this person because they took it for you. They took one for the team. When it comes to us, when the white boys, they go in there, they say, oh, okay, this guy might have a family one day. He just made a mistake, Your Honor. He was just sitting in the car with him. He didn't know no better. His father wasn't there. Oh, that matters then. Oh, that matters then. It just don't matter with us, right? No, B, he didn't ever talk about how wealthy people invest in stocks as a fight to build more. No. That's what we're going to get to. We're going to get to that. All right, let's get to it, Anton.
Tell you, Doc, the Kia boys don't care nothing about how you feel. If y'all know who the Kia boys is, y'all let me know if y'all know who the Kia. Y'all know who the Kia boys is? Kia boys is out here stealing, wheeling, and destroying. Stealing, killing, and destroying. And they was raised by single mothers. Every last one of the Kia boys was raised was single mothers who decided that it was their right to have kids. And now the Kia boys is out here terrorizing these motherfuckers. Kia boys don't care nothing about you. They out here running rampant. Rampant. I had to give Dr. Phil a reality check. Listen, don't let these glasses and this Rolex fool you. Don't let these glasses and this Rolex fool you. I came here to have a conversation.
whether it be the prisons that we built for them or the social services that we have.
Look at Dr. Phil looking at me. He like, I've never seen such a man. Hoppo, who is this nigga?
I think I had enough of this. I think I had enough of
this
Anton.
nigga talking to me? Bro,
I don't. Recordings just got better. Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so excited to announce that
I don't got no shake in my hands. See my hand? It's smooth. It ain't a shake in my hand. I don't have no shake in my hand whatsoever. I'm not starstruck. I've been around y'all tight. I'm gonna read the super. I'm coming to the super chats. Y'all keep them coming. I've been around y'all tight. Ain't no shake in my hands. It's all smoke. And where there's smoke is fire.
Whether it be the prisons that we built for them or the social services that we have to create for them, and they do not become more educated and do things differently, they breed more. That's what happens.
I disagree with all this crap that I hear. I grew up with 6 brothers.
Man, come on, man. We got Jesse on our side. We got the closeted, gay-hating, gay preacher on our side. Ay, ay, ay. That's what we got on our side. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, let's go.
Shout out to Jesse Lee.
A time when, I grew up on a plantation in Alabama, and we grew up in a little hut house, bathroom outside. And my family raised an amazing family, children. But what the difference was then than it is now is that before you had babies, you got married. So you have
I already had broke Dr. Phil down already in a negative state by the time that I got with him. And then Jesse Lee Peterson wanted to pile on top of him. So I had already did the hard work. I went in with the infantry. I mowed down everybody that was in front of us. And now Jesse Lee want to come in with the artillery. Okay, Jess. Well, let's hear what you got to say. They did cut a lot of what Jesse said out because Jesse, he started going off the rails and talking about a bunch of other stuff that wasn't relevant to the show. But Jesse was in there doing what Jesse does.
Father and the mother in the home. And while the father was out earning a living, the mother was watching over his children. And so you were able to raise decent children. We didn't have government in our lives at the time. And so we were able to do that. And in America, we were not allowed all these illegal aliens and refugees to come into our country. So our government were not taking care of folks from other parts of the world.
He's right.
And the families
He's right.
in America. We took care of ourselves.
I think you
look at her. They like look, who is?
Am I crazy? Am I crazy? Did they take the Italians in New York? Matter of fact, illegal aliens, the Italians came over, and you know what they used to call the Italians? They used to call them WOPs. W-O-P, WOPs. What does WOP mean? Without papers. They come over, they don't even have no, what's your name? Well, okay, we're going to call you Cartier. Next. And they give them housing, they gave them food, they gave them everything. Did they take the Irish in the Great Potato Famine? Come on and talk black to me. Did they take the Irish? I guess he wasn't taking no illegal aliens. Did they take the Irish? Did they take the Jews from running from Nazi Germany? Come on and talk black to me. Because maybe I heard him wrong. Maybe I heard this man wrong. Did they take? They took the Italians. They took the where they always got the door open for the English. Almost any European can come over here. paper, sight unseen. Come on. Legal, illegal, come on. We got you. Right? Come on, man, because see, people be saying, oh man, they say stuff and then nobody don't check them. This man just said that back in the day they didn't take illegal aliens. They took so many Italians, they called them wops. They used to call them wops. Without papers. Coming over here with nothing except the clothes on their back. And they give them housing, they gave them food, they gave them school. Huh? Oh, I'm lying, right? Jesse Lee Peterson is telling the truth. Oh, okay, go back and see at what point did they stop Italians from coming in. Tell me what point that they stopped Irish coming in. Tell me what point they stopped English people coming in. Tell me what point they stopped the French from coming in. Tell me what point when they stopped the Jews from coming in. That was easily debunked. He was easily debunked on that one. Okay, we're gonna move on, y'all. Oh, it gets better.
2 black men that's coming in here with size 17 shoes.
Shout out to Blaze Brown, by the way. Shout out to Charles Keys.
Pretty much pissed off everybody. But you said there's not anything you've heard that you don't think is crap. So what do you think? You said what you don't think. What do you think?
I know that we need to restore the family. We need a smaller government because government don't make anything work. They screw you up. We need to stop taking care of women who are having these babies out of wedlock. We need to stop taking care of these women who are coming from other countries. We need to stop taking care of their babies.
Jesse Lee Peterson came in with a 50 cal mowing people down right after I did the hard labor. This is a tag team back again. Check the record. Let's begin.
Okay. Okay. We'll see what you and Jesse got to
We need
say.
to take care of American families first by getting them away from the government and restoring order.
Okay, you're a pastor, right?
Yes.
And you're a radio host?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you believe white people should have more children?
We definitely need white babies. And I try.
Oh,
wait. I know what you're saying. You're saying, Clarence, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with white people having babies, right? All of us should be able to have babies. Whoever wants to have babies should have babies, right? Hold on to your hats. Jesse just getting warmed up. Hold on to your hats.
Nah, you're going to have to put some respect on his name because Jesse is the same no matter where it is that he is. Jesse is consistent no matter what. He called Trump the great white hope. He said, listen, we need more white babies. Jesse Lee Peterson is the funniest dude that I've seen on the internet, bar none.
At the idea that white babies, that the white group is going down in numbers, because if you lose white folks, America, it's over for America. Because if you notice, white people tend to be more innovative. They're more creative. They have ideas about things. All these other races don't do nothing but destroy.
Hey,
Hey! Did you hear what that man just said? I'm just trying to get y'all to understand that. Did you hear what this man said? This man got a radio program, a YouTube page, and he got a house out here in California where he takes drug addicts and puts them in there and tests their proclivities to homosexuality by putting their pants down and touching their penises. Sorry, y'all. Touching their private areas. Come on, man. Come on. See, I'm the bad, but I'm the rogue. I'm the rag, right? I'm the bad guy, right? All I'm doing is saying, hey man, let's just be good to each other. Let's just be righteous. Now you heard what the man said. This ain't me. I ain't putting nothing on what he said. He just said that we need white babies, not because white people should have the ability to procreate themselves as a natural, as a normal human being. No, that's not the reason. The reason we need more white babies is because they're the only innovative and thinking babies out there. They're the only thinking people. Everybody else destroys everything, right? Find me the black person that fired one of those missiles in the Ukrainian war situation right now. Maybe you ought to bring those white people in, Jesse, and have a little huddle up with them, because they ain't running with the program. Maybe you need to go over to Ireland and go over to England. Man, it ain't so. Talk about people murking each other. Holy smokes! Ever heard of the IRA? The Irish Republican Army? Them cats ain't no joke. When it comes to murking, those cats ain't no joke. And they murking white people out there. Let's play it again. Y'all think I doctored the tape, right? Y'all think I doctored this thing. I ain't doctored it. I'm gonna play it back for you. I'm gonna play it back.
And I try.
Listen,
taking care of women who are having these babies out of wedlock. We need to stop taking care of these women who are coming from other countries. We need to stop taking care of their babies.
Jesse Lee Peterson came in with a 50 cal mowing people down right after I did the hard labor. This is a tag team back again. Check the record. Let's begin. Party on, puppy people.
We need to take care of American families first by getting them away from the government and restoring order.
Okay, you're a pastor, right?
Yes.
And you're a radio host?
Yes.
Okay, and you said you believe white people should have more children?
We definitely need white babies. And I try.
He said we definitely need white babies. Anything wrong with that? Anything wrong with that? So far, so good. Everybody should have they should have the human right to procreate, right? As long as they're not going to hurt anyone else, they should have the right to procreate, right? Here's where the kicker's coming. Hey, everybody, strap in again, right? Remember what they told you on when they told you get on them rides at Magic Mountain? They said keep your hands in the car, keep your hands in the vehicle. All right, y'all, strap in, keep your hands in the vehicle, because here we go again.
Listen, whether you agree with Jesse Lee Peterson or not, you're going to have to put some respect on his name, because Jesse is the same no matter where it is that he is. Jesse is consistent no matter what. He called Trump the great white hope. He said, listen, we need more white babies. Jesse Lee Peterson is the funniest dude that I've seen on the internet. Bart.
No, yeah, he's about as funny as a train wreck.
White babies, that the white group is going down in numbers, because if you lose white folks, America, it's over for America. Because if you notice, white people tend to be more innovative. They're more creative. They have ideas about things. All these other races don't do nothing but destroy.
Hey, listen. Now, me and Jesse Lee Peterson, we draw a line in the sand on that part.
I think don't try to run now. You were just big upping him. Don't try to run now. Don't try to let his hand go now. You were just dancing through the tulips with this man, right? The gay, anti-gay preacher, right? The gay, anti-gay preacher, you were just with him. You were just holding hands, trolloping through the tulips, brother, eh? Come on now. Come on now. Me and Jesse, we was hit him like 1, 2, bang, bang. But now, now you see what this dude is about for real. For real. And you don't even see yourself. You just as crazy. You just as crazy, man. You just as crazy. Well, I would say you just as crazy, but you crazy in the same line of thinking. Maybe not as far on the edge of the, as far out on the pier as him. Jesse is all the way out on the pier, way out there, man. A complete hypocrite. I'm anti-gay, but I'm having these gay relationships. Oh, okay. Clarence, how can you say that about Jesse Lee? Shout out to Farida. Jesse Lee, how can you say that about Jesse Lee? How can you say that about Jesse Lee? Oh, how can I say it? Oh, okay. Okay. Because y'all know me, man. Y'all know me. I don't come up here talking about people, man, without having a we go to the source, man.
A good 10 years until I learned what Jesse was really about. This was before the homo predation stuff. I learned that Jesse really wasn't what he was saying, free of sin and anger and all that. I saw it for my own eyes, so I stood up to him, and there was a whole deal, about that. So.
Wow. Okay, so there is a lot to unlock here. So, which of you actually met Jesse?
Shout out to you. Have no idea.
You know what? I get the feeling. But which of you met Jesse first?
I think I did. I don't know. My memory of stuff, timeline wise, I can't really give dates to things. So okay. I would think I knew it before Fabian, though.
Okay. And so I guess step one, the thing that most people are concerned about and curious about that they're saying is not true is the homosexual part of things. Now, from the outside, I'm looking at him and saying, okay, well, if you're a religious fella, I think it makes perfect sense that you would be married, you would have a wife, and show an example of the kind of, Christian marriage that you are promoting and telling people not to have intercourse until they get married. And so is it correct that Jesse has been single for all these years, or what's the deal with that?
That is correct. He was engaged at least once that I know of, maybe more, because I don't remember so much about the stories he would tell of his early life, but I think it was once, probably twice. And the one of them was a woman who really admired him a lot, and she hung around a long time trying to wait. They broke up the engagement, but she still hung around a long time waiting for something to happen, but it didn't.
Got you. So have you known of any women that he's been involved with?
Do I know of any other men of the church?
Yeah, like women that he's been carnally involved with, because it sounds as though like if you've known him for 30 years, and you've only
I don't know of any of women he was carnally involved with. Our gripe is that as a pastor who said, I do not sin, I do not have any anger, and I haven't had sex in 31 years, right? Wow. And that used to be his calling card. Mm-hmm. And how he would call out other pastors, well, do you still sin? And that kind of thing. Well, I don't, and so I bought into all that.
So why to you would it be an alluring message for an adult male to say he has?
Because I want to be a man who does not sin, who is not like a freak for sex,
Passed away, Roy Masters, and he kind of taken on his teachings, but he's.
After 3 or 4 rounds, they're really nice people. You see all that fight has been taken out of them. So let me recommend 2 things. One, you introspect, find out what is the source of this short temper. And then number 2, you go ahead and get in that boxing gym and, let me know how angry you
No.
You had faith in him.
Yeah. When Patrick blew the lid off Patrick Rooney's man who used to work for him for many years, blew the lid off of everything. Then I thought, oh, I see. He was trying to groom me.
And that's a common thread. He asked me if I was a homosexual too, way back when I first
More than just ask. He tries to actually entice you into having sex with him.
Yes, but with me, he didn't have that open, that open door. And because I had previously been a homosexual when I was younger, tried to molest me and I didn't let him. So I think the spirit in Jesse saw that he didn't have an open door, but he tried.
He damn sure tried. That's a pity.
Live.
Jamal is back again. He said, for those who don't know how to send intuition.
Hey, shout out to Jamal. Shout out to folks supporting the work. I mean, we have these gentlemen here willing to share their story on a very timely topic. So thank you very much to those who respect our time. And, you know, Martin, you really spoke of truth when you noted that a lot of these folks who engage in homosexual behavior today, whether they call it a lifestyle or what have you, it's often rooted from a sexual trauma that occurred in their childhood.
Correct.
Now, the thing that I found to be peculiar about Jesse is, like, you know, I like to help young men and women as well, but I don't want to live with.
Similar questions when preying on a young man in 2017.
To discover that you have some gay tendencies is a fine thing.
Wow.
Because then you don't have to be so confused. Right. Do you feel less confused? Do you? Yeah.
After Jesse discovered Rooney's same-sex attraction, his relationship with Jesse was taken to the next level. Bit by bit, Jesse began edging him closer and closer.
Edging. Edging is a crazy term. If you guys don't know what edging is, it's basically...
Once he moved up there to do the show, we stayed in the same house. Jesse would kind of do some things, kind of horseplay and stuff like that with me. And
grown men horseplaying is a little...
Yikes! Yikes! Oh, man. Yikes! Horseplaying? Horseplaying? I ain't horseplaying with nobody but my wife, bro. Ay, ay, ay. Horseplaying? Holy smokes. Ay, ay, ay. Right? Ay, 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 man. This is. Man, this dude right here had about a 30-year. He said he had a 30-year sexual relationship with Jesse Lee Peterson. Holy smokes! Oh, you gonna hear it out of his own mouth? Ay, ay, ay. You know, this kind of stuff puts me in the. It puts me in the mood, man, where I gotta go. Randy Macho Man Savage. Let me tell you, McMahon, you're not going to take me into the hotel room. You're not going to pull my pants down, man. It's Randy Macho Man Savage. All right, y'all. Y'all made me want to do it. Y'all made me do it, man. Y'all made me do it. I didn't want to do it, but maybe Jesse Lee Peterson needs some inspiration. Let's inspire Jesse Lee Peterson, man. Let's give him some inspiration, man. I mean, because, man, you know what? It's hard out here, man. Especially when you're trying to be something and then you're really not that, but you're trying to be that and you're not that, but you gotta do it, man. We gotta do it. Let's give Jesse Lee some inspiration.
Tonight has set you free. Yes, sir. Turn around and tell those people. Tell them. I'm not gay no more.
I'm not gay
I
no
am
more.
delivered.
I'm delivered.
I don't like men no more.
I don't like men no more.
I like women.
Women.
I'm not gay.
I'm not gay.
I would not date a man. I would not carry a purse. I would not put on makeup. I will love a women. Now listen, y'all praise God with him. Hold on, wait a minute. Somebody believe God with him.
Wait, Bob. That's Bob Bryant. Wait, Bob Bryant. Wait. right, y'all. Let's get back to Jesse Lee, man. I got to break it up for y'all every now and then, man, because it's just so sad, man. It's really not even funny, man. But this is Patrick Rooney. Patrick Rooney was one of the guys living in Jesse Lee's, what they call group home slash, victim space where he would victimize these guys. Anyway, and so this is the dude that was with him for 30 years. They used to get down like like wine. So he's gonna tell the story.
Crazy if you have regular jobs. Now, athletes and all that kind of stuff, they're still when you're playing life, that's gay as fuck.
Like an accidental thing. He would kind of do it, and then I even mentioned it, like, what's that or whatever. He would kind of play around and joke about it.
Fast forward to 2005, and Jesse was ready to make his final.
Okay. So this dude's talking about Jesse wrestling with him and having erections, rubbing his erections all over him. And the guy, instead of the guy saying, "What the F is going on here?" the guy is like, "Oh, what's that? What's that?" Right? Ay. But we just going into Jesse's background real quick, man. We just going into, this ain't even his background, man. This all happened this year. So this all came out this year, rather, I should say. All came out this year. Okay, let's finish up real quick here.
We did a conference with them called Moral Reconstruction, which is kind of ironic now that we're sitting here talking about something else. It's called Moral Reconstruction. We did that. That first conference was, I believe, in 2005. And we did a follow-up conference in 2006 with them as well. And I went with Jesse to Washington, D.C. For this conference. I was a fundraiser at the time. And so we did fundraising, and I was part of the conference. While we were at the conference, we stayed in Virginia, near D.C. So we were sitting on the bed together, and all of a sudden he turned to me, just
sitting on the bed in a hotel with another man is crazy. Like, I could understand if it's spring break and, y'all are all like sharing a hotel. That I get that. But if y'all are grown people, you got your own bank accounts. Why not just get 2 separate rooms?
looked at me, and he said, "What do you want to do? What do you want to do?" And he said it in a tone that was really insistent, and I'd never seen this tone from him before. It was like kind of scary. It kind of scared me.
And this is the whole ass shit that I don't like. My nigga, you're gay too, bruh. You're gay too. You let another nigga fuck you. You're gay. So him talking about, oh, it was scary. Nigga, it's a grown ass man. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, it's scary. What? If you want, like, there's no way this, like, bruh, scary. Come on, G.
Like, what? What do you want to do? I knew what he meant, and then I told him, well, okay. And at first I'm scared, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm playing along here. It kind of threw me off my game, I guess, in a way. I think later I realized that's kind of something that people do sometimes. It's like the devil works in a certain way.
What? Isn't this man married? Have you fucked a bitch before? Like, honestly, nowadays I'm just like, shit, what you want? Like, what you trying to do? Like, you keeping it straight up.
Off your normal game. Way by intimidating you. It throws you off your normal game. And so he said, what do you want to do? And he's like, okay, I'm scared. And then I told him what I want to do. I mentioned sex acts, that he knew about that I had already.
What did you say? And he said he already knew about the acts that he wanted. This is different. So him saying he's scared was some weak ass shit. I just think that was some punk ass shit.
What I want to do. I mentioned sex acts, that he knew about that I had already talked to him about that I was interested in.
So y'all already talked about fucking, and then when he approached you to fuck, you were scared. That's why I said it's like, it's some bitch made ass shit, because a lot of women do this.
I'm here on the corner of MLK and Frederick Douglass, where
And next thing you know, he's ripping his clothes off and coming at me, basically.
Ouch! 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 Holy smokes! All of you, I'm gonna do something to y'all. Y'all gonna be mad at me, but you'll forget it in the morning. You go and have a good drink of something good, man. But right now, just imagine Jesse Lee Peterson ripping off his clothes and coming at you. Yikes! Yikes! Ay, ay, ay. Okay, so all I want to do is lay down the kind of dude Jesse Lee Peterson is, obviously, right? All right, so this is proven. By the way, Patrick Rooney, the guy that was in this, video, he was married, had a son, had to sit his wife down, he had to sit his son down and tell his wife and his son that he'd been living a lie for 30 years. Yikes. Yikes. But hey, Blaze, shout out to Blaze for being in the building, by the way. But Blaze, I already did a video on this. If you go into my catalog, I already did a video going through all of this stuff, man. I went through all of this stuff, man. I went through it all, man. And not to be, just Jesse, just say it, man. Just say, hey, I'm homosexual. Just say it. I'm struggling to try to not be a homosexual. Just say it. Don't be out here saying that you're not homosexual, and then you got guys, multiple men coming out here saying that you're giving them the wiener test. Come on, dog. Be just be straight up. See, I can tell you, man. I used to be a fiend. I used to be an absolute nincompoop, man. I was a dirtbag. Not all the way, but I mean, I definitely didn't have. I was so possessed by evil spirits that I couldn't forge ahead in a productive way. I only had the looks of a productive. I had to wait until I was able to let God come in and remove those things from me, right? But I'm being upfront with you. I'm not. If you go back in my history, you'll find a bunch of different stuff. But fortunately, I was able to learn from that, man. God delivered me from a lot of stuff, right? But ain't none of us perfect. We all got mistakes behind us. We all got skeletons in the closet. So ain't none of us out here. I'm not talking about Jesse like I ain't got nothing to be ashamed of. I'm just gonna be honest. I'm just gonna tell you up front. But what I'm not gonna do is sit up here and say and talk to you like I came out of the sky with chicken wings on my back. Oh, right? I'm not gonna sit here and say I came down out of the sky. Oh man, I used to be a dusty, bro. How you think I got all these? How you think I got all these knots on the top of my head, man? How you think I got all of the education I got? I got a lot of it from just being smart enough to learn, but not wise enough to learn from other people. And the mercy of the God of the universe having mercy on me, brother. That's what happened, man. So I got to pay it forward. So when you see me extending my hand out to people that the average person would say, that's a reprobate, throw him back. He's no good. Why even waste time on him? I was that person. I was Lazarus. But Lazarus forgot. When they was pushing Jesus and making Jesus carry that cross up that hill. All the people that he fed, all the people that he did stuff for, they act like they didn't even see him. They didn't speak out. I'm not Lazarus, man. I'm going to tell you the truth, brother, because I love you too much. And I want you to see that if God got the power to change a wretch like me, what can he do for you? What can he do for all of us? Be easy, say, brother Class, you used to be a dusty? Glad to change, brother. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, I did, man. So I know what it's like to be dusty, man. I know what it's like to be possessed. This dude is possessed. But anyway, Patrice said, well, Claire, is the difference in you preaching one thing and living another. That's my point, Patrice. That's my point. See, I would never come out here and tell y'all, hey, I'm perfect. I never made a mistake. I never did anything. Y'all need to listen to me. Let's talk to Better Dusty Life. You believe that, man? Period. Patrice, period. By the way, y'all, Patrice got a show tomorrow. It's coming on Knowledge and Relationships, 2 p.m. Pacific. So you check your time zone and see what time that is. So tomorrow morning I'm gonna do another show tomorrow morning, but we're gonna cut it short. And then we're gonna bring because we got to run over to Patrice. Got to go after we get done here. We got to run over to support Patrice. All right, y'all. So let's get back to Jesse Lee Peterson, and this is Jesse Lee on the Dr. Phil Show, the anti-gay gay pastor.
Many inventions that were made by Black people. It's too many different things that we do creatively, and not even just Black people. It's just people all over the globe from different. I don't know if Jesse was just being shock factor or what. I know that this is what.
No, he's not. He wasn't. He honestly believes that.
Yes, it's the words Ritos Auto Square says to more people who need expert service for their car.
Was hilarious.
They don't build,
But
they
he's
destroy.
wrong. He's wrong. I said you'd piss off everybody. I was wrong. Now you piss off everybody.
My name is Jenny. My husband and I currently have 4 children, and I'm currently pregnant with baby number 5. This is an extra special pregnancy.
Now, let me tell you about Jenny. Jenny, if y'all ever watch Forrest Gump, Jenny comes from privilege, right? And Jenny is going to come in and give us her. She thought that she was going to come in and get a round of applause, and everybody was going to. No, let's substantiate her argument. Look at all of the claps. I asked her, I said, how old are you?
So you're 31, right? I've been mentoring young guys since I was 18, from the ages of 14 through 24.
You said you was broke. How did you mentored guys how to be broke? The math ain't mathing, brother Anton, but I understand you're on TV and can't nobody quick check you right there. But come on, bro. You gotta stick to what you said on your show. You said you spent a time where you was broke. How was you counseling men when you was broke? Or was you counseling men when you was broke? Or was you counseling men? And who are these people you counseling? You talking about talking to your nephews? That's counseling. Oh, that counts. Oh, I've been counseling people for 30 years then. My oldest boy is 26, about to be 27. I've been counseling people for 27 years. Yeah. See y'all how y'all see if you ain't paying attention, man, these dudes can play with the words with you, man. They can play with the words with you, man. This is some Sam Bankman-Fried stuff right here, man. I'm saying something, but I ain't saying it, but I'm leaving enough vagueness there so that you can't call me on it. But I'm addressing it, sort of, right? All right, let's continue.
I grew up in the inner city of Detroit, right? Crack house directly across from my house.
Talk to her.
Crackheads jumping out of the window.
Talk to them.
All I see right now is the Victim Olympics.
Can I get a round of applause in the chat for hitting them with the Victim Olympics? I had to find them.
What's the Victim Olympics? Can we get a definition? Anton, if you're out there, can you come over here and give us a definition, a working definition of the Victim Olympics? Right? Because I tend to agree with Be Easy. When white folks need help, it's a subsidy. Right? They're not in the Victim Olympics. They just need a helping hand. Right? When black folks need help, they want welfare and super huge government. Right? Right? I don't get it, man. I'm scratching my head. I'm scratching my head. If you was in welfare, you would kill white people. White people are the most ones on welfare. Government assistance. That's what they call it when white people on it. Government assistance. Right? These farmers are starved to death. Right? You better get a good working car. These airlines will go out of business. The Chinese will come over and buy them all. That's why the government got to keep them in. The government got to keep paying them. The government got to keep bailing them out, man. If they don't bail them out, the Chinese will come over and take over all your airlines because they got money to burn. Even though they having a rough spot. If it won't be the Chinese, it'll be the Russians. They come over and buy all these airlines, man. Look at these split. Your auto dealers, your car makers. These Chinese and Russians will come over here and just buy them out. 20 billion, is that all? Here. How you want it? Dollars are cryptocurrency. Dollars are Bitcoin. Huh? See, you're not thinking all the way through what you're talking about. The people you trying to save are the people you're going to hurt. Who do you think gives subsidies to these private prisons? Who subsidizes these private prisons? Who subsidizes the oil and energy industry? Who subsidizes that? See, you ain't thinking all of this all the way through. If the government don't get involved in those industries, man, the Chinese and the Russians will put some money together and they'll just come over and buy all of these companies. They just go buy Exxon. They just go buy Texaco. They just go buy all these things. And now you got to go to the Russians to get your gas in there. All the Russians got to do is cut the pump off. Then you done. There's a reason why the government is involved with the airlines. There's a reason why the government is involved with your energy. There's a reason why the government is involved with a lot of these different energy industry. There's a reason why. If they was to let your enemies have control of these industries, they'll shut America down, let alone the agriculture industry. Oh, Blaze, you know what? Rico don't do Saturdays. He gonna get mad that I did it. But we don't do. He don't do Saturdays. So I gave him the link, but he decided he didn't want to do it. But I know Rico. Rico's a family guy. He's gonna give at least one of the days to his family. B said, "Are billionaires who asking for tax breaks and bailouts from the government lazy victims?" Well, see, we're not even thinking about that, right? There's a reason why. There's a reason why the government subsidizes these people, man. There's a reason why. There's a reason why the government subsidizes these automakers, the American automakers. Why? Because if they don't subsidize these automakers, man, they just gonna try to get a big quick buck, and they're gonna sell to who the highest bidder. And guess who's gonna come in first? These Russians are just like the Americans. They print money out of their mind. They just print money. How much money you want? How much? 20, 30, 40, 100 billion? Is that all? Is that all? We'll do a wire transfer today. Okay. Okay, Southern Bell, you saw him again? Okay, good. Good. I talked to him yesterday. I talked to Rico yesterday, y'all. Rico's fine. Rico's fine. He said he would be here on Sunday. I wasn't supposed to do it, so Rico didn't know I was coming on today because I wasn't even going to. But when I saw this thing with Jesse Lee Peterson, man, I got so angry. It just made me say, wait a minute, man. Let me step in here and say something about something here. Hold on. Okay, y'all. We got to get out of here, man. We got to start wrapping up. So let's listen to a little more, and then let's start getting ready to get out of here.
Way to hit. I said, all I see right now is the Victim Olympics. All I see right now is Sha'Carri Richardson, Carl Lewis, LeBron James, Dream Team, gold medalist, motherfucking Victim Olympics. That's all I see happening right now. Don't nobody care nothing about your tears. And they edited out when I said F your feelings too. All I see is the Victim Olympics. Can I get in the chat with back chasers?
All I want to know is when you gonna get on the airplane, go out to all them white farmers and tell them they in the Victim Olympics for taking the money from the government. That's all I want you to do, brother. That's all. Tell me when, and I will watch that video myself. Go get that video. Put that video together. Oh, I know. I got another video. Go to the airline, these CEOs of the airlines, and go to them and call them. Go in front of their office and tell them they in the Victim Olympics. Take that picture. I'll take it. I'll pay my own way to come out there and have you marching in front of United Airlines headquarters and with a sign that says United is on the Victim Olympics. United is running in the Victim Olympics because they take money from the government. We, the taxpayer, paying for it. Come on, man. Come on. Or would you like the Russians to be running your airlines and the Russians just shut it down? Or the Chinese just shut all your airlines down? Because they got money to buy all this. But the government have to give these airlines an incentive. See, that's real business. They got to give these people an incentive to stay here and not sell to the highest bidder. So the government got to kick in and give them billions of bailout dollars every year. Just like the post office. Oh, we $3 billion off this year. Here's a check. Here you go. Post office Ben ain't had to have a profit. Ben ain't had to be profitable. But what else can you do? Do you want the Chinese to buy the post office? And then you just stop getting all your paper mail? Come on, man. We got to think. We got to think. We got to think like thinkers. Like what do you call that? Runners of a countries. We got to think like people that run a country. We think like niggas, holding down a block. Holding down some corners on a block. Oh, man. This ain't the Cartier. This ain't the Sugar Hill, man. This is real life. And I know he's promoting himself for Rita. I know he is. But the game, you got to watch the game. See, if you listen to people like this, man, and you don't take a good look at him, Anton's a smart dude. He's a smart dude. So some of it is hype, but some of it is real. Some of it he says on his own channel without being on Dr. Phil. Right? It's hype. But it's hyping us in the wrong direction. Unfortunately, people that follow him, man, where's your soul? Where's your soul? The bag chasers, where your soul at? Where's your soul? And what's your solution? How are you going to have an income limit for being able to have unprotected sex? How are you going to have how are you going to enforce something like that? See, we don't think, man. We don't think. We're not being realistic. We attack the problem. We attack the we holding the shotgun on the barrel end instead of the trigger end. I'm going to go to the barrel end of the shotgun to try to talk this man. No, you go to the trigger end to talk to the man. Tell him don't shoot. Don't go to the barrel end, but we gotta start from the barrel end. Hey, here's this. No. All right, a little more, y'all, and then we're gonna wrap it up for this evening. We're gonna wrap this up for this evening. I'm gonna take questions. I don't want to get into a discussion. I want to take questions. Y'all got questions for me? I'll take questions and I'll answer those questions. Tomorrow I'll have a panel.
For the big victim Olympians. I don't feel sorry for you. Look at me looking at her like, girl, I done seen dead bodies in real life. You want to see a dead body? Let me go ahead. Let me hit her with the rest of it.
I don't feel sorry for you. I don't feel sorry for anybody.
Oh, you messed up, Anton. You messed up. You went on Dr. Phil and you told a little white girl who was crying, man. You messed up, man. Can't go on Dr. Phil and tell a white girl is crying, got tears in her eyes. I don't feel sorry for you. What's the matter with you, man? What's the matter with you? Went off the rails, man.
This guy has balls of steel when he don't care nothing about what we saying right now. So I don't feel sorry for you. I don't feel sorry for none of y'all. I don't feel sorry for you. You a victim Olympian. I don't feel so. See, y'all think that just because I hold people accountable.
This is the regulator-approved diamond commodity. Diamond standard coins are all equal.
On the internet that I'm about to go on national TV and I'm about to play games. I don't care nothing about these hoes. Anton is going to be the same no matter where I go.
About enough of Anton. What do y'all think? What do y'all think? First of all, let me address what he just said. He said, I'm gonna be the same wherever I go. That's very foolish. That's very foolish. There's a time to be rock hard, and there's a time to be soft. There's a time to be cunning, and there's a time to be vulnerable. There's a time to be to lead from the front, and there's a time to lead from the rear. I don't, you know what I'm saying, Farida? I don't know what's he doing. He called her, yes, Sister Eddie. Not only did he call the white girl a hoe, but he called all the women hoes. I think that was very disrespectful, right? But he feels like, hey, I roll. This how I roll. This is what being a man is. You never have to back away from your position. And that's a goddamn lie. You'll never get to 50 years old if you always on 100. Not outside of prison. If you always on 100, man, you're either gonna be dead or in prison. You cannot be the same way everywhere. You can't. You're gonna catch one to the dome, or something gonna happen to you. You know what I'm saying? You always on 100. You're gonna be on 100 the wrong day when somebody else is on 100, and then that's when the sparks are going to fly. That's why my philosophy is always to try to not be on 100 ever, because I know if I get on 100, man, that's not a good place for me to be. It's not a good place for my adversary to be. It's not a good place. Either I'm going to go, he's going to go, or we're both going to go, or no, you know what I'm saying? Somebody's not going to walk away out the same. Somebody's not going to come out the same, right? Man. All right, y'all, that's Anton Daniels. He said that, well, he said a lot of different stuff, man. Basically, he pretty much pushes his own program. But he said poor people shouldn't have kids. That was his basic argument, is poor people shouldn't have children. Period. And he said anybody asking for help from the government is in the Victim Olympics. I want you to go tell them farmers that. I want you to go tell the car workers that. Especially the union. Go tell the union. Go tell the automaker union, hey, the government is subsidizing you guys. You guys are all in the Victim Olympics. he wouldn't make it 2 steps to the door. Hey, go tell the Teamsters, right? The truckers, they getting all this stuff down. Go tell them, hey, government subsidizing some of your affiliates, and so therefore you guys are running in the Victim Olympics. He wouldn't even make it. He wouldn't even be able to turn around on Teamsters, right? Oh man. Oh, I got a good union to go to. The longshoremen. Go to the longshoremen and tell them that, right? Hey, the government is holding on to these ports, and they subsidizing these ports. Hey, they should let you guys sell these ports to the Chinese and the Russian government, because they got the money, or the oligarchs over there. They got the money. They can buy these ports like that, right? But you say Fugazi and clairvoyant Christians, they are. Man, I know he is. I know we ain't even gonna get into his Christian philosophy. Jesse Lee Peterson definitely is a hypocrite. Definitely proven hypocrite. Proven. Many men have come out and said that he had sex with them. Not only had sex with them, but had sex with them for many years. The guy is an absolute hypocrite. Anybody listening to Jesse Lee Peterson is absolute. I can't understand why anybody would do something like that. Them unions can get gangster. I know they can get gangster. Be easy. I'm in a union, and I know, man, when you start talking crazy, man, they will start standing up and saying, "What? What'd you say?" Oh, you said charlatan. Oh, I'm sorry, Patrice. Said charlatan. Sorry. Yeah, they'll stand up in the middle of the meeting and be like, "What?" Right? I mean, when we have these meetings with the union and management, and the management say something crazy, man. Man, cats in the union be like, "What? What you say?" That management person be like, "Well, what I was saying was," and they would, right? Hey, man, you know what I'm saying? If you calling everybody, if you're saying that everybody is in the Victim Olympics, then you got to be willing to say it to everybody's face. Oh, I don't change for nobody. I don't change for nobody. Okay. You ain't changing for nobody? Okay, cool. Go to American Airlines. Go in front of the head office at American Airlines. Put your sign up. American Airlines. You in the Victim Olympics. Why? Because you taking money from the government. Take care, Don GQ. Take care, man. Thank you for stopping by. You taking money from the government. Oh man, a lot of hypocrisy running around here, y'all. A lot of hypocrisy running around here. Before we're gonna start closing out, y'all, because this was a quick one. I just wanted to do one to address the situation. Blaze Brown said, "I will not give Jesse nor Anton any more of my time. I'm here to support Brother Clarence." Appreciate you, Blaze. You know what? I don't want you to stop. Because of me. I just want you. If you go over there, ask them the question. Hey, bro, why don't you said this about these people? How come you ain't going after these people? Right? You said you know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to, I know I will anyway, because you know what, Blaze? His people are so hardcore, they'll follow him right into the abyss, right? They'll follow him straight to hell, right? So I know none of his people are going to listen to me. None of them are going to say, yeah, you know what, he's right. Let's go over there and listen to him. They're not going to do that. I don't really want them to anyway, man. I'm not that kind of guy. They're not my kind of people. I'm not looking for them. I'm not looking for them to come over here. What I'm looking for is that our brother to be, if he's going to be having such an influence on so many young people, then fly straight, right? Fly straight. It's like, what was that pig I keep forgetting the name of that pig that Scarface told Frank. He said, "You are this, whatever that name of that pig is." He said, "What's that?" He said, "That's a pig that don't fly straight." Come on, y'all, you got to fly straight. Fly straight. Oh, I don't change for nobody. Okay, prove it. Prove it. See, because over here we ain't gonna make no big claims or nothing like that. We're not gonna do that. We're gonna tell you the truth. I came from dust. Say they made Adam from dust. I'm a man. I came from dust. Oh man, all of y'all, man, y'all got some good stuff, man. Something else said, Blaze Brown, go listen. It's entertaining. I must say it's a good laugh. Yeah, I mean, y'all do what y'all want to do. I'm not trying to convince you to not listen to them. All I'm trying to do is show you the points that they got of hypocrisy. Some things they say make sense, right? We all understand. It's common knowledge. But then the other things, they go off the rails, like the Jesse with the whole, white people should be the only one having children, right? Because they're the only ones that build things, and they're the only one that create things, right? I mean, that's crazy, right? But this is the kind of stuff they say. This is the kind of stuff that Jesse Lee Peterson say. And Anton is kind of has a similar philosophy. It's just not as in depth, but it's very similar philosophy. Southern Bell says, Blaze, Farida said, they're just followers, parrots. Maybe so. But I want y'all to come here, man, and don't listen to Brother Clarence because I'm trying to make you laugh, or I'm trying to tell you how rich I am, how many cars I got, how many watches I got. I want you to listen to me because you feel like I'm telling you the truth. And if you go back and check what I say, you can either say, Clarence, you didn't tell the truth on this, or you did tell the truth on that, right? And if I'm wrong, I will come out and say, I was wrong on this. That was my understanding at that time. But now this is based on the new events. This is my understanding. I ain't too big to say I'm wrong. I was wrong about something. Not at all. But some YouTubers are. Some YouTubers are, man. Shout out to them, man. But I ain't hating on nobody, man. Lead attorney. No, I ain't hating on none of these dudes, man. I just want them to, since you got such a wide net of people in your net, it would help if y'all was trying to teach them the right way to go and the right way to think, instead of just, saying, hate those people. Those people are the reason why you got to be mad at them because they ain't got enough. They ain't got as much money as you. Well, there was a time in your life when you didn't have no money. Should we hate you then? If we hated you then, you wouldn't be where you at now. Y'all don't hear me. Y'all don't hear me. Somebody else said, Anton's a fraud and a clout chaser. I wouldn't listen to Jesse. It's foolery, man. Jesse. Now, I would agree with y'all about Jesse, man. Jesse, man, is somebody really probably should listen to at all. At all. At least Anton, he can at least regurgitate CNBC, right? To you, right? Make you pay for it in the Patreon, right? But at least he got enough sense to take some information that's relevant. Jesse Lee Peterson is just out of his mind. He's out of his mind. His self-loathing and hating, self-hating is just he is out of his mind. He's out of his mind. Sister Eddie say he's a chaser. I know, man. You say, but Clarence can't fly straight on one wing. No, nobody can fly straight on one wing. But, like I said, some of these guys, they magicians. They got magic tricks, right? They can make the people believe that they got some kind of new information when all they did was go watch CNBC and then come to their Patreon and say, "Oh, hey, this is what's going on. This is my opinion on this. What's going on?" Right? Or read the Wall Street Journal. Then come to the Patreon and say, "Hey, nigga, this is what it is." Right? Enough is enough. Shout out to Enough is Enough, by the way, being in the cover of the house. Southern Bell, I know. Jesse Lee Peterson also coined July as White History Month. How about that? How about that, Jesse Lee Peterson? You lying, Clarence? Oh no, I just don't have time to pull that one up. Jesse Lee Peterson definitely said that July is White History Month. White people need a month to celebrate white history, which actually I don't have no problem with, man. If they feel like they want their own month, hey, knock it out. Even although we see all years their month, but hey, if they need to emphasize a month, hey, knock yourself out. There's much if we see the problem with us as black people is we don't dig deep enough. See, they come out and they say, hey, this happened, right? And then instead of us digging deeper, okay, that happened. What happened behind that? And what happened behind that? And what happened behind that? See, that's how we need to be. Then all of this history, they'll start trying to shut that down once we start trying to really dig into it. But anyway, enough is enough. Says there's literally nothing more hypocritical than the Bible except Christians. It hurts my heart that people are still so lost. I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say all the Christians are lost. I'm not gonna go that far. But what I will say is there's a lot of them are definitely misled, and just like Muslims, man, a lot of Muslims are misled, and so and Jews, same thing, man. So we can say that about every religion, really. But man, it's just a sad situation to see people willfully misleading the public, man. That's the bad part. Enough says I still appreciate the good that you're trying to do. Just wish everybody was knowledgeable about religion and history, especially the ancient. Enough is enough. You want to come up here and tell me about it? I'll be happy to bring you up, and we can have that discussion. Or if not, at a later time, just contact me. We can have that discussion. No problem at all. Sound like you know a little bit about it, so definitely be willing to talk to you about it. Sister Eddie says that's the word from Scarface. I think it's a chaser. Is that what it is, Sister Eddie? Is that the pig that don't fly straight? I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe you're probably right, Sister Eddie. You always right. I'm the one that's always wrong. Enough said, I appreciate you. Farida says, Anton does research. I'm sure he knows about Jesse. Yeah, but you know what they do, Farida, this is what they do, especially this is an old Republican trick. They turn a blind eye, right? They see that the person has messed up, right? Like they did in the case of Herschel Walker, right? They knew all this stuff about Herschel Walker. This stuff ain't new to them. But this stuff they keep coming up, right? And they keep acting like, oh, what? Oh my God, we didn't know about that, right? They still tried to put the guy in office, right? The guy had so many skeletons coming out of his closet, man. People didn't have time to listen to his crazy ideas, but they also, because he was going to be a puppet. He was going to be a puppet. Definitely Herschel Walker was going to be a puppet down there, right? So, to get the people off of his policies, they tried to run him out there as America's guy, right? But he wasn't. That's the only thing, but only except for he wasn't. Blaze Brown said, bro, Clarence, I would not entertain that dude. I don't have the patience for that. Okay, Blaze. Hiding his hand, pound on the weak. I don't play them games. It ain't me. It ain't in me to pretend. I hear you, Blaze. You know you're always welcome here. You know you're always welcome, and we always got a seat for you here at the table here. But yeah, man, I'm just saying my goal wasn't to say don't go listen to Anton or don't go listen to Jesse. That wasn't my goal. However, I feel like that about Jesse. Anton, everybody's grown. If you feel that way, just make sure you listen to the brother, but make sure you keep your soul. Make sure you keep your soul. If you got people out here telling you to just get money, remember, after you get all that money, if you get it, some of these people they keep you chasing, right? Oh, I got this course, I got this Patreon, I got this, I got that, I got this, and it's going to teach you how to get women, it's going to teach you how to get girls, it's going to teach you how to get money, it's going to teach you how to do this. And the bottom line is, everything is up for interpretation by the simple man. Every man has to interpret what they're reading. If I read the Bible, I read a Bible verse, and then Bolo read a Bible verse, I'm gonna understand it one way. Bo's gonna understand another way. Von Bryant's gonna understand another way. We're gonna understand it, and we're gonna have to take what's in it for us. That's what people don't read. They think there's a straight way to read things. When comprehension comes into the play, then that's when your intellect comes into play. And based on your intellect and the way you can set up your intellect is set up is how you're going to be able to get the most out of what's on that page. Y'all don't hear me. Y'all don't hear me. Something else said, Brother Clarence, do a reaction video of Jesse's video. Good content. I did one already, Southern Bill. Go in my catalog, look up Jesse Lee Peterson. I already did this video about maybe 6 months ago, where I just went through the whole thing, man. I just went through the whole thing. Not to destroy the man. I never wanted to do that, but just to point out that you got to watch who you listening to. Got to watch. But I already got a video on Jesse Lee Peterson. I opened and closed this thing, man. I mean, I just went through the whole thing, man. Even much better than what we just did just now. Much better. It was much more precise. But anyway, check that out, Southern Belle. Enough is enough said, I'm torn between, is he doing it all for the money and attention, or does he really believe this nonsense? What's the thoughts on that? My thoughts on Anton Daniels definitely doing it for the money. Definitely do it for the money and or attention, or both. But strictly for the money. Absolutely, man. This dude has said, this is not me. This is him saying out of his own mouth. That's what he's interested in. It's the money. So I have no qualms about what he's doing it for. The problem I have is the price that others are going to pay when he pumps them up to say, hey, go for the money, but doesn't put a restriction on what you're willing to do to get that money, right? What you're willing to do. You got to be willing to do some things to get to a certain level, right? There's going to be some sacrifices you're going to have to make, even if you want to get rich, even if you want to be your own man. There's going to be some sacrifices you're going to have to make. But see, they're not being told about the sacrifices. They're not being told that, hey, you got to create a balance, even if you're going for your dream. If you want a relationship with your family and you want a relationship with your children and your wife or your husband or whatever, you're going to have to balance that time. Or you're going to have to just decide what you want more. Right? I want this money. Right? It seems like in his relationship, that's what's making the relationship go, is the money. According to him. I wouldn't want to be in that situation because money can come and money can go. Right? Guys, it looks like he's a healthy guy, right? All you need is a health scare. Trust me, when you've been married 20, 30 years, a health scare is coming. No doubt about it. You eating food that's made in America, it's only a matter of time before it's going to catch up to all of us. The health condition is going to catch up to all of us sooner or later. I don't care if you're vegan or not vegan. Just the way they do agriculture in America. They deplete the soil so much, man, by trying to grow year round because the government gives them subsidies for growing food year round. Can't grow food year round. You got to get the soil time to replenish, right? You got to give it a year to rain and everything. So you get this what they call rotating crops. You got to let the rain hit it. The rain brings down elements from out of the sky, deposits into the ground, and those elements are able to germinate and manifest and get with other elements, and then create bonds, and then create a situation where there's nutrition in the ground. So when the roots go down of a seed, it can grow into the ground and attract and suck in the nutrition and then force it into the fruit. Yes. That's why you have to rotate crops. Do they do that in America? Most of the time they don't. Most of the time they don't. That's why the government pays them so much money, because they just keep growing and growing and growing and growing and growing and growing and growing. And finally, they had the soil so messed up It's just dust, right? Man. Southern Bell said, we don't have to disrespect a whole religion because of a few bad apples. You can have beliefs, but let's be respectful of others. Yeah, that's good. We should all be respectful of each other, people. Negro said, Warnock has a lot as well as trust me, I'm here. It's a dirty little game. Time to destroy and rebuild. Well, somebody got to put something on the table, Negro. Somebody's got to put something on the table that's going to make some sense. Black man, come on now. If you really want to talk about this, I'll let you come up, man. Because I'm going to get on out of here if nobody don't want to come up. Where's the link? Let's discuss it. Okay. Let's get you up here, brother. Because I don't know if you up here to black man, if you up here to take up for Jesse Lee Peterson, man, I have much more respect for you, brother. Oh man, that's the black man said, "Hey, this sounds like jealousy." What? I'm not jealous of him. I'm happy for him. I'm happy for him. I told him when I reached out to the brother, I said, "Hey man, I'm happy for you. Congratulations on your channel." I'm not. What am I got to be jealous of him for? Man, if I really wanted to go at him, bro, I would have put this out and tried to get 100 people in here at least, right? I did this like a half hour before I went up. I ain't let nobody know I was coming up here. OG Patrice said, I don't subscribe to whitewash religion at all. Jesse is also gay. Yeah, we covered that, black man. We covered that. I was telling everybody I made a video about that about 6 months ago, man. I covered that whole situation. Celestial Armor. Jesse Lee got exposed at 20 by 21 as a man-on-man predator. Yeah, man. Can you imagine Jesse Lee Peterson ripping off his clothes and coming at you? That's what that guy Patrick said, man. Patrick Rooney. He said Jesse Lee Peterson had him in a hotel room, and they was wrestling. They was wrestling on the bed. 2 grown men on the bed wrestling. Man, if a grown man comes in my room and I'm in a hotel room and I'm sitting on the bed and he comes and sits on the bed and he say, what you want to do? I say, what I want to do is I want you to get your ass up off my bed and get out of my room. That's what I want to do. I meet you downstairs, man. We can have something to drink, a Sprite or something. But man, get off my bed, get out of my room. I'll let you know. And if you do come in my room, you sitting in one of them chairs over there. Definitely ain't gonna see, man. I come from the Nation of Islam, man. You don't come in nobody's room and just sit in their bed like that. No, man. You always show respect. I'm gonna sit where you say. I come in your room. I'm gonna sit where you told me. I'm gonna sit where you told me, huh? I'm gonna sit where you told me. I'm not gonna go all over. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. Jesse got exposed. Oh yeah, we read that. Yeah, man. So there's the link. There's the link, black man. I want to talk to you. Is it cold in LA? It's a little cool out here. Let's see. Let me see what's going on. A little cool out here. I got the floor heater on, man. I got some shorts on. I should have some pants on, but my wife's just gonna kick my butt. All right, dog it. Why you out there with no clothes on? But hey, I was hooping. Shout out to my sister OG Patrice in the building.
Hey, brother Clarence, how you doing?
Hey, sis, what's going on with you?
Not much. Just being entertained by this show, man.
Hold on, Patrice. Yeah, Farida, wrestling, not wrestling, wrestling. Oh man. Okay, sis, what's on your mind? What's up? What's going on with you?
And you know, the thing about fugazi and clairvoyant charlatans and false preachers of the such is the hypocrisy for me, right? It's like You preaching and living one life and saying one thing and you doing another. And the thing about people like them is that they'll give you one good thing you agree with them on, because they'll say one good thing that is right and that is a fact, but they'll give you 10 fucking things that's wrong. Like, so you have to be able to be smarter than the serpent when it comes to people like that, like them. You know what I'm saying? People like that will give you one main good point that's right, but give you 10 fucking things that's wrong. Like, if you do your research on statistics in American history, especially in the Black community, when it comes to things like welfare and all of that, it was created predominantly for white people. The white people were on it more then, and then they're on it more now. So again, and the government stepped in to help them, but when it was needed for us, because of after the Civil War, when all our Black men that fought in the war came over and couldn't get the same opportunities as their white counterparts, couldn't get the loans for housing, couldn't get the loans to start businesses, couldn't get loans. They came over with nothing. So, but when they asked for it, or when we asked for it, the hand up to help us, it's Victim Olympics. See, for me, right there, see, do your history. Know your history. The Black men that fought in the Civil War, that were fighting because of slavery, were on the front line. And when those men came home, could not get loans they couldn't get the GI Bill. They couldn't get these things. So they come home, can't even get fucking jobs. So when their families and generations from their family trying to come out of poverty because of that, of a war that they fought, they Victim Olympics. See, this is the shit right here for me that I cannot rock with. So you will say one right thing, but you will say 10 wrong things. Let's talk about racism, the criminal justice system, the prison system, where we only 13% of the population, but over 50% of us are in jail. Why is that? Is everybody in there a victim?
Yes.
You see what I'm saying? So look, you know, just talk, just to hear your mouth talk, that's one thing. But to be totally wrong on factual things, if you're not studying and doing your research on history and the history of welfare and where that shit came from. When I was a little girl in the 70s in Chicago, growing up on the south side of Chicago, and my grandmother, whose husband fought in what's the war before the Vietnam War? Was it the Korean War?
Korea.
Fought over there. Come home, can't get a loan, can't get no money. Took them forever to get housing. Guess where they ended up? In the projects. Mm-hmm. Guess what? When I was a little girl, used to go over there and visit. Guess who else was living in the projects? White folk.
Yep.
I remember playing with little white girls and little white boys.
Yep.
They were on welfare, living in the goddamn projects too.
Yeah.
But then when the government decided, because remember now, the projects was only supposed to be temporary housing.
Yeah.
But it was predominantly white people in them. Know your history. And then when they did the separation, they gave them vouchers to move them out in better housings and the projects and shit, and they kept us there.
Yeah.
So when people get, listen, and then that is a left-wing thought of what's going on with a lot of the Democratic Party and the left wingers that is pushing this whole abortion thing and making Black women the face of this shit, because they're trying to depopulate us and trying to tell and Jesse trying to say white people need to populate because they are depopulating. They're dying off. They're populating. I ain't got nothing to do with that. But you up here caping for them? Talk about self-hate.
Hey, I'm telling you, if you go over to his page and you listen to his a couple of his videos from
And
about
I
5
ain't going over there. I ain't going on none of the page. You know I don't get out like that. I'm just tired of the one track mindness, and nobody is challenging it. Nobody is intelligent enough to question, the question and bring statistics and facts to people about the history of welfare, about the history of racism, systemic racism, and how the 94 crime bill and the 3 strike laws affected our community more than any other community. All the strikes that were against us. What the fuck? That locked up more black men and still locking up more black men. Now, are they fucking victim Olympics?
You know what? That ain't
like
sexy.
I'm a like Nick. Ooh, don't get like please.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
so
Nick.
sick of
Thank
these
you, friends.
fugazi and charlatan, clairvoyant jibber jabbers with that bullshit.
G France, shout out to G France. G France just brought up another one, another classic that Jesse always says, that women are evil. Women are evil. Period. The end.
Jesse probably got abused by, got SA'd by a male when he was coming up, and he probably got treated really bad by women. People that talk like that have a hate and a trauma from their past that they're still carrying on right to this day. That's factual. And if they ain't got help and been on somebody's couch and getting some therapy, they're going to continue to talk and have the mindset that they have. And I damn sure ain't got time to sit up and listen to some narcissistic, self-loathing, self-righteous person like, bro.
Patrice, remember you driving and you ain't got nothing to do. I'm not on, you not on, none of us are on, Be Easy's not on. And you got about 10 minutes. You could just click on it. Let me see what Jesse talking about.
Nah. I pass. I don't watch that shit. Like I told you, black people they play too much. Black people play too much when it's real shit going on that's happening in our communities, and real people out here boots on the ground trying to do shit. Ain't nobody got time for that flugazi.
Be easy.
What's a whole hypocrite.
What's up with it, bro?
Wait, hold on. What'd you say, Patrice?
I said they're a whole hypocrite.
Yeah, he is. Definitely. Be easy, brother. What's going on with you, man? It's been a long time no see, brother.
Yeah, what's up, man? I'll be moving and doing down the streets, but I'm still supportive, trying to come through and bless you one time.
Yeah, appreciate you, man. I didn't even know you had your own channel, man, but of course, I want you to blow it up. Tell the people where you at, where they can find you, man. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, no, I'm definitely about to be. What's
that
up,
background, man? That background looking mighty sharp there, boy. You doing it, ain't you?
Hey, just let me know. I mean, I'll make one for you. I was gonna make one for bro Clarence, but he's horrible at responding back to my messages. So that's another stream right there.
I'm gonna be getting back to everybody.
For sure.
I'm gonna be getting back to everybody after we get away the backpacks. I have more time to get back to everybody. So sorry about that, y'all. Appreciate that. But what's up, Be Easy, man? What you think, man? What you think about all this stuff, man? Anton, Jesse Lee, Dr. Phil, what do you think about all this, man?
Yeah, I mean it's so much Samboism going around right now, so it's kind of hard to tackle it from one specific point. But I will just say this: both of those people, and this is not any because I don't know either of the guys, so I'm just evaluating this from an objective standpoint, because some people think when you give an assertion or your opinion about something, you come in from a jaded point of view, and that's why a lot of people like, damn, does bro Clarence got beef with Anton? Like, nah, he's doing a critical assessment.
They want to make something out of nothing. That's why they do that. Be easy, and they know that ain't where it's coming from, and nobody is above reproach in these YouTube streets, because when you put it out there, you expect the comeback to be what it is.
And that's where it gets a bit goofy for me, because if you were putting something out there publicly, now if I diss OG Patrice privately, then it should be settled privately.
But if I dissed her publicly, then my apology and my atonement needs to be public. So you put that out on a mainstream major network for everyone to see. The whole point of these networks is to get as many views as possible, to get as much engagement as possible. So right now we are engaging with the content. And I know these people love to talk about accountability, right? Isn't that like a key word that's always floating around the YouTube streets? But I mean, I've talked to Bro Clarence and said, hey, Bro Clarence, I gotta hold you accountable about this, and vice versa. You know what I mean? So are we saying that these two individuals are above that accountability reproach, when I've heard countless videos saying we need to hold these women, specifically black women, the masculine, savage black women, we need to hold them accountable? Okay, cool. Let's do that. But what about the men? Now we want to curl up and clutch pearls when it's talking about accountability for the men. If Bro Clarence had those allegations of homosexuality, would it just get swept under the rug, or would people be constantly bombarding him with all sorts of troll content? But we can't even question it when it comes to Jesse Lee Peterson. Oh, he lying. Y'all believed everything that they said about Kyrie, right? But then when they talk about Jesse Lee Peterson, oh, it's a lie, man. They just trying to get him. You know what I mean? And then what about that was Christianly, right? Both of those dudes are like really devoted into church, right? Really God-fearing men. What about that was about God-fearing? Show me the abortion scripture in the Bible. Show me the scripture that is telling people to pull themselves up by the bootstrap. We love to talk about how people is dusty. By everyone's standard, Jesus was the dustiest of them all.
Hello,
Jesus was
and all the Christians that follow Jesus and Jesus. What does the Bible say about poor? Blessed are the poor and the meek. Like I don't hear that. I hear contention from these said Christians. So come on, all your tax dollars ain't going to help no poor. Stop it.
Correct. It's like, hey, I got a Rolex, I got this car, I got that. Could anyone cite me the scripture where it talks about what type of jewelry Jesus has? I'm not even being facetious or condescending. Could anyone cite the verse in scripture where Jesus was talking about horses and chariots or anything materialistic that he was praising and coveting above human capital? So what we're basically saying is that if you're poor, you're scum of the earth, you're a monster. All of that stuff that I heard, it literally was like out of a Joe Biden playbook, out of a segregationist playbook, because Joe Biden said, I don't want my kids growing up in a racial jungle. And he said, it doesn't matter if they were poor or born in single mother. The only issue is they're going to grab a lead pipe and beat my wife with it. Rob, I'm paraphrasing, but that's pretty much what he said. Isn't that what Anton was saying?
About a lot of single women are single because the men left. Can we come to the realization of that a lot of men walked away too from the relationship and the children? Can we just be real? Like let's be even keel about a lot of things. Like I'm saying, yeah, if it don't work out, sometimes it don't work out between the mom and daddy. But is that a reason for the man to walk away from the child? Can we just be real and give some real even keel here when y'all want to talk about all the single mothers of the world? They ain't all single because they chose to be. I ain't saying some didn't, but they ain't all single because they chose to be. Let's keep it a bean. So the hypocrisy for me, because they only giving one side of the spectrum.
And they say numbers don't lie, and we would all agree with that, but that there's a continuation of that statement. Numbers don't lie, but they can be misleading and misconstrued. So when people are constantly
also to every single mother, just because she's a single mother, not necessarily meaning she's a single mother. Just because her and the father not together, if they both are co-parenting, she's not a single mother. She's a single woman. But that don't make her a single mother if the father is in the child's life co-parenting with her.
That's why I was saying that.
That's the numbers that they don't talk about too. Those are things, conversations that they don't have and not being challenged on. They just, people, it kills me with our people a lot of time, how they just ride with the status quo all the time without doing the research and checking the facts. Because that mother and father is not together, if that father is in that child's life and taking care of that child, does not make the mother a single mother. It just makes her a single woman.
Correct. And that's what I was talking about, the misconstruing of the statistics. When you say basically you're using statistics without context, you're basically trying to weaponize that information. And I know plenty of people that have kids, air quote, out of wedlock, and they've been there the whole kid's life. So they're lumped in those statistics. It's not accounted for him being a parental figure in the house because he didn't marry his child's mother. You know what I mean? So it just all up, had the kid out of wedlock. Yeah, he had the kid out of wedlock, but he was a present father. How does that get counted into the equation? It doesn't. It's just one blanket number. And then do you notice how people will say, I don't see color, right? Y'all need to stop calling yourself black. We all American stuff, right? So why do they only bring up the black folks out of wedlock birth? Because when the Moynihan report came out, the out of wedlock birth for black people was 25%. And they were saying, oh my God, this is like, you know, this is totally detrimental. Go look up the white out of wedlock birth. I'm pretty sure it's over 25%, but we only want to focus. Oh, look what the blacks doing. Look what the blacks doing. Okay, cool. We've already evaluated the blacks. What about the Hispanics? What about every other group?
But why do they focus on us? See, we don't understand the what do you call it? What's the word I want to use? The military strategy behind why they do these things is they want to create laws that ultimately is going to funnel money back to them. So they got to use us as here. This is what's ruining America. All these black people, that's only 13% of the country. They ruining America, right?
Correct.
They ruining America.
Yes,
right?
it's the orchestrated villains, and they always, whether it's for good or for worse, they use us as the face of things to get things passed. When it was the anti-Asian hate bill, even though it was Trump out there saying the China virus and Kung flu, they showed a couple clips of some homeless people attacking Asians, and that was like, look, it's the savage blacks, so we have to protect the Asians.
You got blamed for that, right? Exactly. We became the that.
And the same thing with the police state, right?
Y'all remember when they had they were showing these black kids that was attacking white people, and they were saying
they was calling it the knockout game or something.
Yeah, the knockout game. That's that, right? The white people were like, oh my God, they're knocking out white people all over the place. We got to improve the, we got to put more money into these
prisons, police,
Party, because they're the ones they're gonna hire more police.
They're the ones who's tough on crime, right? That's all it was. That's the straight propaganda, and that's what they do, right? 1350. Look, they're so violent, and they want to defund the police, so we have to use black people to once again.
That was another lie, right there.
They using blacks again to get more funding, and the only time that we got a slight pass, was during 9/11. Because they just demonized the Muslims and said, look, now we got to get the surveillance pass, which is the Patriot Act. Now we're all getting spied on. And they did it in the name of safety. Look, you guys don't want another 9/11 happening, right? With those Muslims. That's why we have to spy on you guys to keep you safe. You know what I mean? You don't want these blacks running around the street. That's why we got to have more cops and give more funding to keep you guys safe. You know what I mean? And even that's how Roe v. Wade got passed, right? They said you don't want these savage blacks and your white women. And then they were like, oh no, we cannot have that. That was a huge catalyst behind the Roe v. Wade that just kind of gets brushed under, But I mean, it's always like that.
Well, one of the major reasons of the Roe v. Wade, y'all, one of the major reasons is the drop in the white births. White births are in the negative. What's negative? What's the negative birth? Negative birth means they got more people dying than being born in a single year, right? That's a negative birth rate. And so they have that and they see what's going on.
And hold on, let me just say this, because this actually ties into your boy Anton Daniels' point. A lot of them, a lot of them are not having the kids too, because a lot of them do adopt that mentality. And I'm not saying whether it's right or wrong; it's up for each individual to make that determination. A lot of them do have the mentality that, hey, I need to earn a certain amount of money before I have kids. And whether fortunately or unfortunately, maybe some kids in the impoverished area, they are the ones who actually really uh reproduce the kids. When you see those high profile couples, you don't see them with a ton of kids, right? They may have two, but someone in an impoverished area may have five, kids for whatever reason they had those kids. And basically, what Margaret Sanger and the eugenics and stuff, they looked at these kids and these births as being unsavory. Well, why don't you guys have more? But they're looking at an economic calculus saying, hey, maybe I can't afford, or a lot of them wait, because they want to say, hey, I'm gonna be a lawyer, right? I got to do 5-10 years of school. I'm gonna have my kids after that. So there is a concerted effort of them actually delaying and purposely limiting the amount of children that they had. But my grandma, who I actually never met, she had 18 kids. She wasn't making a lot of money. I mean, that was the norm back then. 18 kids, 10 kids, 11 kids.
My mother come from a family of 11. You right.
They wasn't balling out of control, but they all worked together, survived, and was thriving. So by his logic, none of those kids should have been born. And then speaking of this, all of these rich people and people that are wealthy, do you think any millionaire is going to be sending a kid to the military to go fight for this country? Who is going to do that? The poor people that's having all those kids that you calling monsters. That's who's going to really fight for the country.
And the ones that commit the most crimes, they just, a lot of times they don't get caught, and they commit different crimes, are wealthy people. When it comes to tax evasion, when it comes to the stock market, when it comes to banking, the financial, like please, come on.
They're so easier. They're much easier on the ramifications. Okay, so hey, look, this man got money. I'm his lawyer, and and so we're gonna work something out. Okay, we're gonna have him pick up trash for 2 weeks. Brother get the same sentence. You got to do 6 months in the county jail.
Exactly. If you don't have no good attorney or no attorney, or can't afford one, you got to take a plea. You got to take a plea. Cop a plea.
Yeah, just take this plea. You're gonna go home today. I am. Yeah, but they don't tell you. Oh, you're gonna be back in 2 weeks because you got to do this.
And then the brothers that had the jobs and get in trouble, and then they go to jail. They lose the job because they're in jail. Now they ain't got no resources again when they come back out. And then then it's hard for them to find a job again because they got a record now. It's just a vicious cycle. A lot of times that happens. A lot of times, unfortunately, because of the way the criminal justice system and the prison system is set up. And we all know that everybody in there ain't guilty, just like we know everybody in there ain't innocent.
Right.
And the majority of people in there is non-violent drug offenders.
Non-violent crimes, exactly, especially Black men. The 94 crime bill is the reason why a lot of Black men are locked up in there for non-violent crime. The 3 strikes rule with the whole drug thing. They given life sentences and things of that nature. But see, they don't talk about those things, and nobody challenges them on those conversations.
There was 2 judges up in Michigan that got caught up because one of them owned had a not a private prison, but a youth camp. And so that judge, both of these judges had interest in this youth camp, and they were just sending these kids to these youth camps, but mainly Black kids to this youth camp. Oh, you did it? Oh, you go to a youth camp, right? And they was getting paid by the government. I mean, horrendous conflict of interest, right? But they eventually got caught. But that's not what I want to really talk about. I want to address the Roe versus Wade thing, because I want to make sure that we understand that in the Black community, Black women are having abortions but a lot of times they're having abortions, you know, and they're not exactly for the same reason that the white women are having abortions. So the black women are having abortions because they feel like they just can't afford the baby. White women are having abortions for they feel like they can't afford the baby, but not only that, it's a reset for them, right? Let's say they have unprotected sex and they mainly have it in their college years, because most white women get abortions, have abortions in well, most women, period, they're gonna have their abortions typically under the age of 30. I would say most abortions are for women outside of ARPAN. I would say most of the abortions happen with women under the age of 30. So what they're trying to do is trying to discourage women who can have babies. The same thing that Nazis did, who can have babies, to have babies without actually making a law where you gotta have babies, right? Because eventually we heading that way for white folks. Because I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen. Y'all tell me if I'm crazy. What's gonna happen is the government is going to at some point say that we have an emergency with white people. We have an emergency, and so for a limited time, you know, we're gonna subsidize any extra baby that you have. I'm just telling you what they're gonna do. They're already doing with the child credit, right? They're already doing with the child credit, but too many of us are taking advantage of that. They want to go do something specifically for them to encourage them financially to create more children. Because
Yeah, they're trying to give them free child care too. Not
free
only the
child
credit.
care, you know, tax credits, you know, time off of work, whatever they can do to try to encourage that, right? When I was coming up, the father didn't get no time off of work. Now father can get time off of work too, right? His father didn't get no time off of work. Woman had a baby, dad had to be at work the next day, right? But now the father can get some time off, right? I think that went through. I got that off with my last boy, right? So I mean, things are changing to try to accommodate the situation that's happening. Now, what am I saying? We got to keep our eye on what's going on with them because they're the ones that are making the laws to protect them, right?
And sometimes I was just gonna say this real quick. I was gonna say sometimes you said keep your eye on the ball. Sometimes we lose our eye on the ball because they'll be like, "Oh, look, child tax credit," and you think, "Oh, I got all these kids," and you think it's for you, but the system never was for you. You maybe can extract some resources from that, but it ultimately was not made for you.
Right.
Like, i.e., the GI Bill, affirmative action, etc.
Now, I said I gave up. Now, see, we always talking about solutions. I gave a solution. I said the government should go to all of the social media platforms, and they should go to all of them, even on the television, every media outlet, the newspapers, and for 3 to 5 years, you cannot print nothing. You cannot have nothing unless it is a class or a course to try. It's an open course right there in the newspaper, right there in the magazine, right there on the social media platform. YouTube, you can't upload a video unless it's a curriculum approved to try to help people study and learn how to do finance, learn how to protect themselves sexually, learn how to better practices of family, to be in a family, functioning families, and of course how to better have relationships for 3 to 5 years. That's all you do. That's the only thing you can upload on YouTube. That's the only thing you can have on any Facebook, any of that. That will force us, the American people, to have to just be associated with just that, right? Then we could make some changes here. I'm not saying everybody would go for it, everybody would change, but it will force us to be in a mindset, well, hey, this is what is a. They could do that, right? They could do that, or some variation of that setup. They could do that, but the question is, because people can't say, well, they can't do it. No, they shut the whole country down for 2 years. They shut the whole country down. They gave everybody a bunch of money, and so they can do it. Question is, why won't they do it? Why won't they do it? Why won't they do it? Negro said, that would no longer be freedom, Brother Clarence. You ain't free now. What you you ain't free now. Ask Kyrie Irving. I'm sorry, sir.
That part. That part.
I didn't mean to say that, sir. And I won't never tweet like that again, sir.
They'll let you know. They'll let you know every time you ain't free and you still a ninja. Every time. Step out of line with the wrong people.
See, we always had the opinion that it's them keeping us not free. It's us walking back on the plantation. When Pharaoh, when Moses freed the when Moses freed the Hebrews, right? Their feet wasn't even dry yet from walking through the Red Sea before they start complaining. I'm hungry. I want something to drink. I want something to eat. Okay. They sitting around looking at Moses. Moses looking at them. You hungry. There's a river right there. They got fish in that river. This is a jungle right here. You can get some food right here. There's forest right here. What you mean? They said when we was with Pharaoh gave us our rations. Hey man, when you free. And you got to go get it on your own. You got to set up your own situation. Ain't nobody going to come out here and give you rations if you're going to call yourself a free man. You can't say, I want to be free, and then stick your feet up under another man's dinner table.
Because most of us don't really want to be free.
What do you say, Bees?
I said most of us don't really want to be free because it also gives us a scapegoat. Yeah, well, I agree. We don't understand what he means because we've been purposely conditioned to not know what it means. And then there's the flip side to it. These other people don't want us free, right? They'll complain about all the crime and all of this stuff. But when there's the solutions like you are providing, and others, when there's a solution to say, you know what, you are right. We do need to stop this crime. We do need to do that. Just give us the resources that y'all giving everybody else and just get out of our way. You know what I mean? Let us police our own and have our self-governance just like they do with the Native Americans who have reservations, and you have to you can't just roll up on a reservation, you know what I mean? And we don't even need everybody, you know what I mean? People get into this thing where it's like, you need to have everybody on one accord. No ethnic group is all on one accord. So that's the defeatist talk where it's like, man, we ain't all gonna get together. We don't need everybody to get together. We really don't, It's just like for the Warriors, there's a bunch of people that try out. Don't everybody make the team. Some people get cut. And then you move forward with the strongest players with the chemistry that is going to go out there and win you a chip. All we need is a championship team. We don't need all of the spectators and people and the hecklers in the crowd that's complaining.
The haters and the ones that talk the most shit and don't do jack.
They not shooting with you. They ain't getting no shots up with you in the gym. So sometimes we take our eye off the ball to to go argue with the hecklers instead of us running plays together and focusing hey, bro, Clarence, your shot is on point. Instead of you continuously working on that shot, you worry that the dude in the stand saying, oh, bro, Clarence, your shot is broke. This person, you in this regard, you're above him. You actually are taking action. You got feet on the ground, and this person is so envious of you, has so much disdain that all they can do is comment on you negatively. And mind you, is probably someone that's purporting to be a Christian or a very moral, upstanding person. But instead of helping you, they're sitting complaining and belly aching. You know what I mean? We just got we just gotta understand who was really on the team and focus on the team that's contributing to the team, not the players that been cut, not the players that been traded and waived and just don't want nothing to do with the team. The ones that's on the team, that's who all we need to focus on. We all we got, we all we need.
All right, y'all. Let me bring New Growth in here because New Growth says, "Clarence, you crazy. We gonna be what you talking about, man? There ain't no freedom, man. How did I get it wrong this time, brother New Growth? You know I love you, brother. But how did I get it wrong this time? How did I get it wrong?"
You putting words in my mouth. All I do. What's up, people? I was just
What's up, bro?
to the thing you said we're not free. I'm saying, so what is freedom? Who is free?
Are you asking me a direct question?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Freedom is the ability to create your own outcomes, independent of someone else. Right? That is freedom. So I don't need you to eat. I don't need you to be in house. I don't need you to live my life. I don't need you. You are just an asset, or you are just a person who can we can commingle, and everything is great. But I don't need you, right, to profit, to make my life worthy. I don't need you. That's freedom. Now I could break it down a lot better than that, but that's basically what I mean.
Is that what you call individual freedom?
Yeah, that's individual freedom, and
I mean, so
collective freedom as well.
Who's individually free?
Huh?
Who's individually free? Like who would fit that category?
You're only as free as the group.
Exactly.
Nobody is as free. We all only as free as the group. So if the group's not free, none of us are free. Even if you got rich people like Anton Daniels or all these other people, they only as free as the group. But they think in their mind, I'm free. I'm a free Negro. See, I can run far away from the group, and I'm safe.
But all of that is an illusion. They know they're not free. That's why even when I've seen certain things, they won't even say the J community, right? Because they know, oh man, if I say this, it may tweak the algorithm. So it's like when you say, oh, I'm free, I can say whatever I want, but then you're carefully crafting your words, you know that it's a sense that you're not free. And this applies to every ethnic group, Go ask you even hear Elon Musk. You hear a bunch of billionaires, especially the white ones, complaining, right? Censorship. They just released the Twitter files talking about, how they was censoring and rigging and stuff. That's a form of complaining. They're basically saying they were victims. There's that word again, of the corrupt government. But no one is calling them Olympians, right? These dudes are billionaires and they're literally complaining about the government. But if black people say, it's like, oh, pull yourself up by your bootstrap. So everybody is a victim some way. If you pay taxes and you're paying a higher rate than these billionaires, is that really freedom? Go ahead and go buy you some land in Mississippi or Houston where they're tainting the water. Is that freedom for you to have a big house and they tainting your water? And this applies to all ethnic groups because we're all under this capitalistic, imperialistic, paradigm, you feel me, that you have to succumb to because most people are not going to rebel against it in any way.
But I hear what you're saying, but you're still describing it from an individual standpoint, right? Go buy a house. You didn't say build a neighborhood, build a community. That's the only way we definitely
even those neighborhoods too, are they really free? I mean, do you think the people in 1921 in Tulsa was free? They had the neighborhood, and what happened? The government flew planes over there helping to blow them up. Do you think the people
freedom doesn't mean that you don't have to go to war, right? Freedom doesn't mean that you're going to sit there and everybody's just going to do what you say. You have the freedom. I had the freedom to go to war, like Kyrie had a freedom to go to war. If they lose, they lose. But the lack of freedom is when a lot of us sit around and we don't even have the guts. We want to fight, but we won't. Now, and that's what I mean by not having the freedom. Only reason your Kyrie story made sense because he's an individual. So the lack of us as a group having a freedom mindset allowed him to go back there and say, yes, that's the boss, because we'd have did the same thing too. Most of us. No. So that means our community as a whole doesn't see that we can be free or we can fight. We feel like we don't have strength, even though we
can be free from what exactly?
I'm sorry?
You said we can be free from what exactly?
What do you mean?
Will we, because you're talking about freedom, right? You're saying we can build this neighborhood, which we've done countless times. history, what exactly were they free from when they built those neighborhoods?
Well, they were free from other communities. That didn't mean that they wouldn't.
How? When people came and burnt them.
But that doesn't mean that, like, it's a country that can be free. Like in Israel, Israel is considered a free nation, but Palestinians are still gonna come over there and do their thing, and they still gonna go to war with them, right?
That's because it was Palestinian land.
But no, I get what you're saying, but my point was an analogy. What you're saying, I totally agree with you saying, but I'm giving you an analogy of how people will still fight. Muslims as a group, not just Black Americans, but Muslims as a group will fight to the death. To me, I feel like they have a different amount of freedom than we can even imagine, right? Because they will fight, they will do whatever, they will go to war with anybody. Like was it Russia and who are they fighting with?
Ukraine.
Ukraine. Those people are free in a certain sense, more than we can even imagine, right? Because for them to go out there and fight with a former superpower and still hold their own, have their little boys and everybody taking up arms, that's freedom. Freedom doesn't erase you from consequences of you still have a freedom to win or lose.
And
like,
that's the problem with our community.
Okay.
Our community is we scared.
They got a lot of handouts from to the
and we
tune of
so
billions from the US.
Economic, so engineering and conditioning. Like let's be real. They did a number on us, right? We done had a major number done on us, meaning Black folk. You know, and that's our biggest problem. That's why we will never, from generation, we won't get out of it. So that's the part where I do agree with Be Easy. We need to just, the ones that want to roll and go out here and do the work, boots on the ground, and make shit happen, and try to fight and make shit happen. Those are the ones I want to rock and roll with. The ones that just sit up on platforms and talk shit and ain't out here boots on the ground doing nothing. They can just keep bumping their gums. You understand? Because it's people out here for real trying to help people get in a better position. You know what I mean? But like the whole the Black Wall Street thing, yeah, this is the thing about that situation and people that, like the people that he just did this show about, right? When we get a little something, we think, you're right, we think we free. We think we all that. We brag, we boast. You know, we want to be so far removed from certain things in our communities. You know, we want to downtrodden and talk bad about others. See, because we put ourselves on a pedestal every time we get a little something. And then let something happen where reality shock you back down to reality where they let you know you ain't free. Look, the Kyrie situation, the Kanye situation. You could be a millionaire, billionaire. Don't matter. Cross the wrong people, do the wrong thing, say the wrong thing. So you're right. Even on this platform, we ain't free. Look at that. We have to be careful with words we say, selection of words and things we can't say because of that said situation. So now we ain't free.
All right, but let me give you guys my interpretation, because I think we just got having a mix up on semantics, where I'm saying that freedom is your is when you're independent of another person for your survival. That's true freedom, right? I'm independent of you. I can come in contact with you, but I'm independent of your survival, right? I'm independent of you for my survival or for what I need for sustenance, right? Okay, Jesus said it like this: to Caesar give the things of Caesar, and to God give the things of God. Be in the world, but not of the world, right? So we can coexist, but I don't need your thinking process to work my thinking process. I don't need your thinking process to run my thing. I'm independent of you. Now, we build that out farther. I'm independent of you as far as my food supply is concerned. I'm independent of you as far as my water supply. I'm independent of you as far as my culture. Ooh. we 0 for 3 right there, right? We 0 for 3. I'm independent of you as far as most of us religious wise. Oof. Most of us 0 for 4. Huh?
That's kind of sketchy, Clarence, because at the same time we are a part of this nation, so we cannot be a part of a nation like I mean, I know the word freedom says the power or right to act, speak, or think as one wants without hindrance or restraint. The state of not being imprisoned or enslaved. That's just nothing. I mean, that's the definition of the word.
Right.
So it doesn't mean that we can do things. We can say, like Kyrie can say what he want to say, but like you said, we got consequences, right? But that's still freedom, right?
But what I'm saying is he's not independent. But what I'm saying is his sustenance is not independent of the people that he quote unquote offended. You follow?
Say that again. I'm sorry, say that again.
His sustenance, the way he lives, his lifestyle is not independent of the people he so-called offended. Meaning that he offended a certain group of people, but he has to apologize to those people in order to get his meals.
See, doesn't that go both ways though? Doesn't that go both ways?
What?
Because if Kyrie, like we say, if Kyrie and all the black NBA players walked off that court when it was game time, wouldn't those people lifestyles and the way they eat be controlled as well?
Maybe.
No, maybe. No, maybe.
Wait. Listen. Let me finish, New Growth. Let me finish.
Okay.
Maybe, but because of black people, especially people, when you give them millions of dollars and then you say we're gonna take this away from you, man, half of them, their heart is gonna fall in their shoe. They're not gonna be willing to say, I'm gonna walk away from this, because some of us think, oh well, all of them got contracts like LeBron, right? No, most of them got maybe $1 million a year contract. Most of the guys, right? And it's easy to spend $1 million living an NBA lifestyle, right? Easy. So my point is this: we have, that doesn't mean that, if he goes to them and says to them, "Hey, I'm leaving," where's he going to get paid comparable to what he get paid in the NBA? Nowhere, right?
He doesn't have to though. Yeah, because you got to understand.
No, I'm saying, but in his mentality, in his mindset, he's going to want the best. That's what he wants more. See, as long as our people, what we want is more money, then that's what we
their mindsets are like that as well.
Huh?
You think their mindsets are like that as well? Not like that as well?
Who?
The powers to be, the Jewish people, the people that these people are talking about.
Yes, but Kyrie is, who can be replaced? Kyrie or them? Who can be replaced in this equation?
Kyrie can't be. Because you're talking about an individual against a group, right? Correct. You said Kyrie or them. I said the NBA players or them.
But you said if,
that's
brother.
when we get into the fair comparison.
We're talking about what happened. You said if.
No, yeah, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about freedom.
No, but brother, that's not gonna happen. I'm talking about what's actually on
that's the lack of freedom. That's freedom. That's the lack of freedom right there. Right.
But that's my point.
That's not gonna happen.
That's my point. No, it's not gonna happen because of the mentality of the people. If we can get their mentality to shift over to say we all need to take this same stand, then yeah. If I could see that was going to be the issue, they can't even agree on what happened with Kyrie.
Well, just because you can't see it doesn't mean that it can't happen, Brother Clarence.
I'm not saying it can't happen. I just think the probability of it happening is very, very low, as long as you got people that they can go to and say, okay, LeBron, hey, Kyrie said this. We need you to come out and say something about this. And they can pay people, or they can always tempt our people to leading our people into these ditches. It's going to be very difficult until we have a culture that we adopt that's our own culture that says people are more important than all this money, all this paper money. That's going to be, and so now what I'm saying to you is, I wish it would be so, but it's a hard sell. And I'm not judging the guys that, like Kyrie, I'm not judging him for going back and doing what he did.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You made
No,
fun of him. You said, yes, sir, master.
I'm reporting the truth, brother. I'm not
That's
judging.
not, he didn't say yes, sir, master, bro. Come on now.
No, but I'm saying
That's
this is what the
disrespectful.
people.
But
This is the way the people are looking at it. I don't feel. I don't have no. I lost no respect for the brother. I understand you got to do what you got to do. We in the nation, man. We have basketball players, football players that walked away from millions of dollars. I respect them just the same. You know what I'm saying? They just say, hey, look, I'd rather do this than do that. Okay, cool. Or we got some that say, hey, I couldn't turn this down. My family was living too bad. I could not turn this kind of money down. What can I say? I can't say that, because if they threw that kind of money at me, I think I would seriously think about it. I know me, and I'm not no saint. So I know I would seriously think about that.
Brother. That's my point. We're talking about our mindsets aren't free. So I get you, because but that's what I'm saying. We have to start with ourselves, because even in this conversation, when we speak about us, it's always an individual. The negativity is us as a whole, but individually, like, hey, I take that money. I had it in my family, but Jewish people went through a lot of things that made them form their alliance, right? So nothing we can do individually can hurt them. Nothing Kanye can do, nothing Kyrie can do. But if the NFL set out, when they say it's live football, and every player set out during them games, they will crumble. Because we're not a group. So there's no such thing as individual freedom. That's my point.
But I agree with that. But what I'm saying is, it's going to be very tough to make that happen, and everything starts with the individual. Everything starts with the individual, right? Moses was one man, then came Aaron, then they get out. Okay, so everything is one man. Noah was one man. Adam was one man. Jesus one man. Then came the disciples, right? Everything starts with an individual. So we individually got to have our own self, carry our own self. We will be drawn to each other if we focus on what we need. We will be drawn to each other. We are just like in the 60s, where so much was going on. We were drawn to each other. We were forced to be with each other, right? The wickedness of this country against us was so harsh and out in the open. Now it's very covert now, but at that time it was very out in the open. We had no choice but to come together, right?
But see, that's the mental game they played on us, because we had no choice to separate. There was nothing that was done. There was nothing that we acquired that allowed us to say, okay, now we can separate. If you can sit there and say that, I say that's false, because there's nothing that was done. They're accepted. They're chess moves that they made to say, hey, you can come work with us.
They separated us by class, color and class.
We were already separated in class, Brother Clarence.
Well, but what I'm saying is, they got us to believe that because you got more money in the bank, you're a better person than me. And so I won't be a better person until I get as much money in the bank as you. Whereas before,
we always felt that way, though. I mean, if you go back to slavery, you had the house nigga and you had the field nigga. Malcolm X talked about that. So we were always separated.
I understand that, but that was not.
People have always been separated.
That is not okay. That is not a natural position for our brains to think. A natural position. So to use slavery and say, well, we didn't think that way because of slavery. Slavery that was a forced condition. So I can't use that and say, well, me in my natural mind, I'm thinking about being free. That we weren't in our right
mind. Let's go back to Africa when it was separated in tribalism, and what certain certain blacks put other blacks into slavery. We always felt that, like Be Easy just said, we always feel that way.
But that was, I'm trying to tell you, that was the influence of the traitor. The traitor came.
And it was some nuance.
The traitor came and said, you this group, you this tribe, you're bigger and taller and faster than that tribe. You're better than that tribe. If you catch them guys and bring them over to me, I will pay you in gold or whatever. I will pay you to have them deliver them to me. Right? That wasn't what we thought. We just thought the only time that we as Africans had, and I'm using the word loosely, Africans. The only time we had issues with each other, it was from border issues. Hey, you're encroaching on our border. You're hunting on our border. You're encroaching, right? That's the only issues that we had most of the time. We didn't really have issues like, oh, we're going to catch you and give you to the traitor. The traitor came along and said, hey, you are better than these people. And then he went to those people and said, you better than those people.
But they did think that way, brother. Because if
I
you think
just
about
said they did a number on us. They did a number on us.
But I mean, if you talk about you talking about Moses and Egyptians, right? Wasn't that
Yes.
African? Wasn't those all
Yes.
Africans? The Hebrews weren't they Africans?
Yes.
So when no slave trader then, Hebrew slaves were enslaved by Africans.
But the trader was already in contact with us, brother.
Even in that time,
the Egyptians
that
were
was standard
involved with
practice.
sin.
Exactly, that's what I'm
were
saying.
involved- The Egyptians were involved with homosexuality. That was unheard of before the trader came. The trader brought that here. That was unheard of. The Ethiopians involved with homosexuality. That was unheard of. That was unheard of in our culture, Not because they're gonna do something to you. It's just because that just was unheard of. If you had somebody like that, they'll be, if they want to practice that way of life, they was gonna be asked to leave. Period. The end.
And a lot of those
said, this is okay.
A lot of those people that they so, and this is no condoning, but it was standard practice back there. But a lot of those people that they did sell, for a profit, it basically was like prisoners of wars, people that was exiled. Basically, like if the Crips and Bloods was funking, and then the Crips jailed a bunch of Bloods, and they say, hey man, let us take those Bloods off your hand. You think the Crips are gonna say, hey, yeah, let's keep our rival gang members? They're like, man, we don't give a F about these ninjas, and they sold them. I'm not saying it was right or wrong, but that's how it was. And if you look up every ethnic group, well, yeah, I mean, that's what the standard was.
But that mentality has always existed. My argument with Brother Clarence is that they separated us in class. There's no time in human history that I can recall our people not being separated in that same sense. You're going to always have that.
That's wrong,
they were separated in class. The Irish was lower than the British.
Them in Europe, that's a European philosophy in Africa that has migrated into Africa. Africa was never, there was no kings. That's all that is European philosophy that has been brought over into Africa. You got no kings and queens. You don't need no king and queen. You got the book, you got the law, you got the elders. What it is?
I don't know, Brother Clarence. The Bible, the Quran says different.
I'm gonna tell you how it works. I have a problem with you. Mr. Best is the elder of the group. I go to Mr. Best and I say, hey, I got a problem with new growth. So they bring us both before the council of elders and they say, okay, you wrong Clarence, new growth. Because it's all honor. Ain't nobody lying. They don't even lie. They at that point, there was no such thing, right? So they say to you, okay,
there was no such thing as lying.
No, not at that point. Not at that point. No, because because brother, honor is so valuable at that point in that type of society. Honor means a lot. Your family name means a lot. If you a liar, then you're gonna bring that shame onto your family. You got to.
But it happened though. It happened.
No. I'm not saying it didn't happen. What I'm saying is before the European came and influenced that. I'm talking about before. You can only go so far back and find the European involvement in Africa. Remember, I told we'll go to the same thing. Oh, we're natives to this part of it. No, you're not. You are not native to no part of Africa. You migrated here, right? But that's a whole nother lesson. But anyway, let me. So, but as they migrated in, they brought these convoluted ideas in, which was convolution to the African way of life, which is an honor-based way of life, a godly way-based life. Okay, so Mr. Best brings us both together and says, okay, you wronged him, you got to give him 2 cows. And so you say, okay, I got to give him the 2 cows, and that's it. Your family keeps their honor, my family keeps their honor, and we honorable people. Because people that dishonor, we ask them to leave. And if you don't leave, we got something for you. Right? We got to put you out your business.
But that's a little shaky, but I'm gonna let you have it.
That's the reality. And you go look up and see how far back these things were going on.
But you had royal classes, right?
You can't find them past the intervention of the European into Africa. You can't find these things.
No, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about classism because it was the Jews and the
But
Gentiles.
I'm saying they brought the classism.
The Jews
They
and the
brought that
Gentiles.
whole philosophy of kings and queens, which you don't need that.
The Jews and the Gentiles. That wasn't a class situation.
The Jews and the Gentiles, maybe that was a class situation for them, right?
Of course it was. Of course it was.
Like I said, they brought that into Africa.
Okay.
So maybe we having a difference of opinion of what a Gentile is.
I'm talking about according to the Bible.
And I'm saying according to the Bible, right? Because as the Bible starts, as the Bible gets into it, the Europeans are really pretty mixing in with everybody, right? You have these big family trees, right? And they say these people come from these people, and you get big convoluted trees, right? That's when a lot of the Europeans are mixing in the Bible, right? But I'm talking about pre-Bible, pre-Quran, pre all of these books that you got to put together.
You got me there. Right? You got me there.
Okay, so pre those books, because why do you need a book? Why do you need a Bible? Why do you need a Quran?
No, I mean that's a good question. My point was I was just using examples.
But it's critical to what you're asking. It's critical to what you're asking. Why would you even need, if everybody was so God-loving and God-fearing, why do you need books to explain God's position on certain things? Why do you even need that? Why? Because you have somebody that came along that they're not going to just listen to you telling them. Now we got to put it in a language, in a book where they can actually sit down and read it and follow it, right? Because so these classes comes out of that situation as well, because you got the Hebrews and then you got the Jews. The Jew follow the Hebrew way of life. The Jew follows the Hebrew Bible. The Jew follows the Hebrew alphabet. So why don't we just call the Jew the Hebrew? There's a reason why they call the Hebrew and the Jew the Jew. But that's a whole nother conversation. But I'm saying all of these different classes.
Yeah. And you saying the classes came in purely by the European?
Absolutely.
The European brought in classism.
Absolutely. The only reason why we would get involved in stuff like that, because I'm telling you, on the large scale, we would ask somebody to leave. Hey, we need a king. You go if you want to have a king. You must leave.
Yep, I'll say that too. I agree with that. And we bought into it. We bought into the classism. We bought into the colorism. We bought into the racism. We bought into all those isms.
There you go. Right? Because, hey, it's easy, just like the lifestyle we live now. If I came to you, New Growth, and said, hey, bro, we're going to be gone. I'm going to get this, you give me $500,000. You give me the $500,000. I'll put it with my $500,000, and I buy these 20 acres out here out there in Virginia, right, or out there wherever. And I say, okay, but here's the thing, bro. We can't go to the store. They said they're gonna sell us these acres for a cut price, but we can't go to the store to buy our food. We can't go to buy our water. We got to do everything on our own. Right? Okay, so then we got to do everything on our own, right? But if we want to tap into what they doing, it's easy. Our people are so stuck on going to the store, getting the bread, getting the water, getting everything. They don't even want to see. And just like the Egyptians, the Hebrews, they were so used to getting their rations, they was like, wait, I got to go hunt my own food. Yeah. You said you wanted to be free, right? Got to create. How does that translate to what we're talking about? We got to create our own networks. You're never going to be free. You ain't go. The people ain't gonna just say, "Well, here you go." The white man is not gonna do that. White man is not gonna say, "Hey, I know you want to be free, so this is what I'm gonna do. I know I got all these different industries that I control. I'm gonna let you start controlling some of them." That's never gonna happen.
But Brother Clarence, do you consciously? I'm not saying what you think or how you feel about us as a people. If we took control of our industries that we predominantly control, dominate, and if we walked away or we went in as a unit, you don't mean to tell me that we could buckle a lot of things? We haven't engaged in the war yet.
I agree with you.
That's all I'm saying. So we do have freedom. We do have freedom. But right now we got a lot of cowards, right? We got a lot of cowards.
I say, brother, we got the freedom. We got the freedom to. We got
limited freedom.
But
that's all you need is a little bit of freedom. Because like I hate to be the
even if you deconstruct what they got going on, how will you eat after that? It's like when sometimes people will tell me, "Hey, I'm gonna get all these guns, so if I get into it with white people, I have all these guns." It's not guns ain't gonna do it, because guess what? Guess who you got to go to re-up?
See, but that's a bad analogy, brother. That's a bad analogy, brother, because the economy, America's economy, we both admit that we know the structure, the financial structure. It's based on money that's going to be made in the future. It's not real money. So these people that have power, if we walked away from it, it would crumble. There's nothing backing it. It's not like the Europeans going to be able to sit back and say, okay, let them walk away. We're going to bring in some such and such. Nike cannot stand if LeBron said, I'm gone. If Jordan said, don't do this no more. If all of these people walked away, they could not stand. That's fact.
No. That's watch them.
They've already accumulated so much wealth. Like
no.
They could stand for.
That's the illusion.
When they be at the level they at now, no.
But they made what, 40 billion last year? Is that an illusion?
Say that again.
They said they estimated 40 billion last year for Nike. Was that an illusion?
That's cool, but they estimating they're gonna have to get money in, and they saying we estimate that we're gonna make 60 billion next year. The NBA is sitting on a huge contract with Disney, right? Every NBA player now could walk away with guaranteed contract. There's nothing they can do to not have to pay them. There's nothing they can do. If Kyrie walked away, they would have to pay him his contract. Every NBA player, they would have to. That's
gotta let Mr. Beth talk to y'all.
Say that again. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, family. I'll build on this a little bit. Look. I know the colonizer and oppressor did what they did, and I do believe we deserve reparations. I do believe that we deserve certain things. I'm all for that, right? And I do feel like we need to do things a lot better as far as, and I feel like, we do need to hold the colonizer and oppressor accountable for a lot of things. Yeah, I get that. I'm not opposed to that at all. But I gotta be honest too. A lot of us ain't shit. We just lazy. We're just lazy. And I used to be like that. I used to be stuck. Get off your ass. Get out of your community, some of you. And sometimes you have to leave your community to be able to come back and be influential. Sometimes you can't always be on the block. Sometimes you can't always be around. Sometimes you gotta move away to get better, to do better, so that you can inspire change. You know what I mean? And I get what New Growth was saying. Yes, if we did pull out of a lot of these industries, they would crumble. They would. But a lot of times, we are lazy. In order to do that, it's going to take a different amount of work. And the thing is, we've worked hard enough to get to where we're supposed to be anyway. We worked hard enough to get into these industries. You know what I mean? Before 30 some odd 40 years ago, they wouldn't even play our music videos on TV. Period. You know what I mean? And we earned the right to be a part of that. I thank Michael. I thank Whitney. I thank all the pioneers that pushed through. You know what I'm saying? The Phyllis Hymans, all of them. I thank them. Thank y'all. Prince, all y'all. Thank y'all for pushing through. I appreciate it. But now, you know what I mean? If we know what it is, then we have to say, you know what? Maybe it is time for us to start making different moves instead of trying to fit into the system. Maybe we need to go out and change the narrative. You know what I'm saying? And this is why I do what I do as a content creator. You know what I mean? What do I do as a content creator? Is I blaze my own trail. You know what I mean? And whoever is on that, come with me. If you're not, you're just gonna be left behind. You're just gonna be left behind and be left doing whatever the hell you're doing. You know what I mean? So I don't really care for those who don't share my thought process or who don't want to be on my same line. If you don't, fuck it. I don't care. I'm blazing my own trail. I don't have time to think about anybody else. I really don't. I just need those who are like-minded and who want to be creative, who want to blaze their own trail, who want to be their own bosses. That's it.
Exactly.
Everything else is bullshit to me. Honestly.
You right.
Hold on, OG. I'm almost done. My thing is this, right? You know, as a people, we have to be willing to blaze our own trail and possibly be willing to sacrifice our own livelihood to see our vision come true. We got to be willing to do that, and we just not. And I'm not gonna lie to you. Sometimes I'm not. I'm not even gonna bullshit with you. Sometimes I just want to sit back, play a PS5, order some pizza, and fucking chill. I'm gonna be honest with you, and I'm doing that tonight, actually. You know what I mean? For real. Right. Like, I'm just gonna keep it G with you. Sometimes I don't want to go into the tech field and change the mold and be one of the only people of color there. Because in the tech field, we not there. It's other cultures. And when they see me walk into those interviews and in those spaces, I'm immediately judged. Immediately. They're not looking at the fact that I went to school. They're not looking at the fact that my credentials. They're not looking at my 20 years of service and customer service. They're not looking at none of that. They're looking at what I look like. So sometimes I don't want to deal with that shit. Sometimes I don't. You know what I mean? So we all could be cowards at some points, including me, and desensitized at some point, including me. We all are like that because we have that American indoctrination in us. But we need to fight that, and we need to continue to be better. And that's all I gotta say.
Yeah, I agree with you. And all those artists that you named, all of them had issues with the record industry. At the end of the day, all of them, most of them had lawsuits. You know, and even talk about, God rest her soul, the late great Irene Cara. I don't know if y'all knew she was fighting them back for her masters, for her songwriting credit, for things for fame, for flash dance, all of that. They didn't even pay her. She was getting no royalty. And as soon as she did that, look what they did to her. You wonder what happened to her? She got blackballed, y'all.
Yeah,
she got blackballed. Never did make the hella comeback that she's an Oscar winner. Because that person made a phone call that she took her 10 years to sue, and she won $1.5 million. They took her 10 years to get it. And the rights to some of her masters and credits on the song for Flashdance and all the things, the contribution that she gave to the entertainment industry, right? So I agree. We definitely, when it comes to that industry, when it comes to the sports, when it comes to a lot of shit, we need to create our own. But we got folk, we got the tap dancers, we got the sambos, we got the step and fetches that's gonna always say, I ain't going, I was gonna stay with Massa. And cause Massa gave me that ration.
Yeah, man.
I gonna be right here. Is we sick, boss? Is we sick? You gonna always have them. So those that want to stay. Those that want to come over to the other side and build. Well, I don't want all of them with me. I don't want them to go. They can stay over there with Massa. They can stay. You understand? Because and that's the thing that is our biggest fault and flaw, is because we think everybody gotta come. If we all we unite. Nah, I don't even want us all to unite, because some of us are just no earthly good.
Well, they ain't gotta unite, but they gotta follow. We all gotta have a code of conduct, and they gotta know you cross that line.
But they don't never have a code of conduct. They will never follow it. Look at people like Stephen A. Smith. Look at people like Stephen A. Smith. They ain't gonna never follow code of conduct.
Like you said, sister.
But I always want to talk about, I'm a black man, but you ain't following the code of conduct.
We ain't got no code of conduct.
That part.
But like you
Nah,
said,
there is a code of conduct. It just ain't on the
and if
mainstream.
we had one, he ain't following it, and he ain't going to. You know why? Y'all know why. Who paying him? Who controlling it? Who controls media? Who controls entertainment? Who controls the financial institutions? Who controls the housing? Who control the government?
The consumer controls it.
We ain't acting like it. We ain't acting like it. We ain't acting like it.
The consumer might dictate and influence, but control.
We control
definitely.
Right.
Not. How are they controlling it? You're not pulling no strings, not
control
writing
the
no contract.
outcome. We could control the outcome.
You can control the outcome, not the infrastructure.
Right, exactly. If we get our money in certain places, if we acquiesce in certain places.
If it was a fifth, we would be drunk.
No, we can do it. That's what I'm saying. That's my point. That's a code of conduct. Like right now in my household, no Nike, no Adidas. And Nike is owning, guess what? Converse. No Converse. No Reebok, Adidas.
No Balenciaga.
That's how we feel. No, I never wore that. So, but right.
Me neither.
Yeah, me neither. I ain't never wore that crap either.
So if we can go into the mall, right? You know, the number one selling sneaker for the last 10 years is the Air Force One sneaker. Who wear those? That's Nike's biggest money maker, not the Jordan, the Air Force One. Nike, when Phil Knight had Nike and he signed Michael Jordan, they were on the verge of bankruptcy. White people weren't buying the first Jordans. I was alive then. Let me tell you, they weren't buying them. It was us. Right. Then you put Spike Lee in the commercial. You remember that, Brother Clarence?
Phil Knight came out and admitted this.
That's what I'm saying. So we controlled his company until we stopped thinking like, oh, well, no, we did it. We got to see the foolish ways of our actions and saying, damn, if we can build Nike, if OG Patrice came out with the OG Patrice shoes, we can compete with Nike, not at the same level. Who cares?
But New Growth, you also got to remember during that time.
Like, okay, well, it's not enough. I gotta have these J's on.
Yeah, but New Growth, you gotta remember at that time too. Also, we helped to boost up Adidas with Run DMC. Remember, they were nobodies. Remember how Run DMC made Adidas somebody?
Yes.
They were nobodies.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So we were doing across the board, man.
Kanye brought him back.
Bill Cosby saved the sitcom industry that was dead. See, this is shit I was watching when I was little, right? And that's why I'm not saying a lot of people are younger, but this is shit I seen when they said he's literally saved the sitcom. But who do they praise now? They praise Ted Danson and Cheers. I remember that shit used to come on and got no views. They had to put in the same time slot as Bill Cosby.
He definitely saved NBC.
Right.
Yeah.
He saved the sitcom industry as a whole. Nobody was watching them no more. Yeah. Right. So you can't tell me what we don't do. Right. You can't tell me what we can't control. You only can tell me if we gonna do it or not.
So that's what we're talking about, New Bro. We ain't talking about can it be done. It can be done. Yeah, of course we could. But the thing is, how can we get shout to knowledge relationships? How can we get
M3? What up?
How can we get the other people to that are in those positions that can make the most impact? How can we get them to sign on with us? See what I'm saying? How can we do that? See, that's what I
don't want them to sign on with us. Why should we get them to sign on with us?
What I'm saying, Patrice, is that like we talk about the person that we was talking about today, Anton, influences a lot of people, right? If we can get people like that influence a lot of people to see it the way we're talking about it and see, okay, it's gonna be rough at first, but in the long run, it's gonna be better because we won't have to watch everything we say. We won't have to worry about getting canceled. In the long run, it's better. What I'm saying is because they get them so hooked on the greed and they get them hooked on the lifestyle, how are they going to go back? It's like, remember when they had the lockout a couple of years ago, they had a lockout in basketball?
Mm-hmm.
Man, these guys was running all over the place trying to find work, right? Because now you ain't getting $2 million a year. You get nothing, right? So a lockout, you get nothing. You got no income coming in. What are you going to do? Because your lifestyle is at this level. Now you're telling them, hey, for the greater good of every other black person, we want you to scale your lifestyle down.
So what way can we fix that?
It makes sense. in theory, it makes sense. I'm just saying, how would you sell that?
Okay, listen, but if we know these brothers, we got them in Pop Warner at 4 or 5 years old, right? We got them out there playing ball, and the daddy out there with them 6 times a day. Where the financial brother who can sit there and talk to them at that? They teaching them technique, teach them financing right at the same time, teaching the infrastructure, putting it back in your community. It is not going to work with us. We dead, right? You're not going to change us. You're going to change the next generation, the alphas.
Agreed.
Your granddaughter.
How do you get them to do that?
You can only do that if you care about the kids. And some people it's saying F them kids. I ain't raising nobody. I didn't have those kids. So I agree with you, New Growth, but it's gonna take some people to be uncomfortable. You're gonna have to raise and nurture some kids that are not yours. People like, my kid is good. My kid go to a private school. Yeah, but what about those 4 kids down the block? You know what I mean? And then people say F them kids until that kid rob your kid. And then you saying someone do something. You could have done something.
Right.
You know what I mean? No one, I'm out here, bro. I didn't go to school, bro. I didn't get no degree. I'm out here mentoring kids, bro. I'm coaching kids and stuff. I'm teaching them how to tie ties, bro, how to go to interviews and stuff. No financial backing. No one sending me cash apps, bro. I got invited to go speak at my alma mater, Pittsburgh High School. Actually, I was supposed to be at the game tonight. They going to the state championship. They beat Manteca. But yeah, I mean, I seen, because bro, I was out there, being, destructive and doing nefarious activities. And I had to say, you know what? Hey, you feel me? It was what it was, but I had to be in the mud. And shout out to Minister Farrakhan, because he was saying, hey, when you want a pearl, where do you got to go to get a pearl? At the lowest depths of the sea to get a pearl. What about gold? You got to dig all the way through the mud, through everything to get a diamond, to get gold, to get diamonds and stuff. So it's the same thing. If you want a real reputable, strong diamond in the rough, you need to get them out of a rough place. You feel me? The hood, the ghetto, the places that people don't want to go, the places that people think these kids are monsters. If we are labeling these kids as monsters and then they grow up and say, all right, well, you think I'm a monster? Why shouldn't I do some monstrosity? Now, I don't see you as a monster. I see you as a man or a male, and I'm willing to help you. You feel me?
Man, that's so dope, man. Let me ask you this question, B. When did you come to the realization to get to this point where you at now? Like, who helped you? What age were you? Because you still, man, young. Not saying that in a disrespectful way, but
honestly, it probably was about I'm gonna be real. It probably was about I think like 2016 or so, once I really start pushing the line, because I shifted my mindset in terms of, but I was on the typical get the bag, man. You got to focus on yourself, man. The capitalistic mindset, pull yourself up by your bootstrap. And I'm focused on what I need to do individually. But then I'm looking around and seeing my people's struggle. And I was so focused. I'm working 80 hours. I got my head in the sand. I'm not thinking about nobody and nothing but myself. And I just kept seeing the conditions getting more and more depraved, you know what I mean? More and more disenfranchisement. And I believe that if you're not part of the problem, you're part of the solution. And since I've done so much cutting up in the streets, I was like, you know what? Let me do some building up, to counteract, anything that I've contributed to, any destruction that I've contributed to. I'm going to contribute to the construction. So some people think, oh, you got to save a community. No, people need to get out of their mind about saving a community. What you need to do is create a community, because we don't even have a community. What we have is Black people populating in neighborhoods. That's what we have. We don't have a community, but we can create a community. I'm telling cats, I say, look, I got 1,000 on it. I got 5,000 on it. Let's go buy some property in these, what my boy calls podunk states. You feel me? Wyoming, Utah, or whatever. We don't gotta live there, but we can be training these athletes there. We can be producing lawyers there, politicians there. I don't gotta be the one that's gonna be in politics, but I can help cultivate a young person that's going to be the next politician. Like you said, New Growth. Our time, you feel me? Most of us probably got more years behind us than ahead of us. You know what I mean? So with that being said, what are we gonna do with this time that we got? You feel me? And, I'm not just going to go out, just like some docile chump. You feel me? I'm going to build. And some people think, oh, my legacy is my kids. How is your legacy your kids if you raise your kids to be losers, right? Or you don't prepare your kids to be able to combat what's ahead of them, this covert anti-blackness, that has nothing to do with your legacy, right? Or if you raise your kid to be just a capitalist individual, is that really something to praise for your legacy? But if we leave the conditions better for the future generations, now you talking something about your legacy, and that's really what I'm about. And I think with all of the sophistication we got collectively, I believe that we can make some serious change. You know what I mean? And that's what I'm here for.
That's
all right, y'all. This is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna let M3 get off his thing, and then we're gonna start closing remarks, y'all. Cause your brother, man, he's old, man. He gotta creep on home, man. Get his cane out and creep on home. But let M3 get off, man. What's going on, M3? How you doing, man? By the way, if you haven't already subscribed to Knowledge and Relationships and the Intellectual Soapbox, something is really wrong, man. Get your butt on over to the Intellectual Soapbox. Subscribe over there, and don't stop there. Get your butt on over to Knowledge and Relationships and subscribe over there. Then you'll be set. Then you got your Christmas gifts. All that good programming they got over there. Then you got your Christmas gifts set up, right? Yeah. For those of you that celebrate Christmas, some of us don't. But anyway, M3, what's up, brother? You got the floor, man. What's happening with you?
Salute to M3. What up, baby?
Salute to you guys. Salute to you, Mr. Intellectual Soapbox. Salute to your bro, Clarence, Miss OG Patrice, Be Easy, that dude, New Growth Soul. All right.
Salute M3. Salute.
All right. So, all right. I'm gonna say this right because I was watching a little bit of your show, bro, Clarence, and then unfortunately I fell asleep and I woke up and I saw like the party. So I was like, let me go ahead and hop in on this conversation because I know you guys was talking about pretty much the foundation that we as our people pretty much, establish other countries. I'm sorry, not other countries, other companies. I meant like, Adidas, Balenciagos, everything else. But then yet, they turn their backs on us and we're like the foundations. You know what I mean? So one of the things that I think you were saying, Be Easy, right? Because most of the time, like how we be sharing, information back and forth, like in a chat. The thing is, like with like us, yeah, we have to start building our own communities. And as far as like with legacies, people have this notion that you have to like just have kids and then that's it. You know what I mean? Yeah, you could have children, but your children is not your legacy. Okay. What your legacy is that whatever that you instill, your teachings that helps embed your community. So it could be your kids or it could be the kids in your neighborhood, even if you don't have children. That's something that I feel like, if it's black folks, maybe other folks, but I feel like black folks the most feel like if they don't have children, then they don't have a legacy behind. So, bro, class, in an example, right? Let's say if you don't have any kids, but you have your content is your legacy. Like Kevin Samuels, rest in peace to him. His content, like the hundreds and hundreds of content that he made, he spread on a legacy for people to even clip to listen and understand like some of his teachings. Whatever that helps, that could educate the people, that could uplift the people. That's the legacy that you really like leave behind for the greater good, if that's like your intent. You know what I mean? And so when and I had like other thoughts as well too, because I feel like what black people don't really understand is that we have so much power when we invest our dollars into us, but also we have greater power when we finally trust in us. So let's say we keep pushing this narrative about you have to be strong and independent. This goes for black men and women. How often do you hear like like your mothers, or father say like, to the girls, hey, you gotta be strong, gotta be independent. Some will say you don't really need no man, you can take care of your own. That's even with the black man, they'll tell like young black men, hey, you're not a man unless you are able to leave your parents' house and move on your own. And we keep spinning on that type of American narrative onto our families. And then here's the thing. Meanwhile, you have other, ethnicities, they own apartments, they own condominiums, they own stores and restaurants. And we're still to this day is trying to figure out, well, how come they're coming from third world countries, they're coming to America, and then within a month or so, now they have their own business. You start off in a poverty area, have no money, but all of a sudden, magically, you have something up there, and now you and your generations, your families are already set for generational wealth. Well, that's mostly because it's that when those people, when they go out there, they don't push that narrative of being independent. They're being interdependent amongst their own people. So let's say, for instance, and then I'll start from here for this part. Let's say you get one big house, okay, that has maybe 10 rooms, and it's you and 10 of your other family members. Now, these people are like, each person is married. Every man got his own wife. Every wife is, working. The man is working as well too. You having kids and all that. So you have a structure where, maybe you're out there at a certain part of the day. Your wives are at home. They're taking care of business. They take care of kids or whatever. But they're also out there working. But you are pretty much adding your income as a family together. So even with like a van or car, whatever the transportation that gets you around, no one is having an independent mindset like, okay, I have my car, I have this car, I have that car. We're going to get something like a big van. We're going to share, go to work together, make this money together, save this money together, and then we are going to invest in multi-level properties so that way we could charge it to the people who really need it. And most of the time, it's people like us that pretty much puts more money in their pockets, if that makes sense.
Perfect sense.
So the same way, like, and here's the thing, and all this is coming from learning family values. So if you go back into everything I said, the deeper root of it, of how to really create value, starts off with family values, trusting in your family members, trusting in your Black community, investing in your community, and stop going to these other communities as if we don't have a community, we don't have stores and other small businesses on our own. We need to start doing the research to keep patronizing our people, and we need to start doing right for our people. As long as we keep doing these things and it cycles through, we will create a generational wealth. The problem is, what's the barrier is that we are not only we are taught, but we are experienced not to trust each other. And I'll leave it like that.
All right, brother. I appreciate you, man. Let me just say one thing about that. So what you're saying is true, right? If we were to, we did have a lot of Black businesses in the 70s, 60s, and 70s, and early 80s, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the U.S. government gave the Asians that came over here in the 70s and the 80s, gave them low interest loans, and some of the really
gave
smart
them reparations.
Well, we're not even talking about the reparations. I'm just talking about the loans they gave to people that came over here from other Asians coming over from other countries.
Mm-hmm.
They gave them low interest loans. Some of the smarter ones of them.
We can't talk about reparations for us because we victim Olympics when we do.
wait. You're gonna make me forget, Patrice. All right. So what they did was, some of the smarter ones, they got together and made conglomerates, right? What's a conglomerate? There's a group of people that will invest in your business, right? So they have the line into the government money. The conglomerate has the line in. So they will front you money and let you say. So what did they started doing? They started buying the black businesses. They started buying up all the black businesses. See, black business people, they made money. They made money. But now everybody else owns your community, right? Y'all heard me talk about earlier. There's a reason why the U.S. government will not let these airlines go out of business. There's a reason why they're giving them money, because they don't want the Russians to buy your airlines. These Russians got money, man. They come over here and the Chinese will buy your airlines and just shut all the airplanes down. They'll buy your energy and they just shut it all down. There's a reason why they're giving your farmers money, because they don't want to get their food from nobody else. See, there's a reason why. And see, the American government understands that philosophy, right? Well, I don't want nobody else controlling this stuff for us. This is critical things that we have, that we need, and we don't need nobody else. It's the reason why the government will always bail out the auto industry, always. The banking industry, always. Because they don't want the Russians to come over here and just buy all these banks. They don't want the Russians to come over here and just buy all your cars and then just close down the shop. Because they buy everything, they just close it down. And now how you gonna get around? Now what you gonna do? Right?
Yeah.
So I agree with you on that, M3.
Thank you, bro. Clancy, mind if I reply real quick?
Yeah. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna start going backwards. Your reply is gonna be your closing remarks, brother. We're gonna go all the way back around, and then we're gonna get out of here. The old man's got to get in the bed.
I understand. I would definitely make it short, and if you don't mind, if I kind of plug OG Patrice's show in as well too.
No, do not do. No, I'm just playing. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, and bro, Clarence, you are absolutely right. Like I said, all this that's going on is based off of control and power, and they know that if other people from different countries, like the Russians, and whoever else that you mentioned, they will have control over us, so that way we won't be at war with those people. The other
thing, the larger scale of what you're talking about. That's the macro scale of what you're saying.
Yeah, and I'm like I said, I know that it's a lot deeper than that, but the other part you was right is that yes, also keep in mind, black folks back then, they did have businesses as well too, though. We did have our Black Wall Streets, and white people, most of them, they sabotaged it. Others, they brought up our properties, our land, our businesses. Black people sold as well too. A lot of them, well, a lot of us, right? Especially, I will say even more, even like in the 90s, we wasn't really properly educated as far as learning the art of business, the value of ownership. We was always taught to just pretty much settle for rent, whatever that we have, spend and enjoy whatever that's left. And you always hear the old saying that you die once, so enjoy live your life and enjoy the best that you can. That's all I got to say, but I just want to also just plug in for everybody tomorrow, 3:00 p.m. Mountain Standard Time and 2 p.m. Pacific Time. We are having an exclusive show featuring OG Patrice. Well, OG Patrice is the host. May I say her name, Miss OG Patrice?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yep.
With Miss Jaguar Wright Johnson. So if you don't know her, you will definitely get to know her tomorrow at 2 p.m. Pacific Time here on Knowledge and Relationships on YouTube. So it's a must-see to check out because you're only going to get this once. So that's all. But thank you, bro, Clarence.
I might tune in. I might. What I'm saying?
Hey, don't trigger me. Don't trigger me.
Nathan Daly. No, right? Stop. All right, brother M3. And when's the next show on Now the Relationships, man? Before we let you get out.
Tomorrow at 2 p.m. Sunday.
2
yeah, Sunday afternoon, 2 p.m. Pacific Time.
Okay.
And then
Okay, and then what's out right after that, brother?
What's right after that?
Yeah, what's the very next show you got coming up?
Sure. The next show is going to probably be on Monday. I'll say either probably between 6 or 7 p.m. Pacific time. But also the Intellectual Soapbox should be having a show a little bit later on Sunday night. So you might want to check.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Gotcha.
like, you know, but he'll let you guys know. It's probably best to pretty much hit the subscribe, hit the notification bell to all, so that way you will be alert whenever like we go live. So that way, so you don't miss out on anything. And if you do have an Instagram for the people in chat, just type in Oakland_artist84. And usually like I post like, you know, upcoming events on my Instagram stories.
All right, brother. Appreciate you. That's M3. Shout out to you, brother. Appreciate you for coming up. I'm gonna pull you down, man. Going over to Knowledge and Relationships and check out Knowledge and Relationships, man. They got it going on, man. I'm talking about they building the powerhouse over there, man. They was smart enough to give Patrice her a channel. So, you know, man, they clipped me on that one, but that's okay. And then you know, and they clipped me on Vaughn Bryant, man. These guys are smart, man. Very, very, very smart. All right, we're gonna go with Brother New Growth. Brother New Growth, man, what's your final words, comments, so on and so forth, bro?
Yeah, great discussion, man. A little under the weather, so I was checking you out. I was surprised to see you on a Saturday, right? So
feel better, brother.
Yeah,
man,
it's all good. But shout out to the whole panel, to the chat. And just, you know, be easy, like I always say. Dope dude, man. And I'm just thinking, like, we got to start thinking, like, what if we caught the next Be Easy in a kindergarten, right? You ain't had to wait till you got to a point. What if we catch the next OG Patrice in 2nd grade, the next Brother Clarence in the 1st grade, next, you know, and give them the things. We have to put the seed and we have to fertilize and we have to grow. A lot of this is like roses from the concrete, right? Unfortunately. And we're sitting up here like enigmas because it's like a lot of people don't know what we know because we took it upon ourselves, or we had a lucky person to instill certain things in us that a lot of people, our community, don't have because we're not a cohesive unit. And I hate when people say we're not a monolithic people, because we really need to start understanding what words mean. Until we become a monolithic people, we will never succeed. No community is a monolithic people. White people are a monolithic people, but we think monolithic means think the same on everything. No, when it comes down to it, if somebody bombs America, Republicans, Democrats, they all together. Jewish people don't get along all the time, but Kanye said something from Israel to Brooklyn. They all on his back. So we have to become monolithic. We have to start understanding words, stop using stuff arbitrarily and just saying things, and have a code of conduct. Period. Anton Daniels, we need to check him. I mean, not saying that he doesn't say certain things that are right, because I still to this day I back our community is trash right now. Might hurt your feelings, might hurt my feelings, but we trash right now. We killing people in Mexico, right? I'm down here, they killing. We got our little boys shooting each other at the mall, chopping up girlfriends and putting them in the woods, and we listening to music and it's infecting our community, and we're allowing we trash. What we gonna do about it? A lot of us are older. I'm not as old as Brother Clarence think he is. But you know, a lot of us feel like, oh man, them young kids. What we gonna do about it? What we gonna do? We gonna say we don't have freedom to fight. We gonna say we don't have the power. We don't have the video. Like I told you, I've been watching videos and videos of Farrakhan for the last 2 weeks. I'm focused. And I want us to talk about it, Brother Clarence, because a lot of the smoke he was having, it smells just like the same fragrance I'm smelling coming from Kanye, all these other guys. But it's a certain type of smoke. We're not going to get into that, but you see what I'm saying? It's a certain type of rebellion. It's a certain type of war mentality. And we've lost before, right? Like Wall Street, you know, we lost. They kicked our ass. The New York Yankees used to beat the Boston, whatever they are. The Boston baseball team. Yeah. All the time. They used to beat them all the time. And then one year, the Yankees was up. I think they were up 3-0. And Boston just came back and beat them 4-3. And the Yankees ain't beat them since. So we're going to sit here and complain about the losses we had. right? Are we going to still do that? Or are we going to sit here and fight for your granddaughter, for my daughters, for Be Easy's future kids, for OG Patrice grandkids? It's either stand up or sit down, go sit in the corner somewhere, get you a nice overcoat and wait to die. And let our kids die in front of us and stand before your maker and you explain why you said we couldn't fight. On that note, take my sick ass to bed, but I love y'all.
Get well,
All
bro. I
right,
love you.
bro. Feel better. Much love.
Run, man. Home run from New Growth. Shout out to brother New Growth, man. Young brother, man. Man, he's another one. B's got his own page, but that's another brother that got his own page. Watch out for that brother, man, because he's gonna get his own page and he's gonna set it off for sure. All right, brother, be easy. Brother, be easy. Can you bless us like the other brothers have?
Yes, sir. I'm gonna try to zip through this, man, because I know that you feel me. You about to fall asleep. I see your head nodding a little bit. You know, you got the bobblehead going right now. So I'm gonna go ahead and get you up out of here so we can take them home. Now, this is one of our main issues is we get caught up in comparing ourselves to other groups that haven't experienced the atrocities. Everyone has been through something, but not what we've been through. So we don't need to compare them because our groups, I'll just say this real quick. You can look it up on Forbes. Joe Biden wanted to give 450,000 per family just for the people that were separated at the border, but he doesn't want to do anything for reparations. Look it up. A black mayor, New York Adams, said they're interjecting 312 million into spending into the new city budget, and that's before tallying costs like providing food and medical care. This is not pulling yourself up by your bootstrap. These are immigrants that are coming over here and giving massive handouts, massive legs up. And then so when you say, oh, how are they able to come here from a third world country and do this? Well, things would have to be equal. If we got the same handouts that they got and then we fell behind, that would be different. But they've been brought here to usurp us, to supplant us as a group, only for cannon fodder to say, hey, why can't these other groups do that, right? That's why they used catch-all phrases like minorities and people of color and marginalized groups. What does that even mean? How could you compare our marginalization to someone that's come over here getting health care, getting a driver's license? We all know that it was illegal for Black people to read at one point, and if you were teaching Black people to read, you would probably stand a chance of getting lynched. How are we comparing that to someone that's coming over here free and clear being given handouts? So we got to kind of stop with that goofy stuff in terms of comparing ourselves to other people of color, migrants, marginalized groups that don't even have even half of the plight that we have. What we can compare ourselves to is our past ancestors and forefathers that built places in Florida, Wilmington, North Carolina, Tulsa, Oklahoma. That's who we can compare yourselves to. The blueprints have already been laid. You don't gotta like Farrakhan, but he's laid quite a blueprint for you to follow after. Malcolm X, a lot of people have more resources and more money than Malcolm X ever had. So what is your excuse? You got more resources than Martin Luther King and Malcolm X combined, but you're not using it. You got more money than them combined, but you're not using it. At this point, you don't even need to bring up another immigrant group. We can just focus on our past. Kwame Ture, Stokely Carmichael, Marcus Garvey, Dr. Amos Wilson, Dr. Henry Clark, James Baldwin. Go look at them for a blueprint. Stop looking at some other minority or ethnic group for the blueprint that's already been laid out there for you. And realistically, it's about sacrifice. You got to sacrifice your desires for the greater good. You won't have true prosperity without a significant amount of pain. So is it really going to hurt your soul to not wear some Nike shoes or to not go and buy a Gucci belt? Is it really going to be detrimental to your health to withhold your funds or to divert your funds into something bigger and better? These are the questions that people need to be asking themselves as an individual. Get your mind right individually so you know what you bring it to the team. Because if we're all on the basketball team, I can't come be bringing the team down because of my negative and toxic attitude. So get your mind right as an individual and then come and build collectively. Get out of your mind that you need to save a community. There is no community that's saving, right? You can't save the burning building, but there is a plot of land that we can build up a new building. That's what I'm talking about. Let's actually start and create and cultivate a community, because people talking about saving the community is usually just a red herring and a distraction so you don't have to do nothing. Oh man, I can't save the community. The women is too masculine. The dudes is too thuggish and too savage. Stop complaining about what you can't do and tell me what you can do. All of these dudes purporting to be high value men. Well, why didn't you high value men start a collective and get some property here or invest in this business here? If you're not doing that, I don't want to hear it. If you want to say, hey, the community is trash, and then you're perpetuating everything that you believe is trash, it's not the community that's trash, it's you that is trash. And that's the reason why it's in the condition that it is now. If you're not part of the solution, you are part of the problem. I'll leave it with that.
Shout out to you, brother. Thank you, man. Thank you. See, I'm smart. I made Patrice go after you. See, I'm smart. See, I've been thinking, man. I'm thinking.
I love it. I love it. I love when the young black men come up here and rock it out, because listen, that leaves very little for me to have to even say when to hear black men talk like this. These are our future leaders. These are really. These are our future leaders. These are our future people that I want my grandson and my granddaughters to look up to men and black men and women that talking like this, that's going out here boots on the ground doing the work, right? Not just the ones that is acquiescing to whitewash society or individualism. And that is the problem. Like what Beezy's saying, we get it and we don't want to help nobody else. We get it and we brag about how we get. So when we sit and listen to these two subject matters that you was discussing, that are major influences, the danger with that is that we think because they say one right thing but 10 wrong things that they're all right. We have to be careful with that, and that's the whole thing about influences, right? You gotta be careful who you allowing to influence you. I will say that. But the individualism, the separatism, the colorism, the classism is destroying the black community. It's destroying it. And one thing that I realized that we will never ever have. I don't even want all my people on board on code or on a unity. I don't want them. Some of them snakes. Some of them are fakes and phony. Some of them are backstabbers. Some of them are your Benedict Arnolds. Some of them are the people you can't trust because they are coming and infiltrate the same way they did, like with the Black Panthers, come in and infiltrate and learn your shit. Like, nah, I don't want them. I don't want them. They can stay over there with Massa and the rest of the Fugazi, clairvoyants, and the charlatans and the crooks and the pool pimps and all of them. They can stay over there. We have to be smarter than the serpent and know what we need to listen to and follow to. See, the problem is we play too much. Black people play too much, right? So when it comes to the serious matters at heart, be careful. Be careful who you listen to out there in these YouTube streets. That's all I'm saying. It's cool to be entertained at sometimes when it's time to be serious. When you see that our people are suffering, our culture is suffering on things, and you're not doing nothing but on the platform just talking and doing nothing. That's all you doing is bumping your gums and doing nothing. You're not out here boots on the ground. Because sissy, we love labels. We want to wear them labels. See, these are the same labels. If you do the history from them, they benefited off the backs of your own people. But see, we love them labels. We so conditioned and tied into them labels, it will kill us. Even when we go in their stores and want to spend $30,000, hint Jim Jones, and they show you a ninja. But we want them labels on our backs. We want them on our feet. We want them on our eyes. We want them on our wrists. We want those labels.
Crazy.
Because if that's what you all about is the labels, or you all about preaching one word and your whole life totally does not reflect what you preach, you're a hypocrite. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And you say you're a Christian, you hypocritical. And that is the problem. You out here, one of them was disparaging on that whole community LGBT, but look what he is now. Fighting it all along, denying it, lying about it, preaching against it, and the blah blah. You see the hypocrisy?
Oh man, that was terrible. That was terrible.
Come on. But this is, this is the entertainment we want. See, we love to be entertained, because see, we know that them Caucasian persuasion people, they love for us to entertain, and we love doing it. We love the dance, tap dance. We love to entertain, and we so conditioned and socially engineered to the whitewashism and the religion of it all, and the socialism of it all, and the capitalism of it all. We still acquiescing into the bullshit holidays where they dictate to you when you should spend your money, how you should spend it, and don't forget to get them labels.
Yeah.
See, it's all fuckery and foolery when you wake up and you realize that you the one been bamboozled and hoodwinked at the end of the day. It's certain things that's educated fool. I don't care because you educated. I don't care you got PhD behind your name. If you an educated fool, you an educated fool. And you got to be careful of those pulpit fools and the people that leading God's children to the slaughter. See, because they are the ones going to be judged first, and all they quote unquote righteousness. So but I digress in what I want to say. I'm just saying, like, nah, don't be careful. Be careful. Don't fall into the fugazi. It's a lot of fugaziing out here. It's a lot of clairvoyant conversation. It's a lot of dangling of the carrots and promises that, get rich quick schemes and charlatans out here. You got to be careful who you continue to influence. And we don't like to say that I heard a big content creator say music don't influence. The hell it don't. In music, listening to someone that was in a coma has woke them up if they were a music lover. So there are influences in everything that surround us in our culture: music, entertainment, sports, and these YouTube influences. That's bullshit if they want to say that it ain't. And unfortunately, it's more to our detriment than to our help. Be healthy on the inside in your spirit. Be healthily mentally. Be healthily physically and emotionally. So who you listen to, and you keep getting that in your head over and over and over again. If it's negativity and toxic and drama, that's what the fuck you gonna acquiesce to. Real talk. And if you the opposite of that, that's what you gonna rock with. And I digress, bro.
All right, girl. Golly, man. Golly. Are you gonna be okay for tomorrow? Are you gonna be all right?
Yeah, I'm gonna be good. Y'all gonna come over to Knowledge and Relationships and support my show?
Of course. I'm gonna come in.
I appreciate it.
And I'm pretty sure.
Salute to this hell of a panel and to the chat. We had a lot of people in the chat at one time, and thank you, bro, Clarence, for always letting me come up here and rock. I appreciate you too. You look tired. So
I'm actually cool. I need to take a bath, man, because I was out there shooting hoops this morning, and so I need to go home. So I just text my wife.
It's been raining all day since this morning, non-stop here in Arizona. It's still raining right now. It's been just a rainy day. Oh yeah, rainy day. But I'm excited about my exclusive interview with my girl Jaguar Wright. Y'all come over there and check it. Y'all know she went viral 2 years ago, and she back, and she doing bigger and better things. But listen, she's still going viral in these YouTube streets. So come check out my interview with her.
All right,
to all the naysayers that said that I didn't know her. Yeah.
All right, well,
Sit back and watch my smoke.
We will. We'll see tomorrow. Everybody go over and check out Patrice over there in Non-Relationships. We will be there. We'll I got to close the show by probably about 1:45. So Sister Annie will be over here to make sure I close the show by 1:45 or as close as I can by then, so we can get everybody over there to Non-Relationships and watch OG Patrice. Straight Talk with OG Patrice. No chaser over on Non-Relationships. All right, sis. I'm gonna drop you down. You good?
All right, bro. Have a good night now.
All right, you too, sis. Peace. All right, that's my sister OG Patrice, man. You know what I'm saying? Always a slam dunk. Always a slam dunk whenever she comes up. All right, let's see, y'all. I told y'all my philosophy, my thing. You know what I'm saying? You know, should poor people have babies? You know, like I said, it depends case by case situation. But Anton Daniels feels like poor people should not have babies. I don't know how you would even enforce something like that, but can I put the link in the chat? I'll put the link in the chat, brother, but you know I'm closing down the show. Yeah, so you know, he feels like, hey, look, you know, poor people shouldn't have babies. I disagree. You know, I feel like it's case by case basis. Jesse Lee Peterson says, "Oh, we need more white babies because only white babies. They're more innovative. They're more thinking. They're more forward thinking. They do more and they build more than other races of babies." He didn't just say black people. He said other races of babies just don't. They're just not as innovative as white babies. I mean, I don't see how more self-loathing you can get than him, man. Jesse Lee Peterson is the bottom of the barrel, man. He is the bottom of the bottom of the barrel. He's on the bottom of the bottom of the barrel, man. I mean, he is a. Oh, the link to Patrice. Oh, I got you, M3. I got you. Let me see if I can put that out there. Let's see. Yeah, man. He is the bottom of the barrel. He's the bottom. He is the bottom of the barrel. That dude is the bottom of the barrel, man. Bottom of the barrel. Bottom of the barrel. He is a horrible person. And unfortunately, man, I don't hate the brother, but I wish that God would touch his heart and make him change, man, and just bring him around to where he could see how self-loathing he is and how bad of an influence he is on people. And he says he's the one that's over there, you know, pulling people off the streets out here downtown LA. And yet he's trying to, you know, give them the homosexuality test by telling them to take their pants off and touching their penis. Yikes. I don't need that test. Thanks. Truth Over Emotion says, my brother was in a coma for 6 months and I put headphones on his head and his favorite music, favorite show on TV, and he woke up out of his coma and the doctors couldn't believe it. Man, hey, man, if that's true, good for you, Truth Over Emotions, man. You know, man, praise God that he did that, man. You know, I tried to do the same thing to my mom, man. Unfortunately, my mom, she didn't come out of, you know, her situation, man. I was playing all her favorite songs. And I was sitting in the hospital room with her, playing all her favorite songs, man. My mom was done, man. And they kept sending doctor after doctor in there saying, well, sir, I think we should say our final goodbyes. And I'm like, no, let's try another thing, you know. And finally they sent the old man in there and said, hey man, you know, even if we bring her back at this point, the quality of life is going to be shot. She's not going to be able to do nothing. You have to have 24-hour care for her. She's never going to talk again. She's never going to do anything again. I know you don't want to see her in that situation. And that's on the remote chance she could come back. But she's not coming back. But he's like, even if she did come back, that's the situation you're looking at. So I had to tell him, hey, man, okay, let her go then, you know. That's one of the hardest things you ever going to have to do, man, is when you sitting in a room with somebody you love so much, man, and you got to love them enough to say, hey, man, I want to see them in the way they were. And my mother always told me, if I ever get in that situation, man, just let me go. I don't want to come back as no vegetable or nothing like that. She always let me know. Hey, truth over emotions, man. Yeah, man. Hey, man. Hey, I hope things work out for you, brother. I hope everything gets better for you. That's what we about here, man. Positivity, man. We trying to look on the bright side, push everybody to a positive solution. Not so much money. We're gonna get into money, but not so much that is the lead thing. The lead thing is your spirit, brother. We want you to have your spirit. So ain't none of us gonna tell you what religion to be. Ain't none of us gonna tell you what kind of clothes you gotta wear. That's all for you to decide. Only thing we're gonna try to tell you is you need to find what makes your heart sing. Whatever makes your heart sing, you need to find that and chase that. Huh? Find that, chase that, and then be true to yourself, respect all others, work hard. Man, if you just do those two things, you respect all others and work as hard as you can, brother, the world is the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, the world is wide open to the thinking black man. It's wide open to the hard-working thinking black man. You willing to work hard and you got your mind on straight, you got your head on straight, this world is wide open, man. It's all kind of opportunities. We can't see them because, like Negro said, man, our minds have been stripped of the desire for looking for opportunities. We looking for cash grabs. We looking for security in paper money instead of security in our person. If you make your person be secure, meaning that you're thinking, everything else is going to come to you. Everything else is going to come to you. And remember what I told y'all, and then we're going to get out of here. I told y'all, rejection is God's kiss on the forehead. That's God telling you this was going to really be a bad situation down the road. I'm cutting it now. I'm cutting it now so that you can live to fight another day. Right? A relationship that you thought, man, I really want this thing to work. How come he don't want this thing to work? That's because God has already taken over. We got a couple bots coming in here last minute, right? But God is real. God is real. And so many of us got stories to tell about how God is real, man. I'm a living witness. I am the embodiment of God's mercy. I'm the embodiment. Because I was out of my mind. And God, in a day of love, God just said, man, you know what? I can use him. If I could show people that this is the kind of power I got, I could turn a mess like him around. Then, at least some people will say, hey, maybe this God dude is for real. Right? But shout out to you, Truth Over Emotions, man. Hope everything is worked out for you, brother. Hope everything is much better. Okay. All right, y'all. Let's get into it, man. We got to get out of here, man, because they running me some bath water. I got to get out of here. All right. Let's see. Let's do the rundown, y'all. Let's do the rundown. Okay, here's the rundown, y'all. Starting with the chat. The chat is where it's at. The chat is where it's at. Chat's where it's at, man. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Shout out to Arshawn from Critically Drinking. I think it's Critically Drinking. Let me see. Critically Drinking. Shout out to Arshawn, man. Arshawn, cash after some money, man, for the backpacks. Shout out to Arshawn. But I had to tell Arshawn, man, we hit it, brother. We hit it last week. So thank you for the cash app. But we no longer are accepting. Well, I mean, I'll put it on the backpacks, but I'm saying you don't have to. We're not asking people to donate to it anymore. We're not asking. Oh, I got the cash app down here, huh? Okay. I'm gonna take that out of here. Thank you, Arshawn. I'm gonna need to take the part about the backpacks out here because we actually hit our goal. I said that's why you did that. So I appreciate you. Shout out to Arshawn, man. Arshawn's crispy drinking. Shout out to him. Generous donation. Generous donation. Generous donation. Generous donation. All right. Let's see. What else? What else? Oh, the chat. The chat is where it's at, man. Everybody did a great job. We had some bots come in here, man, but everybody held their own. Everybody hold their own. You know what I'm saying? Like, you guys, if you guys feel that something's going on in the chat, y'all know my philosophy. Just hit them. Just get them. Let them come to me and ask for what's going on, right? I don't care. Right? I definitely don't care, man. I just unblock them. If you know what I'm saying, but at least they know they can't come over here and play games, right? That's why we don't have people that come over here and play games, right? Because they know, man, they're gonna get blocked. So they know better, right? But sometimes you gotta make some examples, right? Gotta make some examples, right? Yeah, yes, you gotta make some examples, man, because you know sometimes you gotta let certain kind of people know. Certain kind of people are not gonna respect you unless you show force. Unless you show force. Unless you show force, they're not gonna respect you and respect what you got. Right? Respect your property. All right, this is all of our property. This channel is all of ours, belong to all of us, man. So we all gonna. I'm just on this end, y'all on that end. But if y'all ever want to come on this end, you're welcome to come on over here. And that means you too, Sister Annie. I'm waiting on you to come over here. I should have invited you up here today. Maybe tomorrow. Okay. But the chat is where it's at. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Chat's where it's at. Very strong performance from the chat. Very solid. Good questions. Everybody did good. You guys policed did everything. You know what I'm saying? And I have total trust in you guys to handle the situation however you need to handle it. So shout out to y'all, man. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Appreciate all of y'all. All right. Let's get to the stage, man. Who all came on stage? Mr. Best came on stage. Shout out to Mr. Best in the West. Mr. Best came on the stage. Shout out to the Intellectual Soapbox. If you haven't already subscribed to the Intellectual Soapbox, get on over there. What are you doing? Get on over there to the Intellectual Soapbox and subscribe to the Intellectual Soapbox. He came on, man, and whoa, dropped some jewels, dropped a bomb on us, right? And he always says the same thing. And that's all I got to say, right? And he said a mouthful, man. But shout out to the Intellectual Soapbox, man. Shout out to him. And Intellectual Soapbox, this dude, very intelligent cat. He's got his own, not only is he part of Knowledge and Relationships, but he has his own channel, which he's building a powerhouse over there as well. These young brothers, man, you gotta keep your eye open for them. But shout out to the Intellectual Soapbox. Very strong performance. Very solid, very strong performance. Very solid. All right, y'all. Let's move on. Who else was up on the stage? OG Patrice was on the stage. Shout out to OG Patrice. All right. Patrice came on the stage. By the way, Patrice's show is gonna be on tomorrow, right? Tomorrow she's gonna be on at 2 p.m. Pacific, right? So we got to get out of here early, y'all, so we can get on over there and support Patrice. But Patrice on the show. What do y'all think about Patrice? Very solid as always, man. Patrice is always alive. Always alive. Right? I just gotta, you know what I'm saying? I just gotta keep her calm. Can't say, hey, by the way, Nathan Daly. Nathan Daly. No, Patrice. Nathan Daly. Slowly I turn. But we're gonna watch Patrice tomorrow. But shout out to Patrice. Very solid performance as always. Very solid, very, very, very strong performance. All right, who's next? Be Easy, that dude. Shout out to Be Easy, that dude. Be Easy, that dude came up, man, and of course, he laced us with all the game, man. You know, man, he's a solid dude, smooth as a baby's butt, right? He's a smooth dude, right? So he came up and laced us real quick. And I'm gonna get with you, Be Easy. I am, man. I've just got so much going on, man. There's so much stuff to do with dealing with these backpacks, man, and other stuff that I was already doing in the first place. This stuff. So after all of this stuff is over, I will be getting with you because I want to order some shirts. I think if we have some money left, it look like we may or may not. I don't know. Right now, we may or may not, depending on who we order the backpacks from. We may have some money left over. We may not. So if we do have some money left over, I want to design a shirt so everybody who's wants to have a shirt can have a shirt. We could just give everybody a shirt or set up the merch, set it up so that people can order a shirt, right? I ain't trying to get rich off of selling those shirts to 12 people, right? I'm not gonna get rich, right? But at least I want y'all to have something where y'all can order it, right? But anyway, but yeah, man, I'd be Easy is a critical guy in that situation. So, but I'm gonna hit him up. But he's got his own channel now. B's got his own channel. I just went over there and subscribed to him. So go on over there and subscribe to Be Easy, man. Check him out. He got some content up there, man. So check him out, and we'll see how it goes, man. But Be Easy, very solid as always. Very solid as always. Very strong performance. These young guys, man, they solid, man. What about New Growth, brother? New Growth, very solid. Brother New Growth wasn't feeling too good, came on through, and he wasn't feeling too good. But shout out to New Growth and the family, man. Hope the family's doing better. But New Growth came through, and like always, man, a very intelligent young man, just like Be Easy, man. Just like M3, very intelligent young brothers, man. Intellectual soapbox. These young brothers very intelligent, man. So, but they're the same, but they're different, right? Because they got different ways of looking at the situation. But yet at the time, they still got the same intent, which is to try, some kind of way correct this situation, man. So we all can respect all of that, man. But shout out to New Growth, man. Shout out to New Growth. Very solid, very, very solid as always. Very strong performance as always, And last but not least is M3. Shout out to M3 over Knowledge and Relationships. He had a mouthful as well, but like I said, man, all of these dudes, they have their own way, and they can what do you call that? Put it in their own words and have things happening, man. So shout out to New Growth. Shout out to M3, man, M3. And if you haven't already subscribed to Knowledge and Relationships, get on over to Knowledge and Relationships and subscribe to Knowledge and Relationships, because I'm telling you, man, they're building a powerhouse over there. They got Patrice. They were smart enough to get Patrice. Intellectual Soapbox was smart enough to get Vaughn. Man, what am I doing over here, man? I'm dragging my feet, man. I'm dragging my feet, but let me get healthy, man. Let me get my strength all the way up, man. Then I'm gonna be a force to reckon with as well, man. So, but shout out to M3, man. Shout out to M3. Very solid performance as always. Very solid. Okay, y'all. I'm gonna wrap it up quick, man, because I gotta get out of here, man, because I gotta come back here. We gotta have a whole nother show tomorrow morning, man. And then we gotta go to Patrice and then Intellectual Soapbox. And I don't know if Bolo will be on, man. Maybe I might do run over to Bolo. So it's a lot going on tomorrow. But anyway, I will be here in the house. Hopefully Rico be here. He said he would be here on Sunday, but you know how that goes, man. Rico gets in trouble. I told him again. I said, Rico, just do what your wife tells you. He said, no, I ain't gonna do that. I ain't gonna do that. I said, okay. All right, man. All right. All right, y'all. So that's it. We'll see y'all tomorrow, man. Peace.